The craziest thing happened yesterday as Meek Mill was hearing some
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Well, let's get it started. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, we live. We live. Okay. So I guess we need to go ahead and get things set up. Get them running on up in here like we supposed to. I done screwed up right from the get-go. We need to be presenting this. Let's go ahead and get this going so we can get it started correctly. And we live. What's going on? We're about to get it started. As y'all see, my brother at arms has hooked us up already with some artwork to go in the background. And we're going to roll through tonight as smoothly as possible. I am glad to be back. Let me get my mic set up right so I can make sure that I can be heard. So we can make sure everything is going over correctly. All right. As I was saying, so Hyphen got me hooked up with the background of Errol taking the shellacking against Terence Crawford. But we're going to come to that a little down the line. We're going to come to that a little down the line. We're going to wait for everybody to start falling in so we can start the discussions and get the conversation rolling on about what's going on. Because it seems to be quite a bit. A lot of people upset about, I don't know what the heck they're upset about. But we're going to dive into it. Congratulations to the Towering Inferno for becoming a unified champion at 154 pounds. Sebastian Fundora. He was able to withstand Tim Tszyu. We want to get into that as well. Talk about the way that fight turned out and how some people think it should have turned out or could have turned out if not for the cut that took place in round 2. So we're going to touch on that. We're also going to speak on, I'm hearing that Regis is calling out Isaac Cruz, who just so happenly to dismantle Rolly in their 140-pound bout. Isaac Cruz moved up and was able to overcome Rolly and take his belt. Who didn't see that coming? Also, we're gonna touch on Rolly leaving Bullet, which I didn't really know too much about that, but I'm gonna leave that for my brother Hyphy when he comes in to fall in. We're gonna go ahead and discuss it. And we're just gonna go down the line of some different things. But I don't know if it's fact yet, but it's still rumored as far as I know. Errol Spence and Derek James split. The question that has been arisen: where's Jamel? Also, where's Fulton? Something about Connor Bean's results, which I'm not really a big fan of Connor Bean because he was on everything. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Also a rumor about Shakur ducking Zepeda and Floyd. Samson and Earl ducking Terence. Man, it's just getting deep around here. What's going on? Rod X is in the building. He said, what's up, my people? What's going on to you, my brother? We just getting started. So come on in, kick your feet up, and let's get this discussion started and see how things go. Also, Bernie is, from what I'm understanding, Bernie is exposing Jerron Ennis for ducking. My boy Hyphy put us up with a smorgasbord of things to talk about, so we're gonna just touch on them as we come through tonight. Like I said, once again, sorry I missed you guys last week. It's been a hell of a work week for me. Paperwork and things like that have picked up drastically, which calls for a lot more of my time because I want to make sure I pay attention to what it is I'm doing and how I'm getting it done. So I believe we have posted a link in our Discord. Anybody, I do mean anybody that want to have a little discussion, come on and say some words, please feel free to hit the link and come on in. Other than that, like I always do, I sit back and wait for everybody to fall in and we can get it started. We can get it started. But let me ask you, Rod X, if you're there, how did you enjoy Fundora versus Tim Zoo? To me, I honestly say that I know a lot of people felt like the cut caused Tim Zoo to lose. I can agree with that and say that I feel like the cut did bring on an extra what's the word I'm looking for? It brought on an extra dimension to the fight because he had to constantly wipe away blood from his eye and deal with this man jabbing him throughout the night and trying to punch him. He said, I was good, bloody scalp. Right. Now, some people feel like because of that, the cut being so bad, a lot of people wanted the fight to be stopped and what for. But it brings me back to the Tyson Fury and what was the name of the guy that Otto Violin, who cut Tyson's eye, had it bloody as heck. They let the fight continue. Now, what I will say about Tim Zoo is that the man has heart. He showed the warrior spirit. He did not give up. He did not quit. He kept going out there and trying to do what he was sent out to do, and that was to try to win the belt, win the belts, win the match, and continue on his road to becoming undisputed. I believe that's his goal. I don't believe it's changed, but we'll have time to see what goes on with it as time goes on. Joseph Brown in the house. What's up, my brother? How you doing today? I got about 5 more days before I'll be catching the plane out to Los Angeles, and then I'll be catching the ship out to Cabo. So yeah, I'm about to go on a vacation about 5 days. But if you saw any of the fights, JV, let me know what you felt. Right now, we're speaking about Fundora and Tim Zoo. I can honestly say, someone mentioned that some people want to say that Fundora might have lost that fight if it wasn't for the cut. I am kind of inclined to say I agree from the way I've seen things going on. Fundora could not, for a reason, when Tim decided to try to get in, when he got in close, he was able to make Fundora eat some punches. The man come out to fight with 2 black eyes and a swollen nose. I don't know if the nose is broken or not, But heck, the man said he always was getting bloody noses when he was young, so that was not a problem for him. But that gash for Tim Zoo seemed to be quite a bit of a problem. Now, the question at hand is, will they run it back instantly? Or will they go with what Fondora's promoter is saying and maybe go after Errol Spence and then Terence Crawford? Now, a lot of people are complaining about that, and we'll unpack that a little later on down the line of why this man is trying to make this move instead of going straight into Crawford. He did say, so, it'll be in your minds when we start talking about it. He did say that his job is to maximize. Once again, his job is to maximize the earning potential of his fighter. And, that's what he's going to do. Hyphy says, why Regis want to fight Isaac but not Subriel? We're going to also chop up that Hyphy. I'm going to wait for you to get through with doing what you're doing so we can bounce that back and forth. But like I said, the door is open. The link is in the chat, is in the Discord. So if any of my brothers want to join, and if my sisters want to join, feel free. We got Almond Brown in the house. She said, hey, MZ, and chat. Blessings. What's going on, sis? Good to see you. I'm glad to see that you're doing good and everything has been going well for you. I've been peeping your channel out every once in a while, seeing that you're doing good. I'm liking what I'm seeing. And keep giving words of encouragement and good scripts. Throw some from that Bible. Help get some people on their feet and get to thinking in a different direction. Rod X says, sometimes stuff happens in the boxing ring. I'm gonna edit because I've only been on for a few minutes. But y'all know I'm gonna get loose in a little bit. You're right, Rod X. Sometimes things do happen in the ring. And if it's not to the point drastic enough to make the fight stop and go straight to the cards or be called a no contest, then the combatants, regardless of what's going on, they'll have to deal with it. They have to deal with it, find a way to overcome and keep on moving. Tim Zoo was not able to figure out a way to overcome. Sebastian, you can see a little difference in his fighting. He wasn't as aggressive and come forward as he usually is. That could be a reason that Tim was able to put, like I said, a couple of good shots. More than one. He put a few good shots on Sebastian. Hyphy asking, how do you feel about ESPN ranking Lomachenko as the #1 lightweight? First of all, Lomachenko hasn't been in the ring in a while. I refuse to carry that banner saying that he is the #1 lightweight right now because I just don't believe it to be so. He last time I checked, he had a loss. Matter of fact, the last time I checked, he had 2 losses. He lost to Cambosis, and then turned around and lost to Devin. So #1 lightweight, no. I think that's up for grabs. I think the other fighters still stand a chance to submit themselves and throw their hats in the ring as #1 and so forth. So I'm gonna let ESPN have that because sometimes ESPN do it the way they want to do it. And who am I to say different? That is their list and not mine. But back to Tim and Sebastian. Unfortunately, Tim ended up facing that injury in the second round, and it hindered him for 10 full rounds. But not to say that he didn't get in some good licks. Sebastian did learn a little something. I say he did learn from his loss by trying to keep someone at the end of his jab. I think if Tim was able to see and able to move a little more and volley some of those jabs that Sebastian was throwing at him, he might have been able to do a little more damage. And I'm saying this because of the work he was able to put in spite of being cut so bad with all that blood going in his eyes. It was a bloody situation. I even noticed that at one point in the fight, the camera that was on the side of the ring, a punch was thrown. And blood splattered on the camera, which I was like, wow, we getting blood put on the camera and everything. It was that had to be a bloody fight. I'm sure that Tim Tszyu was heartbroken that he wasn't able to continue his journey. Not saying that the journey is over, but you know how fans are in boxing. You take a loss and they try to make it seem like the world is over, your career is through, you are done. No matter how hard you fight, how good of a fighter you are, for whatever reason, it seems like with a lot of these fans, you take a loss and you're pretty much done for. I don't see it that way. I refuse to carry something like that. So anyway, Joseph Brown said both fighters were compromised early in the fight. What happened with Sebastian that compromised him, except for the bloody nose? I didn't really consider at first. Like I said, I thought his nose was broken. Still thinking nobody has said anything. I haven't seen a report to say his nose was broken or anything. But the nosebleed and the head bleed, I guess you could say they both were compromised like that because bleeding from the nose would force you to kind of like breathe through the mouth. What I did notice about Sebastian that that I don't know if it was a corner man that made sure he didn't do it, but I didn't see him attempting to blow his nose. Because you know, most of the time when your nose is bleeding, your blood pressure, your adrenaline is pumping and everything like that. You blow your nose, I think that your sinus, your nasal cavity swells up and really makes it hard to breathe. So that right there, you know, I can see where you're going with saying they both was compromised. Hyphy says legendary cutman Stitch Duran stated Tim's team failed him terribly regarding that cut. He also stated a lot of the champions cheap out when it comes to cutmen and nutritionists. Well, if that be the case, maybe that should be a lesson learned. And I agree with you on that, Hyphy, where you say, well, I agree with Stitch Duran saying that his team failed him horribly. Even my brother, well, who was watching the fight with me, was complaining about the way they were taking care of the cut. He was like, it looks like they're working on the wrong area of it. I really couldn't get a good view of how they were working on it, but I did notice that every time they wiped him up and everything, it seemed like the what is it, Vaseline, the petroleum jelly, whatever they used to put on the cut, it always seemed like they had left a lot of the cut uncovered. I don't know if they were using the adrenaline like most of the cut men do when they fixing the eye and everything like that. But for whatever reason, they were not able to slow that cut down, it seemed like, at all. It just seemed like they kept missing the spot. I could be wrong. It could have been the way I seen it. I was seeing it on TV. But I agree with Stitch Duran. They really didn't. Maybe they did the best they could. You know, maybe that's as good as they were. But if fighters are cheaping out, as you stated, if they're cheaping out on cut men and everything like that, hopefully he learned the lesson and you shoot for the best cut man available, and you'll get you a good nutritionist. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully these guys are learning from the mistakes that they are making, where they can come back and continue in the sport that we love and see them compete and maybe do what they need to do. That's the best I could say on that. Tim's rematch clause was based on a verbal agreement. His corner fumbled that cut situation. Sounds like he needs a whole new team. Before we say it sounds like he needs a whole new team, I don't want to jump on that too soon because, you know, that situation pops up a lot when a guy takes a loss for whatever reason, however the crowds view the loss, if it was the fighter's fault, the cut man's fault, the trainer's fault. Let's not jump to conclusions and do something drastic like changing the man's whole team around. Let's give them a chance to see if they can figure out what went wrong, how it went wrong, and what they need to do to fix it. Because up until now, everything they needed to do is work. True, Tim hasn't been cut like that or cut in such a way that it demanded for them to go into a hyperdrive and try to fix it. But as far as that go, I'm thinking that his team should stick together, watch the footage, see what they could have did better, see what they did wrong, and try to correct it. That's my thought on it. That's the best I can give on it from seeing what I seen in the fight. Now, Sebastian, in my opinion, still was making that same mistake, going back and not moving his head. I did speak on that earlier before the fight that he's not really adept to moving in his head off of the line, and I blame that on the fact that he's 6'6". He got the height, 80-inch reach. I didn't realize his reach was that long, but my goodness, the man has an 80-inch reach. That's going to be a handful for anybody. For anyone at 154, I believe. Now, not saying that he's just going to be some juggernaut at keeping everybody at bay, because some fighters, I believe, are slick enough to be able to get up under, get inside, and do some work. Not saying that it won't be dangerous to try to get inside, do some work, and getting back out, because Sebastian does let his hands go. Not rapidly or anything like that, but he will let his hands go. He kept the jab on Tim all night. I saw him catch Tim with a couple of good uppercuts throughout the fight. Tim ate them well. Sebastian also ate the punches that Tim gave him well. But once again, we have to lean on the fact that that Tim had that cut, and he was concerned with blood going in his eyes. And I'm saying he was concerned with it because I kept seeing him wipe his face, wiping that area. My question to you guys hit it in the chat. Do you think Tim Tszyu would have walked away with the victory if had not been for the cut? Not that what we're getting ready to say is going to change anything. It just helps me get an idea on what you're thinking as far as the situation. Hyphy also say Rolly also changed trainers from Coach Bullet to super busy Ishmael Salas. Look at the result. Well, let's be honest. I don't know how well you rate Coach Bullet. I can't say that I really had a good taste for him, because I haven't really seen his fighters do anything spectacular or remarkable. Let's be real about Rolly. Rolly, a late bloomer. He started late. He used to be a kickboxer or something like that. It's a lot of things to go against Rolly that facing these young men that's been boxing since 6 and 7, opposed to somebody boxing at 15, 14, or something like that. There are years. There are years of experience in between that you have to account for. And I have to say, I learned that watching Terence Crawford and Errol Spence in their first fight. Fighters that start off early as youngsters, they are eons ahead of those guys that start at 15, 17, 18, 19. Those guys, when we see those guys come in and excel and shoot to the top so fast, I'll have to say they're like anomalies, because at some point they come across one of these guys that's been doing it for years, who've seen it all, seen all the different styles and everything like that, and it causes them problems. Let's just be real about it. Deontay Wilder, anomaly. What's the young man from over in England with the braids that's real strong? Anomaly. Who fought against Crusher and lost pretty much because I think he was just winded and he just couldn't go any further with him. And then he lost to what's his name? The guy that everybody wants to see. Let me just stay on it. Anyway, those guys that start off early and stick with it, they have an advantage, I would think, especially if they have the heart, the willingness, and stuff like that. Going up against a guy who has heart and not that much skill to rely upon, 9 times out of 10, that guy ends up taking a loss. Yeah, he gets some wins in and he beats some people unexpectedly, but when it all breaks down to it, he ends up with a loss, heartbreaking loss at that. So Rolly changing, I don't know. What do you see Rolly being able to do now? I think Pitbull went after the easiest champion at 140, and we saw the result. He was able to take that away from him. I didn't think that Rolly was going to beat Pitbull for the simple reason I thought Rolly was susceptible to hooks. He lost to Tank with that running into that left hook that Tank ducked up under. And then we end up seeing him a few weeks later in a sparring session where he got dropped pretty much the same way. And we all know Pitbull really doesn't jab. He's coming out there and he's swinging for the fences pretty much all the time. And Rolly should have, in my opinion, Rolly should have been more aware of that, trying to be aware of the hooks that will be coming, and trying to make sure he stayed on the phone when delivering his shots. But when you don't know better, you don't do better. When you haven't been doing it long enough for it to be muscle memory, you can't do it. Oh, well, you can do it a few times, but if it's not muscle memory, at some point you're going to get caught lacking, and then drama comes. Joseph Brown said it's possible, but it's not a given that he was going to destroy Fundora, because he was still having issues with the height and the reach. That's why he lunged and got cut up. I feel you. And when I saw the elbow, when he went in and he caught the elbow right at the bell, because when he turned around, I was like, man, what happened? Gil Cole, salute, bro. I ain't ignoring you. I'm just trying to get my points out and make sure I hit everything. I'm glad to see you in. I heard Thurman my bad. Thurman didn't even fight. He hurt his arm. But I feel what you're saying, JB. He did have to deal with the height and everything like that. That's a tall order to deal with, the height and the length of Fundora. So with that being said, I will not take away from Fundora's win by saying that the cut hindered Tim Tszyu to the point where he couldn't do anything. Yes, the cut did hinder him. It would have hindered anyone, but he kept pushing forward. Like I said, the man showed he had heart. Fedora did what he was supposed to do. He took advantage of the situation. He made sure he kept the jab on the man. He tried to make sure he kept a distance from Tim Tszyu. But let's be real. The times that he didn't keep Tim Tszyu away from him showed dramatically on his face too, because it looked like the man, I couldn't really see his eyes because he had his hat pulled down so low, but it looked like the young man had two black eyes to go along with that nose. That's what made me believe he might have been broken. But like I said, I haven't seen anything to say it was broken. JB, you said it was busted up, but not broken. Is that what you were saying? Or you just saying it was busted up? Either way, I know it was hard for him to breathe. So I won't take away from Fundora's win by throwing anything like that on it. Now, just to play the devil's advocate a little bit. No, I don't want to play the devil's advocate. Let me just play the guy that's always pointing up, bringing up things that you be like, come on, for real? So we saw the after the post interviews, and Tim did speak on the cut and stuff like that. He backdoored and said the better man won. So I'm going to ask this question: was Tim making excuses because he got cut? Or will people hold him to the fire and say, "Oh, he's making excuses because he got cut"? Well, we all saw what happened. We all saw it, but we also saw that he didn't stop fighting and he kept doing he kept attempting to do what he needed to do in order to get the win. He fell short. But I want to know, were you guys satisfied with the judges' scorecards of the fight? Did you feel like it was a split decision, or do you feel like Fundora really took the fight all outright? I feel like, to be honest, I have to say, Tim put up a good showing, but I didn't feel at no time, once that cut took place and I started seeing Fundora take advantage of that, I didn't really see Fundora in danger of losing the fight. That's just my opinion. I don't know. That's what I got out of it. Right man won. You're right, Joseph Brown. The right man won. I don't think he made excuses. This is from Gil Coles. I don't think he made excuses. That cut was a freak. Oh, it jumped. That cut was a freaking accident that played in Fundora's favor. A freak accident that played in Fundora's favor. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything like to denounce. I'm just saying, I had to ask that question because a lot of times we see fighters come and give the reason in their mind of what happened, and a lot of people say it's an excuse. So that's why I just tossed it out there. I wasn't saying he was making excuses. I was just asking if anyone thought, because the man said, hey, I got cut. I was worried about it, and I was trying to get the blood out of my eyes. He did say I couldn't see, And for those that like to be first and not right, that's one of the things fine, he making excuses because he said he couldn't see because he was cut and yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. You know how it go. So I just thought I'd throw that out there and get that on out the way early. Napoleon Armstrong in the house. Salute MZ in chat. Salute my brother. Glad to see you fall through. Glad to see you in the house. Join the conversation and put us up on what you was thinking about the night of fights. PBC, I must say, that was a good card. That was a good card. I was also impressed by Cromwell Moulton. Moulton, am I saying it right? I don't want to mess up the young man's name. When I first turned on the fight and saw him, I don't know why in the heck I thought it was a taped fight, or I was seeing something from the past. He showed he got some whiskers. He took a couple of hard punches, but he was able to handle his business. He opened up kind of wickedly at one point and shot a lot of shots, but then it seemed like, I don't know, they pulled him to the corner and got him to calm down where he started pacing himself and throwing shots. But he looked good. And I believe as long as he can keep his head in the game and have the right tutelage in front of him, I believe he can be a beast to be dealt with later on down the line. If he just stays on the trajectory that he's in, I believe that this young man will be a champion and possibly be able to hold the belt for some time, withstanding the bull crap that comes once you start moving up the rankings and the ladder and things of that nature. So we'll see how it goes with Moulton as time goes by. He say, taking the fight with that type wingspan, this is from Napoleon Armstrong, with no consistent way to get past it was the problem. Cut or not, that jab was popping. Now, you were right on that, and Gil Cole said, I missed the Cromwell fight. It was a nice showing. But back to Napoleon Armstrong, I feel you, Napoleon, taking that fight with that type wingspan and no consistent way to get past it, get past the jab, and everything was the problem. Cut or not, the jab was popping. I got you on that one. But we have to say, I have to say that I salute Tim for taking the fight, because one, he was preparing, as we all know, for Keith one-time Thurman, whose wingspan isn't as long. His height wouldn't have made much of a difference. And on top of that, Keith is a conventional fighter. He's right-handed, orthodox. Now you're stepping up against a dude to 6'6", 80-inch reach, and a lefty. So, Tim bit off a lot, but let's give him his due. Let's give him his props. He went on out there and he tried to make something out of the situation where it would go to him. Trey X in the house. Salute, bro. What's going down? With that being said, you put a big order up, then you turn around and supersized it and turned it left-handed, and we saw the results. I hate that he got the cut, but still, it turned out to be a very decent fight. Like Jay Brown said, I agree with him. The right man did pull the win. The right man did win. It's starting to jump on me now. Keith would have whooped Tim too. I feel you, Gil. I feel you. Now, I feel like the right man got the win out of Tim Tszyu. And both said Joseph Brown is back. He says both fighters were under the same circumstances. Both had little time to prepare for each other. I agree with you there, but it wasn't so much of a big switch for Fundora, for the simple reason the guy that he was fighting was a righty. Unless I'm making a mistake, he was a right-handed guy that's kind of a pressure fighter. So we've seen the way Tim Tszyu have been on the attack and just running through people. He has been bringing that pressure, which Fundora should have already been prepared for, because he was dealing with that type fighter anyway. yeah, it's a whole different man, so things will be totally different. But the situation was pretty much, I guess, the same. If I have to put it like anything, the situation was still the same. So even though Fundora had to switch opponents just like Tim did, I think Tim's switch was a little more drastic than Fundora's. So I feel like Fundora still had the edge going in, even though the script got flipped a little bit. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion on it. I'm gonna have to stick with that and say that I feel like Fundora's switch at the last minute was a little different than Keith's. Fundora was, pretty much going in. I know I'm fighting a right-hander, and I still need to do the same things. I'm pretty much looking at punches coming the same way. Most people that you end up dealing with are orthodox, so I give him that on it. I give him that, and I say that Zoo had the biggest obstacle when it came to those guys switching places of who they were fighting. So I think Tim Zoo had the taller mountain to climb, no pun intended. Everybody speaking to each other, glad to see. Oh, congratulations, Trey X, for finishing such a high mark in the Champ Ross. Hopefully, my boy Yasser comes through. Yasser, I believe, was that the last round of that week, season 19, where is Yasser a bona fide champion for Champ Ross? Congratulations. That's all I have to say. He said, I don't believe Fundora should have gotten the fight after Thurman got hurt. Well, they wanted, had to keep the show going. Let's keep the show going. Who should he have fought? Should we have just taken Tim out the way and do what? I think the right moves was made. I don't know what to say because Fundora had just come off. He had just faced a loss, come off of a loss to fight. But how can we say that? We see a couple other fighters getting ready to go in the ring to fight for belts when they coming off losses. So that's not something new or anything. Trey X say Yasser is officially 5. Mike should be higher with the way he won. Man, congratulations to him. Like I said, hopefully he popped through so we could celebrate the fact that Champ that the Block family got another champion from Champ Ross in the house. Shit, we gonna have to celebrate that. Y'all know what it do. Let me see. I missed somebody and I don't want to get it. I don't believe that is it. Tim agreed. I know somebody said. Hold on, give me a second. I'm trying to find something I don't want to miss. Tim was asked time after time if he could see. He said yes because he was behind, but he never caught up. Yeah, but would you be in there talking about you could see if you're trying to protect your belt and take another belt, you're trying to move up this ladder, this peripheral ladder that we all talk about. I don't believe that you would have been saying, no, I can't see, let's call it. I believe that the warrior in him kept him going, and that's what he needed to deal with. So he dealt with it the best he could. His corner let him ride through it. I feel like that, they kept an eye on him as best they could. They cut skills. Well, let me not say they cut skills suck because Stitch Duran did say that they let him down. But we have no idea knowing how deep the cut was. It's at the top of his head. Is like I said, his adrenaline is pumping, his heart rate is up, everything is going. It's hard to stop a cut like that. In my opinion, I'm not medically inclined or anything like that, but I'm thinking I've had some wounds myself where, blood just pumping. You got to be able to calm down and slow down, and I don't think you can do that too much. So, with that being said, let me see. Tinzu thought he agreed to an inside fighter, and Stickman fought from the outside and surprised him. Well, that part, because they were saying, we see Fundora go back to his old ways and try to brawl like we've seen him do before. But he did say that he learned a lesson from the loss. And because of that, I believe that's what caused him to keep distance between himself and Tim Zoo and use the jab a little more instead of trying to brawl. Because let's be honest, brawling, I don't think it's worked out good for him in the past. But I think now, he finna start reaching this different echelon of fighters, I think that would be a mistake for him, especially for these fighters that pack power, throw hooks and stuff like that, where we know he doesn't take his head off the line. So with that being said, we'll have to see how that goes. How about you say Rod X? That was PBC move to ensure that the belt stayed in house. Okay, that's them talking. How about Lubin? He was on a 2-fight winning streak. He could have been a great replacement for Thurman. Yeah, I guess, but was Lubin already preparing for a fight? You know, they just who did they get to take Fundora's place to fight the guy that he was supposed to fight, or did that guy just get left flapping in the wind? That part I don't know. It's maybe somebody can educate me on that and put it in the chat so that I know that I'll know. But as far as I know, you know, they say my brother Trey X said I'm going to jump on after I eat and smoke some tweed. I feel you, my brother. I feel you. I'll be right here waiting for you. Like I said, I missed you guys. I've been waiting to get here. Last week was just rough. Gil Coles, he showed wrinkles, so now fighters have to prepare for both. Outboxing may be his key. Are we talking about Fundora? If Fundora can master fighting from a distance totally and not get caught up in brawling, I think that would not only one lengthen his career, but I think it would also help him earn some wins that might not have to be as hard. You know, when you got, let's just think about it. You got an 80-inch gun that you could shoot with regularly. You can size up your opponent with it. You can keep him at bay with it. It's a lot of things you can do with 80 inches of space. You can land shots quicker. Everybody 9 times out of 10 has to swing up to you and put themselves in a bad position by swinging up, and sometimes might even have to leave their feet. Lunging in, things of that nature. If he can equip himself to be prepared to look for something like that, he'll go a long way, I think. Joseph Brown says, wait a minute, I don't want to skip. We got Rod X. He said, I guess I have a problem with a fighter who is not big name in the sport getting a shot at a unified title coming after a loss. I agree with you there. There's a lot of people that agree with you there that feels like, how do you come off of a loss and get to go straight into your next fight after a title? I don't know what happened in that situation, but I don't know who else they would have picked up that would have been prepared and ready. Tim Tszyu ain't somebody. Let's be real. Tim Tszyu is not the fighter that you want to go and say, hey, you've been chilling for 6 to 8 weeks. You haven't really been doing anything. And then all of a sudden, bam, you getting ready to go ahead and fight one of the hottest fighters in the division with Tim Tszyu. Let's not forget, Tim Tszyu had just run through Tony Harrison. Tim Tszyu had been pretty much handling business with everybody that he's fought. Fundora was a great stepping stone for him, in my opinion. Can you imagine the hurrah and the praise that he would have got if he had made it past Fundora? But Fundora was able to hold him off, fend him off, and that's what we're talking about tonight. My brother Joseph Brown says Fundora finally used his height and range, something I've been wanting to see from him since the first time I watched him fight at the Armory in Minneapolis. I feel you, because I heard a lot of people say that he be cutting his height, coming down. You know, when I saw him fight Lubin, that was more of an inside fight, which we did see Lubin catch him where he had to take a knee. I don't feel like that is the fight that he needs to do. I think I agree with you, Joseph Brown. I'd rather see this 6'6" guy use his height and his range. What I would like to see him do even more is learn how to get off the line. Even though you're 6'6", mistakes can be made. Some punches you can't connect, and that bagging up straight back out the pocket could cause you some kind of damage. Could get you dropped. I've seen Ali get dropped by bagging up one time before. We've seen Keith Thurman get dropped by bagging up before. It's just not a healthy thing. Learn how to get your head off the line. People who's whoever their trainers are for these giants, I know it sounds crazy to say get your head off the line because you're not seeing too many people like that. But why not do all the things that's supposed to be right in boxing to help you out? That's just me and what I'm thinking. Napoleon Armstrong says outboxing prolongs his career and brain, in my opinion. Yes, if he boxes and try to keep people up off of him, or shall I say, if he boxes and is successful with keeping people off of him, that will prolong his career. Hell, and like you said, protect his brain a little more because we still focus on trying not to be hit in boxing. That is the main key. Hit and not get hit. Dish out the most punishment that you can. Make the other man quit if possible. Don't let it get to the judges. That's the thinking of fans. That should be the thinking of a lot of fighters. But hey, it is what it is. Trey X says, I'd much rather fight the tongue twister. I would much rather fight the Fundora from Saturday than the old Fundora that had Lubin looking like Martin versus Hearns. With the lumped up, swole up, and everything. So you would rather, I guess you can say that because you can dodge a lot of the long range bombs that might be coming that you wouldn't see up close, which is quite amazing for a guy with that much length to be able to get off shots with leverage on the inside like that. Kind of reminds me of Andre Ward, not as long as a reach, but Andre Ward gets some tremendous leverage and power on his shots on the inside. So I can see, at least in my opinion, I can see where you're coming from by saying you'd rather fight the Fundora from Saturday than the Fundora of old from Saturday's back with Lubin. I can see where you're coming from, and I can attest to that and say, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Napoleon Armstrong. Oh, he talking to Rod X on that. Eric Arden fell into the house. He said, I'm listening while at work. So we're going to try to keep it going so you can get an understanding. Okay, here we go. Rolly was able to do it to Fundora. Did it, and Earl was trying to do it. Wait a minute. Rolly was able to do it. Fundora did it, and Earl was trying to do it. PBC rewards their guys. Okay, I see what you're saying. Rolly was trying to do it. Rolly was able to do it. What did Rolly do? You kind of got me. You kind of got me a little shook on that one, JB. With that one, trying to I need a little more on that so I can really be able to digest it and be able to say what try to give you a good enough answer on it. But he said PBC rewards their guys. Now, can anybody complain? This because my brother JB said PBC rewards his guys. I'm giving enough time to be able to put the rest of that out there. Can anybody say that the card wasn't good? Did the card look good? First card on Prime, and it seemed to have gone over quite well. Could this be the new mark for PBC, and could things kick up really a lot for them? I don't know. We'll have to see. It's Lubin a little worse. Oh, he talking to Trey X. Pardon my misspelled words. My smartphone is dumb. I be saying the same thing to Napoleon Armstrong. It just happens sometimes. It calls itself being so smart and correcting something that doesn't need correcting. Maybe we need to make a app to help with slang. I don't know. Somebody will probably pop up with that pretty soon. He said, Napoleon, I agree. The old Fundora would have stopped him with blood running in his eyes, in my opinion. So you thinking that you think that Fundora should have brought more pressure to Tim, which would have been a good idea, seeing that Tim was bloody and steadily wiping his eyes. I just didn't like the fact that Fundora was able to eat so many of the punches that when Tim decided to let go and try to get in there, he was able to land quite a few punches on Fundora. I was thinking that it might have been a little dangerous if they had went with take the blood out. I would have thought it would have been a little dangerous for Fundora to let Tim Tszyu get on the inside with him and languish there for any period of time. But I'm not a boxer, or I have never been in the ring like that. But this is my opinion on thinking how long the dude is and seeing the way Tim has been fighting lately. But that's over now. Tim's train has been derailed for a second. They're gonna have to pull over, fix the tires, and get some stuff put together before they get him back out there. I'm also understanding that they'll both be suspended. The word suspended wasn't used, but they'll both be out of boxing for a good little while because apparently the doctors feel like Fandora took enough damage because he was all eye blacked and nose swole, and Tim took damage from the elbow. So I don't expect to see them in the ring at least for about 6 months. So any fights with Terence Crawford or Errol Spence or anybody else, I believe is going to be put on the back burner for a little while. And these guys, every last one of them, are going to have to find someone else to fight in order to quench their thirst of getting in there and getting a little blood in their mouth, blood on the gloves or whatever. I'll say big names though. JB fans. Oh, he talking to JB. Fans know Rolly and they know Fandora, but the world don't know them. Okay, Rod X's problem with that is Big Bro in the house. What's up, Big Bro? Big E then fell into the crib. He say, salute family, everybody in here doing their thing, and we all getting along. He say, okay, here we go. This is help me understand. Rolly came off a loss. Fandora came off a loss and became champions. The next fight, Earl was wait, dang, it's jumping like a mother. The next fight, Earl was trying to do the same after a loss. PBC rewards their guys. I got you now. Earl is trying to stepped in. He wants to face the winner of Zoo and Fandora, which means if the plan works out for the Spence camp, he'll be facing Fandora down the line. And listening to Fandora's promoter, the chances of that happening are strong. It's strong. He spoke on Terence Crawford. He also spoke on Crawford having to wait, and he made a statement. I don't know if I don't think it was a jab, but he said he didn't think that Crawford would put 90,000 butts in seats in Dallas. He spoke true by saying that his job is to maximize the amount of money for his fighter. And I respect him because he's coming straight out the gate and letting everybody know right out the gate, hey, my plan is to make my fighter money. Let's not sneeze. Yes, Errol Spence just took an ass whooping from Terence Crawford. We got Hyphy falling into the building. As I was saying, Errol Spence just took an ass whooping from Terence Crawford, but he's trying to make that bounce back. Rolly, as you said, he made a bounce back, got a title, and handled his business. Fandora made a bounce back and got a title. In this fight, Rolly lost his in this fight as well. So I get you. I get what you're saying on that. Rod X is asking the question to Trey X. What's going on, Hyphy? Let me just pause for a second so I can welcome you into the show. What's going on, my brother?
Well, Grandma Don. What's up with it?
Yeah, I see. I walk into the studio. I see you got pictures of Earl getting beat up. You got Crawford hanging on the wall. I said, oh, so Hyphy just got me walking straight into the bee's nest.
Hey, yeah, we got to resurrect this. We having a restore order on this boxing shit because, only in 2024, boxing fans, they want to see a fighter on the losing end get the fight over the winning fighter. It's crazy.
Well, we I guess we're gonna have to dive into that and figure it out. I wouldn't say that fans are trying to see that, but it has been, as you say, in 2024, it has seemed to take a little precedence that we've seen a few fighters actually get a chance to fight for belts after they have taken a loss. So I don't know what the move is with that. I can go with what Jay Brown is saying. PBC is trying to reward their guys, even though they went into certain fights. I have to give it with Earl. I can see why they might be trying to give him a shot. He went up against the best fighter in the world, being Terence Crawford, and was demolished. Now, when you speak on that and him getting a shot at it, he is at 154. True enough. Who else, in my opinion, should be facing Fundora now? I'm asking you, in this situation.
Hey, well, I mean, I'm kind of confused because y'all said Earl lost to the best fighter in the world, but we just heard Earl tell us that that man ain't fought nobody. So I don't know how he lost to the best fighter in the world. But anywho, you want to talk about who Fundora needs to be fighting? I mean, he got fights out there. He got look one. I mean, it's not a priority, but he got that Lubin rematch. Ain't nobody gonna complain about seeing that rematch. He got the Zoo rematch. He got the Brian Mendoza rematch. If Jamel bring his scary ass back to 154, he got that fight. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely fights out there for him. Plus, he got 2 belts. He got other unifications he could take on. That boy got some fights. Hey, and that's the number 1 fighter coming out of Florida. You heard me?
I feel you. So you saying he just stepped over Keith Thurman? Keith, one time,
man.
I ain't gonna do Keith like that. Keith hurt his arm, so Keith has an excuse of why he was not able to get into the ring and compete. I'm not gonna tear Keith up right there. I'm not gonna do it.
It's all types of the fighters that didn't stepped over him. I mean, technically, Tio, he from Florida. He over Keith. Gabby Fundora, she from Florida.
Don't you do that. Don't put Gabby out there like that, man. Don't do Keith like that. He having enough time with the GWOAT talking noise. Don't put Gabby in there, man. Don't do that.
Hey, so Sebastian Fundora, he a warrior. Hey, he ran to the toughest fight on short, less than 2 week notice. Fundora, he a warrior, unlike Keith Thurman.
Keith hurt his. Didn't he tear a muscle off a bone or something in his arm? I don't know what's his injury, but he's injured. We can't do him like that.
Hey, Sebastian Fundora, he not afraid to fight Terence Crawford. He not gonna drop his belt like Tim Tszyu was ready to do. Sebastian Fundora is a warrior.
Okay. I'm not saying that Fundora is not a warrior. I'm not saying that. And I agree with you on the fact that he has he should be looking for get back against Mendoza. But one of the things we do know is scalps make things happen. And let's just say, I'm going to say I'm hypothetically thinking like his promoter. If we can get Errol Spence, who I'm thinking he just came off a loss, which we could have a first chance at Earl to see what his mind is like. He might not be the same Earl no more. That beating, that loss that he took to Terence Crawford could have changed him some way. It could be an easier fight for Fundora to get. Who knows? He might be thinking that Fundora could keep Earl at the end of his jab and stop Earl like that. That's a good scalp to have up under your belt. Now, say you go running straight into Terence Crawford, and we know a lot of people with Crawford fans say they feel like Crawford's going to whoop Fundora, stop Fundora. Whatever the reason is, however he gets it done, that's what they're thinking. Now, his promoter is like, well, I'm not going to make a mistake like that and jump out of the frying pan and run straight into the fire with gasoline draws on and hot grease all over my body. Let me see if I can't make my boy some money first. Let's see if we can't cash in on these belts pretty much like everyone else has done. I'm just saying that could be his thinking, which I can't be mad at that, because here's a promoter who's not double talking us or triple talking us. He literally laid it out the way he sees it and told us this is what it is. Crawford will have to wait a little bit. If they saying who would you prefer to fight, I would prefer to fight Spence. They even asked him about dropping the belt, I believe, which is kind of strange to me that the WBO is trying to hurry up and mandate a fight for a fighter that's not at 154 pounds officially.
Bruh, Sebastian, he not scared of no Terence Crawford.
Look, not saying that. Not saying he's scared of him. I'm just saying, that's what his promoter was saying. And I just put on the cherry, put the little end at the end with saying that Crawford is not a 154-pound fighter yet. I know that debate is going to come up, but I'm like, the man hasn't let us know where he's going to be at. Is he going to fight at 154? Because we can't start clamoring for him to fight a champion at 154 to take a belt when he's still holding on to most of the belts at 147? What is he going to do? Is he coming to 154 and leaving 147, or is he going to teeter the lines? Is he going to pull a Canelo and hold two divisions hostage?
All right, so the reason is, we talking about Sebastian and why he looking to fight Earl first. Come on, we all understand this business is common sense. You try to maximize your profits, like you said. In this case, in most cases, it mean maximize your profits, meaning if I got to fight a tough fight that I could very well lose, let me fight the fights that I could most likely win prior to that, so I can maximize the amount of paydays I get. Look, people look at Earl the same way they look at Ryan Garcia. They look at that like that's a lotto ticket. You know what I'm saying? They look at that like that's an easy fight, a winnable fight. They don't look at Terence like that. That's why Sebastian, that's why his promoter looking at him like that. Now, luckily, we got a fighter like Sebastian who ain't scared of nobody. He's saying forget what the promoter talking about. He said out his own mouth that he want to fight Terence. He went against his promoter. He ain't scary like brother Abdul Wahid, Javante Davis. He go against what the promoter say. He want to get a fight, and it's the best fights.
I feel you.
Sebastian Fundora, he don't hide behind his promoter like brother Abdul Wahid, Javante Davis.
Now, I can't say anything about Tank hiding anything. I'm gonna try to stay on Fundora's side. Now, with Earl, yes, it's people are looking at it as a winnable fight, right? Winnable fight against Fundora. Not that it's written in the books that he will win. And I can't say that Earl is one of those guys that fall in the line of not fighting people, because did he or did he not go against PBC to fight Terence Crawford? Yeah, he did. He actually waited for him to have his other fight, waited and didn't fight nobody, and then fought him. And he took the beating. He took the loss. I agree with Andre Ward, because Andre Ward spoke on fighters that he felt was kind of cut from the same cloth as him. And Terence Crawford was the number one name, and Errol Spence was the number two name. Now, he said there are other fighters. He would have to sit down and think about it. But those two guys' names came up first, which says a lot, because, I respect Andre Ward opinion on that. He gave his thought of the fighters that are cut out of the cloth with him, and that was Earl and Crawford and Spence, which seems to be going to be part of the topic tonight. Nothing.
Let me hit the comments.
Okay, go for it.
Too caught up. I see a few people that fell up in here. Napoleon, he didn't fell up in here. So he was saying, well, I don't even want to bring up that name, but Napoleon, he just being funny right there, basically. Okay, Joseph, he saying, Terence, he needs to sign a deal with PBC to get that PBC preferential treatment that some of the PBC fighters get, because, it's a business. They're not going to do Terence no favors, basically. We understand, in-house fights and all that. So right. I think we all agree with that. So I'm going to the point say going to start needing to see x-rays, medical reports, and scars. Ducking. I'm gonna speak on some about that also, because this other fighters making excuses right now. You know what I'm saying? Okay,
bring that out.
Yeah, Rodex say, it's a biz, but it used to have legitimacy as a sport. Today it's just an athletic hustle trying to scam the fans out of their money. Upon you say, Spence reappeared sooner after the accident than Bud did. Hey, and it's funny how that eye injury is magically healed now.
When was the because I can't say it was magically healed. It's been a minute since he announced that eye was operated on.
Yeah, it was sometime I think towards the end of last year, but he tried to just pop in out of nowhere and magically sneak in, and once again Terence was on his ass. Okay, Eric already said yeah. He think Earl need to. He said Earl and Keith they need to hang it up. They both want to decline.
Whoa,
What?
wait. Eric, oh, hold on. Before we say that they both need to hang it up, we seen Keith pretty much like we don't know if he was trying to retire or what. Got married and all this, took a loss from Manny, and then chilled for a long time again. Errol Spence took one loss, and I put this in my opening speech. Just because a fighter takes one loss, why are we gonna ball them up? Are we gonna do that to Tim Tszyu too? Are we gonna say that Tim ain't good no more because he took that loss? I think that these guys need to have we need to give them a little more leeway than what we're giving them. Just one loss does not make or break the career. It's how they return and what they do after that loss. This is the time that we're supposed to be looking for. We got the loss. Okay, let me put it like this for those that say, I want to see a fighter go through something. And most of the time when people say they want to see a fighter go through something, their biggest thing is they want to see that man take a loss so they can see how he comes back. Now we're seeing these guys take losses and we don't want to see the comeback. How does that work?
Hey,
our other brother Trey X is in the house. What's going on, bro? Glad to see you. Glad to have you joining us.
Salute. I thought I'd come get in on some of this boxing talk shit. What's going down?
Just beautiful. I'm going through my little part of saying that we've been waiting to see fighters go through stuff, and now that we're seeing fighters go through things, now we're saying we don't want to see them have the comebacks. We don't want to see them try to correct the ship. I'm not with that part.
I understand what you're saying, but it's about how you lose and also your habits outside the ring. Earl, he got bad habits outside the ring. He don't hardly ever fight. He had one fight a year type shit, always coming off a layoff. Hell, his last fight was what? July 29th or some shit like that. By the time he fight again, it's gonna be damn near a year. And then at the same time, he be blowing up and shit. When he jumped in the ring against Fundora, Terence Crawford sent out a tweet and said he looked like a linebacker. That's the kind of shit that we supposed to be saying about fighters. You look like a linebacker. You done already got your ass whooped, so you ain't learned your lesson. I'm telling you right now, I don't believe in Earl at 154 because at 147 he had a size advantage, 5'9 and a half, 72-inch reach. He gonna be at least at the most average size 154 pounder. Hell, even Tim Tszyu 5'10. We about to expect him to go be the 6'6 man. All the top guys are about his size. Well, what's the name of the dude that just went out there and beat Kurbanov? One that
good fight too.
What's his name?
Is it Madrimov?
Madrimov. All the motherfuckers. Hell, I don't even trust Earl to go out there and beat Charles Conwell. I don't trust him against none of them motherfuckers without that size advantage and shit. Them motherfuckers hungry. He not showing me signs of being hungry. He already considered himself the big fish. Now he called himself the big dog. Like, I got to see some humility at some point to where you like, man, fuck it. I'm about to get back to the basics. What got me here? Let's work hard. Let's stay in shape. Let's stay in the gym. Let's stay active. He ain't showed me nothing that's gonna turn this shit around. You know what I'm saying? So that's my take on the shit.
Okay, I feel you on that. We got so Eric R did say thanks for because that's exactly what he's saying. You got a chance to break it down, put more words to it than what Eric R was able to put in such a small comment. But you know me, I'm like, get your ass out there and do it then. You know, you're right. He do got bad habits. This is a guy that we all know that MZ like as a fighter. But you have pointed out everything about this fighter that is wrong. Not fighting that often, drinking. You know that right there is just a 100% no. Don't know how his work ethic is in the gym because I don't really get to see that much of him. I used to think he was a dog, and when I first saw the drinking situation about him. I didn't do a video of it. I just was like, damn, I hope this dude is not doing what I'm thinking he's doing. Come to find out he's doing exactly that. But since he's in the hurt business and he wants to jump out there and he feels like he still got something, then by all means, the door is open for you to walk through.
The number one opinion that I keep on seeing Crawford give of Earl is you fat. You fat. And now he's saying you look like a linebacker. That's like the worst thing you can say about a motherfucker. I can't say the worst. The worst would probably be like you're scared, you won't fight, you won't scratch. But the second worst thing you can hear is a motherfucker calling you fat. You know what I'm saying? Like that's this. Some people don't handle success as good as other people. Some people, when they get to the top of the mountain, they want to stay there. And they do everything in their power to stay there like a Mayweather. That motherfucker trained like he broke. And he got damn near $1 billion. He don't give a fuck. He gonna train like he dead broke. Then some motherfuckers, they get some success, they want to, have a little fun. Let's party. Let's hang out with the celebrities. Let's hang out with the rappers. Let's go to the club. Let's do this and let's do that. I mean, you ain't got to show me 1,000,000 times for me to understand who you portraying yourself to be. I see what you're trying to say, and I'm gonna believe what you're saying to me. You know what I'm saying? So shit, I don't see the same guy that I saw on the come up when he was hungry, when he was trying to hunt down Kell Brook and all them motherfuckers. I don't see that guy no more. So I'm really concerned for him going to 154, especially if he gonna be fighting them top guys coming off a layoff. He feel like he the big dog, so he want to go straight to the top. He don't even want no tune-up fight. Fuck a tune-up fight. Fuck an acclamation fight. Put me straight to the top of the mountain against the best, coming off a layoff. I mean, I'm gonna be surprised to get his ass toe off the bone fucking with them niggas up there at 154, man. For real.
Man, Majimov and Kurbanov, hell yeah. They coming with it.
He might can beat Kurbanov, because Kurbanov coming with that broke ass shoulder roll. You know what I'm saying? But I take Earl over him. But shit, man, even what's the dude that lost the undisputed fight against Charlo?
Castano, the one that beat Earl?
Yeah, he beat him twice in the amateurs. I can't 100% say, oh yeah, Earl go out there and beat him. He ain't even that big. I think he'll have smoke like a motherfucker if he fought against Castano, especially if Castano get back active again. He ain't fought in a long time. I'm just saying, I see some evidence that this transition to this new weight class in your mid-30s might not be as
pretty as you want.
Yeah.
I already know where you're going. And you know me, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna sit back and watch the ride. You know, if he can come and compete, he can compete. If he can't compete, well, this is how the next part of your career is going. And what you do from there. Kind of like Wilder, you know, y'all should have threw his name in there too. If y'all gonna throw some names in there about going ahead and get ready to hang it up, you know what I'm saying? The ride has been nice and lucrative, and you still got your faculties. If you still got it and you want to do it, I lean back on the words you say. Get your ass in the gym, start working out, start training, start sparring, start fighting a little more than one time a year. And you can't say that. That's just natural because Tim Tszyu showed us you can be active. It's other fighters that's showing us that you can be active and get fights in. So I can agree on that. Stop that shit about I can only fight once a year. Now, I seen a comment from DeCane that did say, you know, Earl did have, you know, Tim ain't coming off of accident and stuff like that. Oh, there it is. Tim didn't have a car wreck and all that. It isn't just about the losses with Earl. Right. I feel you on that. I guess what I'm doing is holding on to this story that I want to turn epic and say, look how that story turned out for this young man after all that he's been through. But on top of that, I know I can dash a little water on the embers of that fire by saying this man drinks, he parties, he does all the wrong things that fighters shouldn't do. The best example is to speak about Floyd Mayweather, the dude that trained like a beast, like he hungry, like he don't have nothing when you sitting at the top of the game. Terence Crawford seems to train like that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Crawford trained like that. Like when it comes to a fighter, man, you got two components: what happened in the ring and what happened in the gym. Some fighters can beat you in the gym. Like when I think about Frank Martin last fight against Howard Tunian, I thought Hartunya had better skills than him. Olympic bronze medalist, way more experience. Frank Martin started fighting at 18, like we all know. He only had 30 amateur fights. So I thought he was at a skill deficit, but he was able to dig down deep and find that dog, like we all like to say. And the way that you get that dog is in the gym. You can't cheat yourself in the gym and have that dog in the fight. It don't work like that. If you're gonna be in there fatigued and sloppy and fucked up, you're not gonna have that. But Frank Martin, he the type of guy that's gonna work in the gym, work hard. They show all kind of clips of him up in the gym working. You don't see him blowing up in weight. He always looking pretty good condition. And he was able to summon what he needed to overcome a skill disadvantage and still win the fight. You know what I'm saying? So I trust fighters that's gonna work in the ring and outside the ring. I don't doubt Earl in the ring as far as his effort and shit, what he gonna give, because he gonna bring it. He brought it to Crawford. Crawford was just better than him, but he brought it to him though. He ain't go in there and run. He ain't go in there like Charlo against Canelo. He went in there and fought like a man. But I don't trust him in the gym no more. So until he showed me something different, I'm gonna hold this opinion.
I can't be mad at you on that. Here.
Yeah. Just to add on, usually when a fighter moves up in weight, especially, I mean, if y'all want to say at the end of his peak and prime, it usually don't transcend into him becoming better and carrying everything up to that weight class. Very, very little times do we see that happening, because we got to understand, if you look at Earl and you compare him to the rest of the 154 class, it's some guys that he's about the same size as. We could name quite a few guys that he's smaller than. So, this whole Earl weight bully thing, I never agreed with that. And I don't mean that, he going to be a beast at 154, because them guys is big and stronger, and they've been fighting guys bigger and stronger than Earl for most of their career. So it ain't going to work out how people think it's going to work out.
Not to mention that a lot of those guys are bigger than 154. Let's not forget that everybody sucked themselves down.
And we got plenty of 3.5s and up in the division too. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there ain't no easy road up there. Because it ain't like he was just blowing through the guys that he was beating at 147. Like, he was winning some fights by split decision and shit, like against Sean Porter. So, I mean, goddamn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sean Porter pushing him back. Yeah.
It was a good fight.
It was a hell of a fight, but I just think he got some smoke at 154, man.
No, it's not going to be an easy dance at all. It just, it's one of those things. I'm like, okay, let's see what you got. We done with the little dudes. We at the big dudes. Let's see what you got. It might be a little saddening for me, down the line. I might be saying, damn, Earl, you. But, I'm going to ride with him because that's my guy. But
and
I ain't
at the same time,
picks.
When somebody break that invincibility, like you known for being so tough and so durable, and somebody break that, they dropping you and shit, you got stopped for the first time. I don't really know how you gonna respond. Like, we got to see. I wish I could see like some tune-up type shit against a credible opponent, acclamation type fight, so we can see how he taking punches at 154. You know what I'm saying? It's so many question marks with Earl going into 154. So many variables.
He might end up being forced to take an acclamation fight. Like I said earlier, Tim Tszyu and Fedor not going to be able to get into the ring for about like 6 months.
Yeah, but he want to fight on pay-per-view though. So if he want to fight on pay-per-view, he going to have to fight somebody dangerous. If he fight like an acclamation or a tune-up fight, that's like a non-pay-per-view type fight. I would assume. So if he want to fight on pay-per-view and be the big dog, big fish and all that kind of shit, he going to have to go out there and fight somebody that can fight.
Well,
we better fight Danny Garcia. He better rematch Danny Garcia at 154. That's his best bet.
That's a good move. Or the Benavidez boy.
Everybody throw him around. You know what I'm saying? You coming off a layoff, throw his ass in there with Benavidez, and Benavidez will help him knock the rust off.
Yeah. Where Sergio Garcia at, man?
I don't even know who the fuck is Sergio Garcia.
That's the one. He didn't fought like everybody. Fundora fought him. Yes, Fundora beat him last. He didn't fought like everybody at 54.
Maybe I recognize him if I see him. That shit ain't ringing no bell in my mind though.
Hey, so on that same card, how'd y'all feel about that co-main event? Y'all seen
Who
Rolly get
Rolly?
knocked all over the ring.
Man, I did. I watched it. And I think I had left it in the chat that I felt like Rolly was gonna lose to Pitbull. Cause I just didn't see Rolly. Rolly hadn't showed me that he was getting away from the hooks. You know what I'm saying? He got stopped by Tank with a hook. Then we saw a few weeks later he got knocked down and was a little drunk and sparring from a hook. And I remember Pitbull throw a lot of hooks and overhand stuff. And I'm like, I don't think Rolly gonna be able to be to get away from that. And then he was moving so much and he just didn't seem. It seemed like when that pressure, a perfect example of being in an emergency mode, when that pressure came from that little bitty ass dude, and he started jumping all over him and just going at it. Rolly was like, in my opinion, was kind of a little lost. Like, what the is going on right now?
Yeah, they say that you can't go off the triangle theory type shit, but I think this is one of the times that you could kind of see it coming. They got a common opponent in Tank Davis, and Pitbull went out there and brought smoke to Tank, and Rolly went out there and got his ass knocked the fuck out. I know he did land some shots and stuff, but he still got knocked the fuck out. So I was expecting Pitbull to go out there and beat him. I picked KO9, so I missed the bonus by one fucking round. Yasser did hit that shit though. Yasser was sitting back there chunking darts in his motherfucking, hitting straight bullseyes in this bitch. Hit so many bonuses, he took down the championship and made the dude that was in first place, Elias Rojas, made him drop out the whole motherfucking league because he couldn't handle that smoke that Yasser brought to his motherfucking ass.
Yeah,
Like
Get that
sucker.
nigga, Trey. Talk to that nigga.
Yeah, he went out like a sucker, man. He went out like a sissy. Talking about Yasser was cheating and changing his picks at the last minute. When Yasser picks literally go through two people. He sends them to me, and then I send them to Champ Ross. And Champ Ross posts his pick personally. Yasser don't go in there making no picks or changing no picks. You know what I'm
right.
saying? And plus, when he make a change, it be like the day before. Like, goddamn. And then at the same time, if he would have made a change and got the fight wrong, would the dude be complaining? If he would have won the championship? Nah, you just salty because a man that went out there and you ran into a buzzsaw. You ran into Jordan in the fourth quarter, game 6 is what you ran into. And got your ass whooped, drug in the river, fucking around with Yasser. A 5 on the scale. You know what I'm saying? And his partner dropped out with him. I can't remember what they said his name was. He must have been weak as well, water, because I don't even remember seeing him nowhere. But I know they over there salty. They probably gonna be talking down on the league, talking down on Sean Ross, because he talking about make the picks final. Like soon as you make your picks, they final. You can't make no changes, or else I'm gonna drop out the league. Like he's
Bye,
some kind
bitch.
of like he's some kind of important motherfucker. We just need him in the league or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, get your ass on. We don't give a fuck about you not being in the league. Boy,
And what they got to do with his picks anyway? Nigga, shut up.
no, see what he did is he tried to tail Yasser so he couldn't catch him. So Yasser make his picks. He want to make the same picks that Yasser made. You see what I'm saying? So he could so Yasser couldn't catch him. So when Yasser made them changes and he turned around and hit bonuses when he made them changes, that's what had him over there in his feelings. But
Oh,
you should have put your
Oh,
best foot forward.
I understand now what happened.
Yeah,
Okay.
you should have just made your picks and put your best foot forward. Why you sitting up there trying to cheat and make his exact picks and shit so he can't catch you? You cheating.
yeah, that's crazy.
Hey, he wants to run the clock out.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Exactly
That boy
what he
said he
tried to
was
do.
run the clock out.
I tried to run clock it. He got a
Man.
foot in his ass. He probably still in the hospital trying to get that foot extracted out his ass. Yeah, but I'm definitely proud of Yasser for that shit, man. That's one of the most clutch things that I ever seen in my life. A man hit 6 bonuses in 1 week, down by 42. See, like when I think about game winners, all game winners ain't the same. Sometimes you might be tied up. So if you miss the shot, you go to overtime. But it's different when you're down. You're down by 2 and you need a 3. If you don't hit the 3, you go home and you hit that 3. That's what Yasa did. He was down by 42 fucking points and hit 6 bonuses to win that shit. That shit was clutch, man. That shit was legendary.
Damn.
Yeah, that shit was legendary, man.
That's right.
I begged that motherfucker Champ Ross. I said, man, goddamn, Champ, give us 20 plus fights, man. He always say, everybody don't be wanting to make all them picks like that. I be like, man, fuck them niggas. They don't want to win then. Shit, put the picks out there for the people that's trying to compete. And he started listening. Shit, we had a 20 fight week, then we had a 23 fight week, and shit, he gave the ammunition that was needed for him to go out there and do what he had to do. You know what I'm saying? So salute to Champ Ross too. That's my nigga.
Man, salute to Champ Ross and Yasa. I'm proud of it. I'm happy for him.
That's a weak ass strategy though. Like how you saying the nigga he want to just run the clock out? That's weak as fuck.
Weak as fuck. Hey.
Napoleon Armstrong say, I dream of nights like Yasa had. Plenty times I missed 3 or 4 KO by 1 round each. That was awesome.
Yeah, I missed several by 1 round myself, you know what I'm saying, this past week. So I know how hard that is to do. And he was just sitting back there. I don't know if he was smoking weed or sober. It seemed like he was smoking weed and just sitting back there, just the weed letting him know. You know what I'm saying? Where to go.
That boy said these niggas out here trying to get a diss track made.
Yeah.
Quick to pull a track out on somebody. Get them.
Hey.
I'm saying making niggas out here quit to leave.
Yeah. Hey, but I hate to change the subject too much though. We were talking about Rolly and Tank.
Right.
Rolly was kind of due for an ass whooping though, if you think about it. Because he had several, because I remember when it's a fighter, man, a tough fighter that I respect. His name is Jackson Maringuez. I thought he beat Rolly. Man, he went out there and boxed the shit out of Rolly. And they gave the fight to Rolly. And then that old man was
throwing a lot of elbows. I was gonna say, is that the fight that Rolly was doing all that elbowing?
I thought that was against Anthony No Dick. Can you dig it, Yidget, maybe, but maybe so. I remember Jackson Maringuez just boxing him. And Maringuez is a decent fighter. He came off a layoff and fought Frank Martin and went 10 rounds. He got stopped because it was a 12-round fight, but he went out there and was fighting back. So he a fighter that I respect. And I thought he beat Rolly. And then the last fight with the old man, we all know the old man was beating Rolly. And then Rolly get him in a little trouble. He throws some shots that's not even landing, and then they stop the fight. You know what I'm saying? Now he a champion and all this kind of shit. So I thought he was due for an ass whooping. And Pitbull is one of them no frills, no nonsense type of guys. I wish I could have seen him trained by Customato, man. I ain't bullshit. If he would have had head movement and a jab to go with his style, Pitbull would be dangerous. You know what I'm saying? But he gonna get up in there though. And he going to the body and he throwing combinations and he throwing basically all power punches, all that shit hard. I knew Rolly was gonna have a tough time. He got hurt in the first round. He was out there doing the snaky leg in the first round, you know what I'm saying, doing the salsa. And but to his credit, he got back in the fight a little bit, tried to calm things down, landed a few shots. But Pitbull is just gonna keep on coming, man. But you said Pitbull like an emergency fighter. He really ain't got the size to be that. I done seen people deal with Pitbull like Giovanni Cabrera. He went out there and lost like a split decision to Pitbull. So he did good boxing on the outside and keeping Pitbull at bay. You know what I'm saying? I think it's more of an indictment on Rolly. Rolly just ain't got the skills to go out there and keep somebody like Pitbull off of him and fight on the outside. And plus, he ain't used to that. He out there using all them legs and shit. Nigga, how the fuck you gonna fight like that for 12 rounds? Man, you know this nigga gonna get tired. He don't fight like that.
That's what I was saying. I was like, why is he moving? He moving a lot. And that's not his gas tank ain't gonna carry him like that. I thought he had something when he started using the measure lead hand and then following it up with that hard straight. I thought he had kind of picked up on a little something. I was like, okay, maybe he might calm himself down. He can figure out a way to kind of keep Pitbull off. But he was only able to do that like 3 times. And all of a sudden the drama was there again. Pitbull with an overhead right. And Rolly ate that mug. But the first one was an overhand left that sent him sprawling back in the first round where you talking about he was doing a stinky leg. I was like, oh man, he's finna lose in the beginning of the fight.
Man. Yeah, man, when you fight somebody like Pitbull, I need to see 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s. I don't need to see a lot of 2s and shit. We can touch him with the one to keep him at bay. But when we trying to land something, we need to come up the middle, you know what I'm saying, with your 5 and your 6, and we need to loop them shots around the guard. I guess that take a little bit of an IQ, I guess, in the heat of battle to be looking for the openings like that. You can't just be punching gloves, nigga. You supposed to go around the guard and come up the middle. I wasn't seeing that from Rolly. He didn't know how to attack Pitbull. So yeah, that motherfucker got his ass embarrassed out there. That motherfucker couldn't say nothing but Happy Easter after that ass whooping.
That boy got his ass tore up by what he called him, a chihuahua.
Yeah.
That chihuahua went out there and ate his ass up. Let me go ahead and give some respects to my boy, Scientist in the house, aka the King. Slow.
What's happening, man?
What's going on?
What's up, bro?
Not much, man. Said I was just listening to the show, man. I heard some shit earlier. I don't even remember what the fuck y'all talking about then, but when you talking about you would like to see a pit bull trained by Customato, it was funny you said that because I was watching Teddy Atlas' little show earlier, and he said this high praise coming from him. He said he never seen a fighter tuck their chin that well, and you know he worked with Mike Tyson, so for him to say that, that's high praise, man.
Yeah, it is, and it's like almost like a weapon too, because his head is so hard up top that if he got his chin tucked like that and you steady hitting him high on the head, you gonna fuck your hands up. You know what I'm saying? If I ain't mistaken, didn't Tank Davis hurt a hand?
Yeah.
Pitbull?
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
He got a head like Marvin Hagler.
Yeah, motherfucker definitely got a hard ass, big ass, alien looking head, man, for sure.
Look like he got muscles on the side of it.
Cabeza grande.
Hey, I want to just mention one thing that happened prior to this fight. You know, Rolly, he split with his longtime coach, Bullet. And I thought that was a terrible move because Bullet, he don't train many fighters. And for most of Rolly's career, he's trained him for free. So, you know, this dude, he dedicates a whole bunch of time to Rolly. He left Bullet after winning the title to go train with Ismail Salas, who on that card, he lost 2 times on that card. But Ismail Salas he got a gym full, so he's spreading himself real thin. To me, that was a dumb mistake. And usually for me, when I see a fighter leave a trainer that's been loyal to him, it usually don't work out in his favor. So for those reasons alone, I was picking against Rolly.
Did you say free?
Yeah. For most of Rolly's career, he's trained him for free. Because you got to, you know, most of the time, Rolly ain't been making no big bucks.
Still free.
Yeah,
that says a lot about him.
Yeah, there's an interview on he did last Monday, the Monday before the fight. But yeah, he broke it all down. And you can tell this dude, he real just passionate, and he put like a lot of time into his fighters. And he said, you know, he don't get fired. Like he'll just dismiss the fighter when he see a fighter being disloyal, and that's what happened. He seen Rolly being disloyal, and he just parted ways with him. But yeah, if y'all just listen to that interview, y'all see this dude, he really, you know, he got an ego because he's a trainer. He do think he's one of the best, but he got a lot of just, you know, care for these fighters, man.
Right.
Rolly fight like it training free though. Hey, who was he trained by this fight?
Ismail Salas training for this fight.
Yeah, Ismail Salas.
Yeah, because I saw oh, go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say he got a small gym, but he trained so many fighters. He's spreading himself thin.
He got all them Dominicans over there. Ain't that the one?
Is he Cuban?
Yes.
I know. Is that the one that's training Starling Castillo now?
Good question.
I think he is. Yeah, he taking in new fighters all the time. All them Dominican type motherfuckers, Spanish speaking fighters, he taking them all in.
Yep.
I had seen a little debate with Gilly the Kid and Immortal Technique, and they was talking about Gilly was saying that Pitbull was gonna knock Rolly out, and or Immortal Technique was saying that he got this new Cuban trainer, so you might see more of a Cuban style and all this type of shit. So I guess that Ismail dude is who he's talking about.
Yeah, but them Cubans start that shit as kids, man. They go to that Cuban boxing school, Escuela de Boxeo.
And that's the same shit Gilly said in response to him.
Yeah, nigga, you can't start that shit when you 30 or however old that nigga is. You too old to be
Right.
trying to do some shit like that. Nigga, you got to do what got you here, bro. It is what it is, man. I on the internet it say that his amateur record was 28-10, but Floyd Mayweather said that he had like less than 10 fights as an amateur. You know what I'm saying? So he really just ain't got a big base to work with. Pitbull got the style that he got, but he was still 73-15 and was a national champion in Mexico. So he still got the pedigree over him. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hard to overcome that when you got 10 fucking amateur fights. And like you said, you got a level 1 free coach that's trying to school you. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it's his
Not a
level
level
one.
one free coach.
Level 1.
Put it into video game terminology.
Hey, real quick, I think this is like Trey homeboy. I think this is Jesse Aguilar from that.
Oh yeah,
Champ
that
also.
motherfucker Jesse Aguilar had a big last week, went out there and got like second place and passed me up on the goddamn Sean Ross. I was beating him, and then he went and got fifth place, and I'm in seventh place. That's my man. I fuck with Jesse Aguilar, but he a mark ass dude for going out there doing that shit, though. Salute to him.
Salute Jesse Aguilar in the
That's
house.
a real boxing man. He be on, we friends on Facebook, and all he do is post box all day long, boxing. So that's a real boxing man. Salute.
Man, salute to you. You say tapping in on his lunch break. We're glad you to stop through, man. Check out a little of this boxing talk we doing.
And that's a champion too, you know what I'm saying? So you can't forget that.
Okay, champion over there in Champ Ross. Shit, I got one that's on the panel right now. I'm just waiting for Yasser to just pop in for a hot second so I can be like, oh, there he is. There he is. Man, he said, where are we?
I'm laughing at Eric R. He's pretty funny tonight.
He said, how would Pitbull get high praise for tucking his chin and he don't got no neck?
It is an advantage in boxing though, man. If you got a long neck, that's definitely a disadvantage for sure.
That's probably why Teddy ain't seen nothing like it.
Yeah, that would make sense. You know who I wouldn't mind giving a shot to this is off the subject just for a hot second, but I would just like to see Mike Tyson train somebody.
That's the fighter right there. He should train, man. If they was able to bypass the language barrier, because that's the man that would benefit the most from his style, in my opinion. Give him some head movement, give him a jab and shit, man, and give him a little bit of that custom auto rhythm. I think that motherfucker could be dangerous. Imagine Pitbull on the inside shifting his feet and shit and getting to the side to find the angle and going to the body with the hook and bringing it back to the head on your ass. Like, come on,
that'd
man.
be nasty, man. I could just see him doing that, the little rock, the little side to side that he do to get in. Throw that quick jab. Next thing you know, he on the left side of you. He done hit you to the stomach, then went to the head. He done got back to the front with that left uppercut. Oh my goodness, I see that.
And plus, he's so durable, man. Like a lot of the time in boxing, like when you got them big old tall guys, like a Michael Grant type motherfuckers, or even Lennox Lewis, they don't have the greatest chins. But on the flip side, when you see them short barrel-chested type motherfuckers like a Sam Langford, or even Mike Tyson had an outstanding chin. Pitbull Cruz, we saw him take hard shots from Tank Davis. They be durable, man, and they can take a shot. So he just got the perfect, like, I know he's smaller, and it's better to be bigger than smaller most of the time. But for what he want to do, he got the perfect frame for that shit.
Yeah. That'd be hell for those boys, man. Straight hell.
All right, so Rolly, I mean, y'all know he turned down the Ryan Garcia fight to fight a tougher fight for a fraction of the price. So I think he might be the biggest loser of the weekend as well.
Wait, he said he heard he a little salty. He said he took less money for the show to go on. What?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you got to think about it. He went from headlining in a pay-per-view versus Ryan Garcia to fight on the undercard against Pitbull. Oh, yeah, he took a big pay cut.
He might have looked at Pitbull as the easier fight because he kept on saying that he was going to knock him out and he, you know, put a, what do you call him? A chihuahua and all this kind of shit. So he might have thought that he was like cherry picking. And plus, Pitbull came up in weight for that fight too, if I'm not mistaken, from 135 to 140. So he might have thought he had an advantage over Pitbull.
That's what surprised me because it didn't hit my mind that they was at 140 until they started fighting. I was like, damn, Pitbull went up and became champ.
Yeah. He got
Pitbull gonna get in trouble.
a fan friendly style too, man. He gonna bring them out. They were cheering hard to bitch for Pitbull. So his fans was definitely in the house, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, I heard at the weigh-in that he's the one who had the place rocking when he stood on that scale. So yeah, he definitely brought the people out.
Yeah, put Pitbull in there with Matias and let's see how that shit look.
Ah man.
I think
PR
that'll
versus
be war.
Mexico. Boy.
I think it'll be a war. They both gonna come slinging them hands, man. They gonna come swinging them things. Fuck trying to wrestle. You know what I'm saying? For real.
Get your punk ass off me. This is a fight.
Hey, well, another fighter who really came swinging them things was that Boa. I think that's how you say his name.
Yeah, boy, too.
Pieced up Brian Mendoza. What y'all thought about that one?
Man, I was shocked, man. I ain't gonna even lie. I was mad at Yasa though, because he took Boachuk by knockout. And I'm like, what the fuck? Look, I'm gonna tell you, man, when I first counted the score up for Yasa and Rojas, I had it 177 to 207, and that means that Yasa was gonna lose. You know what I'm saying? But when I went back and counted it again, it was 167 to 207. But when I saw that 177 and I thought he lost, nigga, I'm over here mad. No, bitch, what the fuck would make you pick Boachuk by knockout over Mendoza? Mendoza have been in there with killers. You know what I'm saying? And plus he got heart too. Man, Mendoza, he was really one of the most impressive elements of that weekend for me. Just the toughness that he showed, man. He in there with a man with 100% knockout percentage that's bringing pressure and touching him too, putting hands on him. But he wouldn't concede. That motherfucker fight back, dig down deep, and come back with something. He wouldn't let the referee even think about stopping the fight. That's a fucking warrior, man. But salute the Boachuk. He went out there and did what he had to do. Mendoza came in on short notice, so he was at a bit of a disadvantage. You know what I'm saying? But Boachuk went out there and made a name for himself, man. I'm pretty sure it's a lot of people that want to see him fight moving forward. You know what I'm saying? Even somebody like that against Errol Spence. Like, man, how can I confidently take Errol over Boachuk? You know what I'm saying? Like, but yeah, I was impressed though with both of them, Mendoza and Boachuk.
I'm trying to think. Was that the dudes with the black and red, black trunks and black red trunks? Two like Spanish looking guys.
Well, no, one from Ukraine. Yeah, one of them I think he Mexican American.
I don't know if I saw that fight. I saw
Mendoza, the one that knocked out Fendora, hit him with the right hand, came back with the hook. And
yeah, I know.
Boachuk, he got stopped by my man that lost to Willie Monroe back in the day. What's his name? And he ain't got no amateur background. He Brandon Adams.
Brandon Adams?
Yeah, Brandon Adams hit him with the hook. He was putting that pressure on Adams and had him against the ropes, and Adams cocked that hook and caught him with that hook and stopped him. You know what I'm saying? But I guess you could say that might have been like a lucky shot type thing or something, or he set it up pretty good. You know what I'm saying? But that's his only blemish, though. He got a pretty decent amateur background, like 150 fights coming out of Ukraine. And you know, Ukraine got a respectable amateur program. A lot of good fighters come out of Ukraine. So I think he's somebody to be reckoned with, man.
Okay.
I think Boachuk versus Majimov, I think that's like one of the best action-packed fights you can make in boxing.
Yeah, that's a great fight. I'm with you.
Hey, Madrimov versus anybody is a good fight. That's my guy.
Yeah, MZ.
And I want to say his name is Madrimov. That's why his name is Madrim. Yeah.
Okay. Madrimov.
I hate to be that guy. Yeah, his name is Madrimov.
I hate to be that guy too, bro. I hear that background noise that be accompanying you when you jump on the panel.
Yeah, that's the internet over here.
Okay.
The kind of internet y'all got to be adding the bass drum to it. Let me say the Iron Chihuahua Cruise. Oh, that boy Joseph Eric Arn is in it today.
Oh, y'all want to elaborate on what I was saying a little bit earlier about Fundora when he fought against Tim Tszyu? I understand what everybody's saying. Like when y'all say that y'all want to see him fight tall and y'all want to see him use the jab, and that's because y'all want to see him win. Y'all want to see him go out there and score points on the motherfucker and win the fight. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But I like to see somebody whoop a motherfucker ass. You know what I'm saying? And the old Fundora was an ass whooper. And I think that the old Fundora would have stopped Tim Tszyu with all that blood running in his eyes like that. It was plenty of times I'm thinking, God damn, Fundora, jump on this motherfucker. He can't see, he wiping his eyes and all this kind of shit. He trying to wipe his eyes and parry punches at the same time. I think if that motherfucker blind, he can't see, I think Fundora, the old Fundora, would have put hands on his ass. Now, he did what he had to do to win the fight. I'm not taking that away from him. He went out there and he won the fight. He put the jab on the dude and stuff. But for my liking, it was a little bit too cute. And even though he won the fight, I actually think his stock dropped a little bit. I saw the Kane in the comment section saying, yeah, man, this motherfucker Mendoza that knocked all the pressure out of this motherfucker. He ain't bringing pressure no more. He said, man, I understand what he's doing, but at the same time, I like the old Fundora better. He was more exciting. And I think it go both ways. Like the old Fundora, he gonna put hands on you, but the old Fundora is also gonna bring that excitement that's very fan friendly. I'm not sure if the fight that he fought against Tim Tszyu was fan friendly. I'm not sure about that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. Cause like I had said, like yeah, I did say knock the pressure out of, but I was like, he not exciting. Like this is why I like Crawford, cause he'll box you, but he know when to go in for the kill. If you gonna box people, you got to know when to stop them too, man. Don't just box the whole fight on some Richardson Hitchens shit where you ain't never gonna go in for the kill like Bivol or whoever. I don't know. I don't like that shit. Know when to stop a motherfucker too.
And you got to sit down on some shots every now and then. It was only like maybe like half a dozen times where I saw him really sit down on some hard shots. You'll hear he'll go ish when he throw the shot. I didn't see that a whole lot, man. I saw him just touching. And when they asked his sister about what he was doing, she said he was doing what they wanted him to do. Just go out there and fight smart, touch him with the jab, catch him with the left hand when he get a chance. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think his stock kind of dropped a little bit, man. I know that sound crazy because the motherfucker just won a goddamn championship. But as far as the anticipation to see him fight, I think that dissipated a little bit.
Right. Could have been a little more exciting. I guess you could have said he could have went for the knockout, seeing that Tim was blinded. But I was going to speak on scientific words too and say that he knocked the pressure out of it. And, you know, I'm pointing at him saying that he learned something from that loss. That might be what it is.
We're gonna have to take him off the emergency fighter list. Because the way he fought against Tim Tszyu was not an emergency fighter fight. He was an emergency fighter when he fought against Lubin. You see how that turned out. He ain't that no more. You know what I'm saying? I think he a lot more beatable. Like if I was, I understand why Errol and Crawford looking at that shit. They like, man, he ain't no emergency fighter no more. You know what I'm saying? He more like a regular type guy now. Man, I'm telling you, man, I would much rather be in a ring with somebody that's tall with that long arms and they trying to fight cute than an emergency motherfucker that's coming bringing pressure on me. That's why I say I'd much rather fight the Fundora that fought Tim Tszyu than the Fundora that fought Lubin. The one that fought Lubin can hurt me real bad, but the one that fought Tim Tszyu, he gonna beat me on points.
Yeah, I know you always talk about them tall pressure fighters, how they be coming with the upsets and shit.
Yeah. Like that one that against Robesi Ramirez. I still can't think of the dude's name. Hey, Hyphy, you know that motherfucking name? Well, I guess he ain't on the panel no more.
Magdalena or something of that nature.
No, I don't think so, man. I'm the one that upset Robesi Ramirez. That big tall Mexican pressure fighting motherfucker. He got knocked down in the fight. I think Ramirez got like a 5th round knockdown, but he got up and he got back in the fight and he came down the stretch and got a knockdown on Robesi, I think in the last round. And I think he won by split decision, if I'm not mistaken. But he was another one of them big, tall pressure fighters. What'd you say to Kane?
Rafael Espinosa.
Yeah. That's what it is. I'm gonna try to remember that shit. Rafael Espinosa. Pressure emergency fighter.
Well, Fedora not that, but Pitbull, you say he too little to be that, so he gonna be emergency fighting Chihuahua.
Yeah, he like emergency light or something. You know what I'm saying? Like he gonna bring that pressure to you, but it's a lot more manageable than somebody like fucking David Benavidez or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a whole different kind of pressure.
Yeah.
But ask Rolly would be like, shit. That motherfucker was pressure. I don't know what happened. I don't know what I said to him, made him upset.
Fuck that fight, man. Happy Easter, man. What y'all doing tomorrow for Easter?
Man. I'm gonna go home and hide some eggs.
No, real shit. I'm not sure if he knew where he was. It looked like he might have been concussed. You know what I'm saying? It looked like he was like spaced out or something.
He couldn't believe that he just got his ass whooped by Pitbull.
But you done already got knocked the fuck out before by Tank. This is not a new experience. You know what I'm saying? But it just looked, he looked like outdoors to me.
You know what I'm saying? This Pitbull, man. What this little dude finna do to me, man? Look at him. He a Chihuahua. Man, I ain't worried about him, man. Yeah, I ain't gonna mess with Ryan right now. Ryan might knock me on my ass. But this little motherfucker right here, I'm finna whoop his ass.
The thing about that Tank knockout, that was one shot, but I mean, he got rocked multiple times by Pitbull. He looking concussed after the fight.
Yeah, I thought he looked concussed. Yeah, you're right. That was one shot. He never did touch the. Did he go down against Pitbull?
He stayed up.
That's what I was gonna say. I didn't think he went down against Pitbull, and that might have hurt him even more. I mean, sometimes it's smart to take a knee or something, man. Get this motherfucker off you. Like, think about Tim Bradley in the last round against Provodnikov. Provodnikov jumping on the motherfucking ass, man. Take a knee, nigga. Let's hear the bell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Fedora took a knee when he got rocked against Lubin.
Hey, welcome our champion. There we go.
The champ right there. Yes, in the house, man. What's up, champ? Bonafide 5 on the champ Ross.
Well, not yet. He's not bona fide yet, but we might have to find some kind of category for him because 5 don't seem enough for what that motherfucker did. You know what I'm saying? But the champ is here.
Right.
The champ is here.
He a platinum medalist.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a platinum medalist in this motherfucker.
Welcome in, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, we've been in here talking shit about it.
Say, so Regis Prograis calling out Isaac Cruz?
Yeah. He called him out on Twitter. He let it be known he would like that fight next.
He gonna get his ass whooped too.
Hey, he gonna get his ass whipped, running from an ass whipping.
He gonna get his ass whooped, man, because he's southpaw, and Pitbull ain't relying on no jab. That motherfucker don't mind leading with a right hand. And that motherfucker Prograis gonna be in front of him. At least Rolly was scared of the motherfucker, so he gonna go out there and try to run. You know what I'm saying? Looking like Wilder when he fought against Parker or something. Or looking like Charlo when he fought against Canelo. The motherfucker just looks scared. Just go out there running from the first round. Ain't even took a punch yet, and you're already on your bicycle. And you're trying to hold and all this old kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Pitbull wouldn't have it. None of that. Get your hands off me.
Well, yeah, that motherfucker Regis gonna be in front of him.
Right.
If Regis think he got a chin, he do got a chin. I'm not gonna take that from him. I'm because I just seen him take some hard punches. I'm gonna give respect on the chin. But that belief that you got that chin like that to where you're not gonna fight to the optimum strategy, that shit might get him hurt, man.
Because one, he believes so much. He spoke about how much he had defense, and his defense not that tight.
It ain't. And what's the background?
For so long, you ain't gonna have no chin after a while.
Yeah.
When scientists open up his microphone, it scares me every time. I bet
sound like Ray on Mortal Kombat or something.
Hey, that shit sound like it's just beaming the nigga up to heaven or something, bro.
Nigga sound like he on Supernatural or something.
Hey,
That's
yeah,
the mother.
the thing about Regis, I just don't understand is when he was a champion, he kept flirting at the idea that he wanted to fight Subriel. I think it was just to try to get Subriel up off his ass and not look like he was ducking. But now that he don't got a belt, he's still over there with the same promoter and same network as Subriel. So why he want to call out somebody on a rival network and promoter when you got to fight over there for a title? But for some reason, he don't want to fight Subriel.
Yeah.
He looking at the low. He looking at the road which he might think is the least resistant.
So okay, so you admit it. He don't want to fight Subriel.
I can't admit that because I can't speak for that man. I'm just saying it might be that he looking at the road with the least resistance. At least he thinks. Maybe he think Pitbull would be an easier mark.
But Subriel,
the road he thought.
But Subriel got a title, so why he never go on Twitter and say, "Hey, Subriel, let's fight"?
I don't know. Maybe he can't type in Spanish.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, he just don't want to fight. It's all right.
Yeah, I don't think he want to fight that motherfucker. But to be fair, it don't look like a bunch of motherfuckers lining up to fight number 2 either, though. You know what I'm saying? That's a hard fight, nigga. Even if you think you can win, you know that you about to fight. You probably gonna be in the fight of the year if you do win.
And that's a good reason why we should be very focused on this weekend when Richardson Hitchens he fights Lamone, because that's the IBF eliminator. Now Richardson Hitchens, y'all know he talks so much shit about how he could beat everybody, but let's see if he stay in line for that IBF mandatory when it's time to fight with Subriel.
Hitchens better win too, cause we bet on that motherfucker. Motherfucker better win. For real.
I'm looking at it right now saying,
I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of spooked though, because them Argentinian fighters ain't no punks, man. They do like 29-0. So I expect him to bring some heat, but we gonna ride with the Olympian, man, and just let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, because everything I'm doing right now is vacation pie. Next week.
Hey, I'm pulling for him to win too. I want him to have to fight Subriel.
Shit, bro, no, I'm getting my vacation money together. That's Sunday. I'm on the plane. I got to have the extra spinning change.
Did you see that pic that I sent you last week with Terrell Pulev?
Against Rolly Fogelman.
Yeah, some shit like that.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah,
them motherfuckers were giving away money and that shit. 8-round fight. All you got to do is bet the fight to go the distance, nigga. They were giving away money.
No brainer.
8-round fight.
So
I want to see what Leon Paro gonna do against Matias. Matias a big favorite, -900. They got Paro at +500. Sometimes you might see +475. But I think Paro a pretty good fighter, man. I'm respecting the Australian fighters right now. I always say that shit. He fought at the AIBA World Championships. I think it was in Bulgaria, if I'm not mistaken. Southpaw. That might go against him against Matias, though. I think Matias do better against Southpaws than Orthodox fighters. So that might go against him, but I know that he feel hot, man, because he coming off that win against that Love kid out of Ohio. I can't never remember his first name. I always want to say Jalen Montana Love. Yeah, Montana Love. So he coming off that win, got the stoppage and shit. So he probably feel kind of hot right now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm interested to see how that fight gonna go. If Matias go out there and look the same against this dude as he been looking against these other guys, I'm gonna really know something. This is a good fight.
He trying to start some drama.
Yeah, Pyro is a good fighter, man. He underrated.
Okay. I want to jump on this one because there goes scientist. Maybe he didn't fix that internet. Dun, dun, dun. Go ahead and say something while somebody's saying something to see if it's gonna come in with the thunder and lightning. And there it is.
Yeah, what's up?
That shit sound louder. What this nigga do? This nigga done turn the volume up on this shit.
It only happened when we talking. So I don't know how we gonna pause so he can say his words. Go ahead. Oh, that ain't got nothing to say. Caleb Plant, which I feel like the white dude will fight anybody. It's coming across my screen and he ducking Morrell.
Duck. What
That's
makes
the fight we need. That's one of them stepping stone fights in my opinion, because he'll have a common opponent with David Benavidez, and the boxing public will be able to make comparisons and shit. And maybe if he do better than Benavidez, that might be able to coach Benavidez into a fight, because he do seem like one of those prideful, machismo type of fighters. You know what I'm saying? So maybe we fuck with his pride a little bit. He'll get in there. So we need that Caleb Plant versus Morrell fight. We need it bad.
Have they been trying to reach out to each other, or is Caleb not entertaining the situation? What,
bro? He not even picking up his phone or answering the emails.
and this is said by who?
Common sense, bro. He don't want to fight. He's scared.
Man, I don't know, man. Caleb got in the ring with Benavidez, bro.
And Canelo, he done got out there.
You know
Okay, so why he won't get in the ring with Morrell? They both need fights right now.
I guess probably because he think it's a high risk, low reward. He ain't got nothing to offer him.
Exactly. So
You know
he don't think he could win. Okay, so he ducking.
I guess if he, I guess I'm not trying to like justify it. I'm just trying to analyze it. And I'm guessing if he do win the fight, how much credit is he gonna get from the boxing public? Because it's very dangerous. Well, he'll get a lot of credit from the hardcores, but what about your everyday boxing fans that don't know shit about boxing that we see on a regular basis? Are they gonna give him credit?
There you go.
Well, no, those people don't even know him. It's not like Caleb Plant is a big name.
But he has fought Canelo though, so I would say that way more people know him than Morrell. You know, he slapped Charlo. Yeah, he slapped Charlo. That shit went viral. I think he probably got a way bigger name than Morrell. You know what I'm saying? I want the fight because, like I said, it's a stepping stone fight for Morrell against Benavidez. But I do kind of, I think I see that they see him as a high risk, low reward. They ain't gonna get nothing for beating him. Everybody just Morrell was overrated, but he ain't got nothing.
Hold on, scientists want to say something. Go ahead, scientists.
My fault. I said, and you're gonna take a lot of damage in that fight.
Oh yeah, man.
I wouldn't say he ducking. I would say, you know, he has fought Canelo. Who did he fight after Canelo? The dog, Darrell.
Yeah.
And then he got in the ring with Benavidez. If I had to look at it, you know, facing Morrell right now is the only name really for him to face. Who else is there for him to face that people would give credence to? And I can go by understanding, and a lot of people don't know who Morrell is. Not you know, the regular what we call him, the
champ.
The who?
The regular champion?
The regular fans, not the
hardcores.
Yeah, not the hardcore fan. Like my daughter, you know, his name haven't rang her bell yet, or my niece's bell. You know, they fighters when the name ring a certain bell, then you can say it's on. The casual fans, that's what I'm trying to think of. When the name ring they bell, then you can start banking on a lot of eyes looking at it. I think, you know, because that's mostly what a lot of these fighters and promotional companies try to do. They try to get that name to ring that bell of the people who really not paying attention. Once that bell rings, then they start trying to maximize on the dollars and making it an event, whether that guy gonna get his ass whooped or not. Kind of like with Ryan. They see that Ryan rang that bell and people were watching. Tank, people rang that bell rang, people watch him. If that bell ring for him, they get enough eyes on them where people start trying to make moves with them. You start seeing them in fights, and you like you say, how he get that fight, or why this on pay-per-view? That to me, that's why.
Man, all he want to do is fight a 160-pound fighter that was inactive for like over 2 years. He had one comeback fight, but he's a 160-pound fighter, and he didn't even look good in his last fight. That's the only person he want to fight. He never want to fight David Morrell. We know he don't want to fight Trey Homie, the standout amateur fighting out of Germany. Slay Iglesias. We know he don't want to fight him, so why not just fight David Morrell?
Shit, he want to win some of these motherfuckers too, man. This motherfucker step up and get his ass whooped. Even when he stepped up against Uzcategui, the shit, Uzcategui had him fucked up looking at the end of the goddamn fight. I guess he want to win sometime too, nigga. We keep on want to put him in there with them killers. He like, nigga, I ain't no goddamn punching bag measuring stick, nigga. I want to win sometime too. If I fight Charlo, I can win.
Oh, my bad. I was just trying to get him a belt, you know, to put him in position. My bad.
I feel he like, fuck that belt right now. I done went out there with every man y'all done told me they beat the hell out of me.
So he don't want to fight no Cuban fighters at 168. I got it.
Let him get a win under his belt. Then he have a new attitude. He'll be ready to go ahead and do something to David Morrell. But for right now, I can feel, you know, that's 2 losses in a row. They spread out, but if you take the dog out of there, that would have been 2 losses in a row. That man said, come on, man, give me a break.
He beat the dog, and the dog was over the hill. That was his last fight, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, he was over. That was an overrated win, probably.
Yeah.
But I do want the fight, though. I want him versus Morrell, and I want it bad.
Caleb?
Yeah, because that's gonna help us get Benavidez.
I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, everybody said they want to see Caleb right now. Just say, get your ass out there so you can get beat up. So we can see this other fight.
PBC will put it on pay-per-view, though. But I guess it don't matter. Shit, I got my nigga Hyphy and Yasser. Them nigga be dropping links out the sky like manna from heaven for the Hebrews in the Sahara Desert, nigga, in Exodus. The nigga be dropping them links. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they can put it on whatever they want to put it on, nigga. So you gonna stream that shit. But I think they will put it on pay-per-view because they're gonna try to make Caleb Plant. You know, he fought on pay-per-view against Canelo, so they'll probably try to ride with that and put him on pay-per-view against Morrell.
Man. Well, Caleb, you know, I used to advocate for you all the time. I tried to say that you wasn't being nice when you was fighting Canelo, but I lost every battle. And now that I'm trying to save you again, they just flipped the script. Get his ass out there.
We don't save no fighters, though, man. We don't protect no fighters right here. That ain't how we get down, brother.
So, Caleb, you can't be scared, man. Go ahead and prove everybody wrong and tell them you ready for Morrell, even though you waiting for Charlo.
He definitely got more experience on the top level, right?
Yeah, he got experience, but shit, he got a gas tank problem.
He got talent and skills, too. He fast. I thought he was winning at the beginning against Benavidez. I thought he was too fast. I thought the combination was just coming too smooth for Benavidez. And then Benavidez just caught up to him over time. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't like he ain't got the ability to fight. Shit, he should have it in his mind like he can whoop Morrell. But I truly think that he feels like if he beat Morrell, we not going to give him the just due overall as the boxing fancy. You know what I'm saying? Like the boxing public. We will. We hardcore, but I'm just saying, your everyday boxing fan, I don't think that's going to move the needle for them.
I agree.
Hey, anybody check? It was a fight on Sunday afternoon or evening for some of us. That Frazier Clark and Fabio Worley.
That's a fight of the year candidate, huh?
Man, heavyweight fight too.
Yeah, I thought that was a fight of the year candidate, man. That was a great fight. That motherfucker Worley, man, I gotta respect him, man. That's a fighting motherfucker, man. He a natural fighter. He got some good speed. He got some pretty decent power in the right hand and stuff like that. He a real fighter. Frazier Clark, it seemed like he like a nice guy type guy, but he showed some pluck in that fight. The conditioning was the number one bad thing in the fight, though. If they had better conditioning, that would be a fight of the year for sure. But they slowed down in the second half of the fight. Got kind of sloppy at times, you know what I'm saying? Frazier Clark cost himself the fight with that point deduction. But I did think that Worley should also receive a point deduction because he kept on throwing the backhand. And he got 4 warnings. Maybe he didn't get a deduction because he never actually landed the punch. He just kept on throwing it. You know what I'm saying? But that point deduction was the difference in the fight. But it was a great fight to watch. I had fun. It was a push on Bovada, but on Skybet we lost because it was a damn draw. We had Frazier Clark, you know what I'm saying, plus 190. But it was a good fight, though. I enjoyed it.
I didn't get the chance to see it. Sunday, I was work.
Yeah, that was a good fight, MZ. Frazier, you could tell he was bigger and stronger. He definitely had a size and strength advantage, but surprisingly, it was Fabio who was doing the hurting, I would say in the fight. Fabio, he would take shots from Frazier and he would just kind of just turn his head and take a step out and regather himself. But yeah, he dropped Frazier in one of them, I think the fourth round or third round as well.
Yeah, that motherfucker Frazier broke out running, didn't he, man?
Yeah, and Fabio, you want to talk about a bloody mess? He had to deal with a very nasty, was it a nose?
Yeah, bloody nose. I think
Yeah,
it came from the jab that Frazier was putting on him, because at the beginning of the fight, you could see a skill disparity. Frazier looked like he had the better overall skills, and it makes sense. He's an Olympic bronze medalist and stuff like that. That's why we bet on him. But that jab and shit was just so pretty, man. He was able to parry the jab and come back with his own jab, kind of similar to Terence Crawford against Errol Spence, just from the orthodox stance. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, he busted his nose up and shit, man. And Warley fought through that shit, man, like a soldier.
That's usually the case when you see a lot of times you see smaller guys that can absorb punches. And listening to you saying that he was turning, he was taking some of the sting off of those punches. It sounded like by turning and stepping out. You said to regather itself.
It might have been the uppercut now that I think about it, because Clark was landing some great uppercuts throughout the duration of the fight. A little bit more body work, I think, could have helped him. Like if he would have went to the body with the hook a little bit more. But it was an outstanding fight, man. They talked a lot of shit before the fight. After the fight, they embraced each other in the locker room and shit. I'm pretty sure they went out to the pub for a beer after that fight.
Okay.
I want to ask that Hyphy and the Kane what they thought about that super bad against that pretty woman. What's her name? She from Costa Rica.
Yokovai.
Yeah. What y'all thought about that shit?
I thought it was a real good fight, but I thought Tanisha was. I guess she was doing the more flashy shit, but I thought she was getting picked off with a lot of that shit she was doing. And Yokasta she was landing what she was throwing. She was like more straight up and down. A lot of her punches were straight, but I thought when Sinisa was out there trying to showboat and shit, she was getting caught with stuff. So I probably would have scored the fight a draw. I didn't score it as I was watching it, but I ain't think the score was as wide as they had it.
Oh, definitely not. What you thought about this?
Yeah. See, it's for me, it's challenging to watch her fights because the Kane, he said Marlon or Sparza, but to me, Sinisa Estrada, it's like she always gonna get the nod in every round that's close or every fight that's close. So I knew what time it was gonna be, but the fight itself, I definitely enjoyed watching that fight because, like you said, it was Yoka. She was like picking her off. You can see that she was stronger than her. But I give it to Sinisa. Like I ain't got just all negative shit to say about her. She was fighting. So to me, it was like about an even fight. I really didn't have no winner after all 12. After the 10 rounds.
Yeah, Estrada, she was coming off a bit of a layoff. I think they said she had a hand injury or something like that. She hadn't fought in like 8 to 10 months, somewhere off in her 8 to 10 months. And she was going against a very formidable opponent, that's for sure. A 4.5 on the scale, the way I look at it. She's a gold medalist in the South American and Caribbean games. And she definitely had some good skills. Kept her hands up good, a little bit of head movement, was able to land the right hand and stuff like that. I thought Estrada had a little bit of trouble with her timing early on in the fight. I definitely did not think that it was as wide as what they had the scores as, but that's one reason why we bet on her, because we felt like the politics will be behind her. It was a top rank fight against a golden boy fighter, so I assumed that top rank won the purse bid, right?
Yeah, it was, ESPN. So yeah.
So they won the purse bid. So yeah, I thought the politics was gonna be on the side. So even though I didn't agree with the wild card, I wasn't surprised to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Because she's top rank fighting on the top rank card against the outside.
Salute to Moody Trayweather stepping in the house.
Salute to everybody in the chat, man. I can't see the chat.
He say, what's up with this Errol Spence background, MZ? Well, Hyphy is the producer of this show, so everything that's visual, that's under Hyphy's hands.
Niggas don't like that.
I'm just at work.
That shit don't bother me though. Shit, it is what it is. Nigga, you should have came ready.
Yeah, it don't bother me either. You know, he's still my guy. He just got beat up that day.
Yeah.
You reminded me. That's all.
You playing in the rain, you gonna get wet at some point, man. It's just how it go. For most people, I should say.
For most of the time, yeah, you're right. 99.9% of them. See, that girl who lost got bust open with a headbutt as well.
Yeah, she did. They did a good job on her cut too, man. Unlike Tim Zoo corner.
Yeah, every time they wiped this, every time he stepped out there, it was already automatically a stream coming down. My brother was complaining like a mother, like, why they keep missing the spot? Like, bro, I don't know.
Well, Stitch Duran said that it's a vein up there that if you get a cut in that spot, no matter what you do, you're gonna have problems with that cut throughout the fight. You know what I'm saying? So we'll cut him a little bit of slack on that. But the way that the shit was just flooding as soon as he got off the stool is what I had a problem with. Most of the time you'll see they'll have the blood coagulated at least a little bit to where it's not streaming, like flooding like that. And then it'll take a couple of punches, then all of a sudden they'll open it back up and then it'll start going. He'll come out there with the blood already gushing.
Yeah.
Like they ain't did nothing. All they did was put some grease on that shit. So yeah, that's why I had a problem with.
I didn't see them using it. Oh, go ahead, DeCane.
No, go ahead, man. You good?
No, you know, because the lightning come, I can just go ahead and bow down for that one. Go ahead, say what you're saying.
No, I was just coming off mute just in case I had something to say, but you good, man.
Oh, okay. Shit. that conversation threw me off. I don't even know what I was about to say.
Talking about the cut.
That Dax grease they were putting on his head.
That man said Dax grease. Come on with that. That boy trying to get some waves out there. Dang. No, I was gonna say I didn't see them using the adrenaline like they be using when they do it on your eye. How they had it. I didn't see them using none of that. Like you said, to try to make the blood coagulate.
Yeah, they said they were supposed to mix the adrenaline with the Vaseline.
Well, apparently they wasn't doing that.
Yeah, that was a bad look for real. Tim Zoo, they asked him about it after the fight, and he said no comment. So obviously he had a problem with it too.
Yeah, I could see he was pretty hurt. He was pretty hurt. But you know, Sebastian did what he was supposed to do.
Hey.
Any given Saturday, nigga.
Any. Yes, to say they should have stopped.
Hold on, Hyphy about to say something. What you about to say, nigga?
Oh,
okay, yeah. He was saying, yeah, like we should have just like posted Rolly, like talking about the background, making fun of him.
Yeah.
But I was just gonna point out that's 2 times where Fundora he went up against a fighter who's the corner definitely failed him. Don't forget Erickson Lubin. If y'all remember how his corner failed him, like he really didn't have no cut man at all. Like they didn't know what they was doing as far as trying to stop the swelling. I was just pointing that out. But also Stitch Duran, he did an interview on Mill City Boxing and he was going into more detail about, this cut, his corner really should have just stopped it. And he was talking about, you got fighters who be at the top level, but they cheap out when it comes to a cut man. Because they figure like they used to pay like $500 or $200 for a cut man for a fight. So when they get to the top level, they still want to pay those prices. Yeah. And Stitch Duran, he hella accomplished. He getting like 20 to 50,000 for some fights. So he said, this is just a common thing amongst fighters at the top level. He sees it all the time.
That makes sense. A lot of time when the motherfuckers move up in the brackets as far as getting paid, they want to start cutting corners and shit, even with the head trainer. I know you was talking about a fighter, Rolly. He got away from his trainer, making money now. The man was working for free. Now you're making money, you get rid of him. It also made me think about Danny Jacobs when he got rid of his coach once he started making big money, Rozier. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that makes sense, man. Motherfucker want to cut corners and shit on your corner.
Huh. Could it be that the reason they doing that? Maybe they don't. They haven't faced the spot when they got cut, so they felt like, oh, I don't really need this. You know how people can think sometimes. You know that could be a thought that comes through some of these fighters' mind. I ain't never been cut before. What I need to keep paying him for?
Yeah, but if you're an orthodox fighter going against a southpaw, and cuts are very common because of head clashes. I know it wasn't a head clash this time; it was an elbow. But southpaw versus orthodox is very common to have head clashes. So if there's any time that you should have a cut, man, that's the situation that you need one for sure, for sure.
Yasa said, didn't Triple G do old boy dirty as well?
Abel Sanchez.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could think over years, like it's quite a few fighters when they got their biggest paydays or deals. Yeah, they had some financial problems with their manager or trainer. For example, Regis Prograis in his last fight against Devin Haney, his biggest payday, he didn't use Bobby Benton, which was been his trainer forever. He didn't use him.
Yeah, that shit's crazy, man. Yeah,
Ray,
it's a business, but it's crazy though.
yeah, Ray Vargas when he fought against Oshaki Foster, he didn't use Nacho Verestein, which was his trainer.
That motherfucker, what's Triple G old coach name again?
Abel Sanchez.
That motherfucker there talk a good game, boy. He had me thinking that motherfucker was gonna go out there and do something with Zerto. He went out there and got his ass whooped, but he was coming off a layoff. He hadn't fought since 2021. But listening to Abel Sanchez, he had me thinking they about to go out there and take that boy into deep waters and drown his ass. Went out there and got outboxed all day, all night. I know I saw the last of it because you posted that link in the Discord, but I did see some more highlights on YouTube because you know the Zone got the good highlights. The motherfucker went out there and got whooped all day, all night.
Yeah, he cleared them pretty easily.
He said, Sanchez sold him a dream.
Yeah, that motherfucker talking good game, boy. He had you believing that shit, man. I was smart enough to take Zerto though, because I can't take a nigga coming off what 3-year layoff.
Oh hell no.
Maybe it wasn't that long because I did remember when he fought that Ergarov guy. I think he come from Russia. It was his last fight before Zerto. We did pick that on the channel Raw. So maybe it wasn't 2021, but it was at least 2022.
That's a long time. Too long. I wouldn't ride with Earl. Nobody offer no 2-year layoff. I have learned my lesson. Say Nacho is still coherent. Who is Nacho?
Nacho Verestein, legendary Mexican trainer.
Oh, okay.
He used to train Juan Manuel Marquez, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Speaking of somebody, what's his name? Andre Ward. He was speaking on Crawford and Earl because I was saying that he said that they was number 1 and number 2 and being cut from cloth like him. But he also spoke on Shakur Stevenson and telling Shakur that you know, he said Shakur might be is cut like that too. But he said Shakur got to be prepared for all the drama that come with it. Since you saying that you the best and all this kind of stuff, you got to go ahead and be prepared for the drama that come with it because people gonna come at you, and you got to be able to deal with that. This shutting down, you know, that's not gonna work. Shakur got to step his mentality up.
Bro, he a duck.
Who he ducking?
Everybody.
Oh no, not everybody. Everybody not even at 135.
Bro, he don't want to fight Sugar Ray Muratalla. He don't want to fight William Zepeda. Like, who he gonna fight?
I thought they said he gonna come back and fight Haratunya.
Yeah, he want to fight a fighter coming off a loss, and when they fight, he gonna be off a year layoff.
Yeah. Shakur gonna be off a decent layoff too, though, ain't he?
Yeah.
But that's like typical for him, 6 and 7 months in between fights.
Yeah. I'm just concerned for Shakur because I saw that what Teofimo said. He said that he a talent, but the motherfucker's scared to get hit. And if your opponents, your contemporaries are saying that kind of shit, I just don't see how that could be a good thing. And at the same time, it's something that we've been saying. Like before I even seen that shit, we already been on this channel right here talking about how we don't know if he's comfortable with the possibility of getting hit by like power punches, especially ones that can invade his space, like southpaws and long arm fighters. And now I heard Teofimo Lopez saying the same thing. He don't want to get hit. He's scared to get knocked out in front of the world, and that makes him like takes away from his fighting ability. So that makes me kind of worried. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I heard T.O. say that too. Go ahead, DK.
We knew that when he fought Nakatila though, because didn't he get hit and start running?
I can barely hear him. It's just me.
He said Shakur did the same thing for his Nakatilia. He when he didn't like that power, he said he didn't like that power and he ran all night.
Yeah.
Armstrong said he coming off a hand injury too, so can't be too hard on him.
But how is he coming off hand injury? But he always on Twitter.
Wow.
Hey, Shakur, he told us the week before the fight, he told us he was gonna beat De Los Santos' ass. He said he was gonna knock him out. He didn't say nothing about no hand injury, bro. Stop making excuses for Shakur.
Nigga said he's still typing though.
Yeah, he came back with that was so fast. I'm like, damn. Yeah, automatically responds like a mug.
Oh,
never on Twitter. But yeah, I was gonna do like these other channels do when one of these boxers say something that they didn't say. Oh, he must be listening to us. He must be watching our show and just in the background not saying nothing.
Oh shit.
T.O.B. in the background, y'all. Y'all don't know that.
Oh.
Shoot. But yeah, I did see T.O. in that interview when he said that he was speaking on Shakur not wanting to get hit. And he did say that, but like you said, Trey, for the other fighters to start saying that's gonna either not make them want to fight you or make them want to fight you more so they can beat you up. It could work two ways. I'm just waiting to see how it's gonna turn out now. Because it's been said.
Yeah, it's one thing for us to say it sitting with our armchairs. It's another thing when a fellow fighter saying that shit. Hell, I won't be surprised if some of the motherfuckers start trying to sell out to get to this motherfucker or something in fights. Because they feel like he's going to be more concerned about that than countering. Because he's the type of guy that want to pull straight back. He want to pull all the way out of range instead of staying in range so he can counter. Like, I don't see how you can be like an A-level fighter if you're going to be doing that type of shit. You're looking like maybe B+ or something if you're going to fight like that. Sometimes you do look like an A, don't get me wrong. Like when he fought against Jamel Herring, when he fought against Oscar Valdez. But when he fought against Jeremiah Nakatila and Edwin De Los Santos, he didn't look like an A-level fighter. So he's showing me some conflicting information.
He gave Yoshino that work. He kind of stayed in range with him, if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh, yeah, that's like the least talented out of all the motherfuckers, though.
Facts.
But yeah, you're right about that, though. He did stop him. He went out there and fought the shit out of him, but he wasn't a severely talented guy, though.
People don't even check for Yoshino no more. Come on, man.
Who did Yoshino beat, though? He beat somebody that was kind of good, right? I thought he beat somebody to get that fight. My bad.
Napoleon Armstrong says, Is it not the opponent's job to cut the ring off and impose his will?
We not talking about who won the fight. We talking about, is this man looking like an A-level fighter? That was not an A-level looking fighter that day. That's one of the worst fights I ever called. I put that up there with Robert Easter versus Rancis Barthélemy.
When they were punching each other.
That shit that was awful. Matter of fact, we ain't called a fight since. That shit tired us.
Bro, y'all made Marlo's corner go bankrupt.
Hey, to answer your question, he beat Masayuki Ito and then he beat Nakatani back to back.
Okay.
He stopped
Yeah, that's some good work. Yeah, I forgot about that Nakatani. Yeah, that's good work.
We got Napoleon started. He said, I don't call it running. Most who was charged with that over the years were the top dogs, but jokers make excuses when they don't stand still and let them punch away.
That ain't even what we saying. Like, bro, I came up watching Mayweather and James Toney, people that can make you miss and make you pay. I'm talking about every time you throw a punch at this man, he want to jump to the other side of the ring. How can you counter somebody if you're gonna get all the way out of range? Like, bro, you not about to convince me that that's some A-level shit this man be doing at times, pulling straight back, getting all the way out of range so you can't even counter the man. I came up with Floyd Mayweather pull counters doing all this pretty shit. James Toney rolling right hand, come back with a right hand. That's A-level shit to me. That shit he be doing at times. Sometimes he do look A-level, but at times it's too simple looking. I saw Eric R one time say the way he pulled straight back looks amateurish. Like, how many times have we seen Mayweather and we said he looked like an amateur? Or even Andre Ward, the people that he compared himself to, or Pernell Whitaker or something. We don't say that type of shit about them, but for some reason we saying this about him. And it ain't no hate for him. I got him ranked as a 5 on my scale. We've been calling him the baby world beater. We've been singing his praises. But when he shows some information that goes against that, I'm not going to ignore it. When he fought against Nakatila, he did not look like a damn world beater. He didn't. So I'm sorry. I'm not going to ignore that shit. It is what it is.
And to put on point, like you said, we weren't really talking about that. But this conversation started off by me saying Andre Ward spoke some things that you know I'm agreeing with. Now, if you disagreeing, you disagreeing with Andre's opinion too. It's not just that he's not he's a good fighter. That's not what we were talking about. What we're talking about is his mentality, which was Andre Ward was speaking on. His mental got to be to the point that you can't just want to fight the best dude in sparring. When you get in the ring, you got to overcome whatever it is that you facing in the ring, and you have to be prepared to deal with what people are going to say when you get out the ring. This talking about I'm retired and all that kind of stuff. Those things aren't good. For us to make any kind of opinions on it. Not trying to say that he's not a good fighter. We are saying that, but his last performance, the boxing world and everybody else oversaid and spoke out loud in one voice that was not an A+ performance of a top tier guy.
MZ,
Yeah.
he only looked good when he could fight against like fighters. I mean, let's just basically say, you know, fighters that have limited footwork. That's why he only wanted to fight certain fighters. Look, Shakur, he calling out Inoue. He said, oh, him versus Inoue would be a good fight if Inoue willing to move up. Then he was calling out Emmanuel Navarrete, who also fights at 130. So he don't want to fight no fighters in his weight class. He just want to pick and choose smaller opponents with limited footwork. Bruh, if you're going to be considered a top pedigree fighter, you got to be able to do that against other fighters with skills like a De Los Santos, who got excellent reflexes.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it started moving on him. You know, like Trey X said, you know, we don't complain about. Well, you heard some people try to complain about Floyd Mayweather.
Go back to what he just had up on the damn screen. He said the people not charged Floyd with running, ask any Mexican if Floyd run or not. I don't give a damn what the Mexicans say. You talking to Trey X. You ain't talking to no Mexicans. I love Floyd Mayweather, nigga. Like, you know, as a fighter, of course. I'm talking about my Floyd Mayweather knowledge is up there with anybody. Shit, nigga, I done had most of his fights on VHS tape, nigga, back in the day. Nigga, I used to watch these nigga fights back to back to back. I could talk with the commentary like I'm watching Friday. Nigga, I know about Floyd Mayweather. So now, see, this is the thing though. I understand because you know Shakur is connected to Crawford. So anybody that's connected to Crawford is gonna offend him if you don't shower them with praise.
Facts.
I'm pretty sure this nigga thinks Steven Nelson is the best 168 pounder in the world because he turns Crawford homeboy, and I ain't gonna believe nothing else.
Yeah.
This nigga think Steven Nelson is the best 168 pounder in the world. Because he's trained by Bomac and he turns Crawford partner.
How you feel about Keyshawn?
Oh, I mean, I see limitations in Keyshawn too, man. It is what it is, man. I like Keyshawn as a fighter. Don't get me wrong. We even interviewed the motherfucker on the corner. You know what I'm saying? I like the guy, but I do see some limitations. And I think they did a good job with matchmaking in his last fight to get a motherfucker coming off a layoff, and they made him go down and wait. And it still took him 8 rounds to get the motherfucker out of there. You know what I'm saying? But I think he's a good fighter, though. I think he got some developing to do, though, for sure.
Bro, they just facing the pulling. Your fighter Shakur got exposed, man. We not fooled by this bullshit he pulling. He's a limited fighter and he's a duck.
Yeah, see,
But I ain't
I'm
throwing
not even
duck out
going
there.
that far. I'm saying that I'm seeing some things that's making me think that he's not an A plus level fighter. I'm starting to think he might be like on the fringe of B plus and A minus, and that's still a good fighter. But I don't know if I see a legendary fighter yet.
Not yet.
Like he think he is. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. And like Eric R says right there, and Andre Ward, he saw the interview that I saw. Andre Ward said Shakur has to fight his way out of the criticism. That's like all the greats had to do it. Floyd Mayweather, like Napoleon brought up, the Mexicans say, I'm gonna ask you what you say, Napoleon Armstrong. You watched Floyd, was he a runner? Like Eric R put up, he had to make one of his Mexican co-workers rewatch the fight to see that it wasn't no running done when he beat up Canelo. He stepped to Canelo, put some hands on Canelo, and then Canelo just couldn't catch him. But he never stopped making Canelo pay. What Trey X is saying, if you jump all the way across the ring, how are you going to make that person pay when you took yourself out of range to even seeing something back?
Exactly.
These are the things that we're looking at that Shakur's supposed to be. If he's great, like Trey said, we just saying this man praises plenty of times. It's been called by us the baby world beater for all the stuff he has accomplished as an amateur. And from the few fights that we've seen him have, that he looked good, where we can say, oh, he showed some signs of greatness. But the fight that he just had against Salido, is that his name?
De Los Santos.
De Los Santos. When he fought De Los Santos, and De Los Santos seemed to have a little fire on the end of his punches, his attitude and everything changed. Now, I'll give you that he said he had a hand problem. I'll give you that. But the other power fighter that he fought prior to that, he had the same situation come out. And he didn't have a hand problem then.
And he said that hand problem shit afterwards. At first, he wasn't even saying that shit. He was just saying he had a bad night. And now all of a sudden, he got hand problems. But, yeah, we supported the man the whole time. I was taking Shakur over Tank, over Devin Haney, over all the motherfuckers.
That's
now
right.
He done showed me some new information that's making me question that. That's all it is to it. Like, as you get more data, you adjust your opinion. And I got a little bit more data, even though I had some data against Nakathila that had me kind of puzzled a little bit. And then look what happened to Nakathila when he fought against Muratalla. Got stopped in 2 rounds, right? Went out there and fought Shakur, and Shakur had one of his toughest fights. Like, damn, I'm supposed to just ignore the data, huh? Like, no, I'm not gonna do that, brother. I know how much you like Crawford in this camp and Bo Mack and all that shit. I understand. But I ain't about to capitulate to that shit, brother.
No, sir.
Hey, Shakur, he was running from De Los Santos so much he tripped. He almost fell in the ring running from De Los Santos. And after that fight, he apologized for the fight. Come on, man.
Okay. He's saying, so one fight got y'all talking crazy.
Why are you ignoring
two?
Why is he ignoring the Nakathila fight? Don't I keep on saying that fight and De Los Santos, right?
Twice.
I'm speaking English, right?
I'm understanding. At least I think I'm in America.
This nigga, he just want to fix on one fight, but that's how he is, though. See, anything that you say that makes sense, he gonna ignore that, and he gonna focus in on what he feels like is gonna win the argument. I understand that. That's who he is. But I know all your tricks, brother. And we talking about more than one fight. We talking about Nakathila, and we talking about De Los Santos. 2 people that could punch and also get in his space. What they say the best thing that Shakur do, control the range, right? Okay,
That's
so
right.
if you got somebody with long arms, can't they get past that range? Or if you a southpaw and you go against another southpaw, he can get past that range too, because you can't hide behind that southpaw shit. The lanes are wide open. So when he in a situation like that, I'm not seeing the same guy. He looks a lot more comfortable if you put him in front of Jamel Henry, or you put him in front of Oscar Valdez, or you put him in front of the damn Japanese fighter that we just said. He looked more comfortable. But if you get somebody that's like an outlier type of fighter, that as far as they frame or as far as they style, I'm seeing something. I'm seeing some conflicting information.
Right. Even other fighters where it was said he ran. Was the offensive data missed? No, it wasn't missed. He did throw a couple of punches, but for the most part of that fight, did they not set a record for?
I was just about to say they literally set a CompuBox record in that fight for the least amount of punches landed and thrown to it. If I'm not mistaken, they wasn't doing shit. That was literally one of the worst, at least a top 5 worst fights that I done called. That was one of the worst fights of the year, no doubt about it. It was disappointing. I'm talking about. I'm telling. It made me look bad.
It was
because
underwhelming.
I'm telling people like that I run into that kind of like boxing. And I'm telling them like my dad. I tell them like, man, you got to check this fight out, man. Shakur Stevenson versus Edwin De Los Santos. That's gonna be a great fight. You're gonna see some greatness in this fight. Shakur Stevenson, I'm telling him he a 5 on the scale. He a Olympic silver medalist. He won gold at the Youth AIBA World Championship. I'm telling them all this shit, and he did not live up to what I was saying. He made me look stupid.
This man say just like Bud, y'all should be proven wrong. One, Bud didn't prove nobody wrong, except in one fight, and that was against Spence. Other than that, nobody was going against Bud. 2, you should be ashamed to be putting Shakur in this conversation with Bud for the simple reason Shakur is not standing up to his end of the bargain. And until he start whooping some people the way you're projecting that he should be whooping them, the conversation can't go any further than that. The 2 fights that we spoke on, if you only gonna pull one, then there's no need to have a discussion because you're not gonna get past you're not even paying attention to the first fight where they have so many similarities. 2 lefties, 2 power punches. Shakur not engaging the way he would against everyone else.
Yeah, I don't think Shakur is good as Crawford. I just seen like can't nobody make Crawford look different. I just seen him stand in front of Mean Machine, punching like a motherfucker. Crawford getting off on his ass, going to the body with combination, coming back upstairs with the shit. You know what I'm saying? We done seen him get hit a few times, but he's not afraid to get hit. That motherfucker gonna be right there so he can counter your ass and come back with something. He don't give a fuck what style you got. He can fight Felix Diaz, an Olympic gold medalist southpaw, and go out there and fight him at his own game. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think Shakur is good as Crawford.
Not yet.
And then at the same time, Crawford had a hard road to get to where he went to too. He didn't have a Olympic medal to get put on the fast track and get all the big promotion behind him and shit. You know what I'm saying? He had a tougher road to get to where he was. So I think he's a better fighter than Shakur.
Yeah, I think that little black son of a gun, when you hit him, it's automatic that he want his punch, his lick back. You're not finna get in here and get no lick off of me and get away with it. No, Trey didn't say that. That was me that brought that up, Napoleon Armstrong. So if you're gonna turn some anger, let it be at me. But no, we wasn't accusing you of disagreeing, or maybe we misunderstood. But I see where you say you wasn't disagreeing. You saying you understand why it went down like that. So we seeing that we came together on a neutral spot in the road. So let's just roll with it like that. And I was just taking a jab at you when I said I wouldn't put Shakur in there with Bud right now. Anyway, neither one of y'all did. I was just saying, you know, I'm taking a shot because I'm having fun. But with that being said,
hold on, this is my thing right here too. Like I grew up, this is what I grew up on. Roy Jones Jr., James Toney, Sugar Shane Mosley, and Floyd Mayweather Jr. Those were my top 4. So let's take them 4 fighters. We can throw Crawford in there. Is Shakur Stevenson as good as them 5 fighters that I just named? From what y'all seen so far?
Not at this time in his point of career, no.
I don't think so. Nah. Yeah, I don't think so. So, yeah, what you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like he's not as good as them motherfuckers for right now. From what he's showing us, he ain't. So I don't think it's nothing wrong with questioning the shit and saying that we need to see more. Let's see him against these tough guys. If he go out there and whoop their ass, I'll be happy to be proven wrong. I don't mind that shit. Did I throw a fit when Errol Spence lost to Crawford? Oh, did I
we
roll with the shit like a man? Like I
roll with
always
the
do.
punches.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Even though Hyphy kicked me a couple of times when I was down.
Hey, like MZ said, we can move on because Shakur apologized after his last fight. What other fighter you know had to apologize after his last fight?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think who.
Bruh. And then y'all see how he act when it come to Javante. Oh, he didn't do me like that in sparring. Bruh, that's why he don't want to fight Javante.
Who is that?
Shakur.
No, I mean, who is Javante?
Brother Abdul. He don't
Oh,
want to
okay.
fight Brother Abdul.
We got to get used to calling him Abdul.
Yeah.
Abdul Tank Wahid.
Hey, but you know, because we had like some other action that happened over the weekend on that main event on the ESPN card. I don't know if y'all seen Oscar Valdez.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. He won this fight, 7th round KO.
I did purchase ESPN Plus, so I am putting a little bit of money back in the pot. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I watched that fight. Wilson came to fight, but Valdez started putting them hands on his ass. The ref had to call it off. Who the boss?
I think I caught that. I caught some of that fight because my big brother, I don't know what he got, but I know he have all the fights all the time. So I know who to turn to when I get a chance to watch him. I think I saw that knockout because he was getting all crunk. He was switching between the basketball and the boxing. But once the PBC started, he made sure we watched all those fights.
Yeah, that was a pretty good fight. I think Yasa might have got the bonus on that shit.
He said he changed that pick to Valdez 7th round KO.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But Yasa just had to touch that day.
That nigga had to glow.
Like the last dragon.
You are the last dragon. You possess the power of the glow. That nigga was show enough in this motherfucker. Who's the master?
Man. That's a classic right there. I might have to pull it up when I get on this ship next week.
Yeah, that motherfucker mad had to drop out. Tap out. Made the motherfucker say Mate like on Bloodsport.
Oh, that's a good one too.
Oh,
I used to be a Van Damme fan.
Me too. That Double Impact, Lionheart, all that shit. Man, I used to be on all them Van Damme movies.
Man, then they hurt my feelings when they said he was a fake. I was like, what? See how movies will fuck over you? Woody Trayvell said, I love that movie, The Last Dragon. I'm sure that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that movie, man. I'm sitting up here thinking about it.
Yeah, you heard me say I'm gonna pull that mug up when I get on the ship.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I can't wait. But I'm kind of nervous because the eclipse gonna be happening. I hope I can see it from the water. I hope we're in the right position.
When is the eclipse supposed to be?
On the 8th, around 1:30-ish, I think, 1:38, something like that in the afternoon. Some places in Texas are supposed to experience the full blackout of it, while other places, you know, you have to wear the glasses and all that kind of stuff. But in some places in Texas, I was looking at the map where they were saying that it's supposed to get a total blackout for about 3 minutes.
I'm gonna have to check that out. But I have to get somewhere where I can see it.
Yeah, I done gave up on trying to see them because every time they happen, I'm like, shoot, all the years I've been alive and all the eclipses that's so-called past, I'm like, I done looked and I ain't seen nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's just the for real of it. I'm like, I done looked for every eclipse and I haven't seen any of them do anything that I read in the books that's supposed to happen, or the way they show me pictures in the science class. I'm like, that's supposed to happen? And then when it come down to it, I'm like, okay, that didn't happen.
Yeah, it's all about, like, you know, just your location, where you are based on where it's happening. But I understand, like, if you never been in the right position, and yeah, it could not be as big of a deal, but it's, you know, just still something interesting enough to keep up with.
Yeah, I guess. I just seen the moon and the sun out at the same time. I'm like, okay, so motherfuckers over there on the far where it's supposed to be dark, they moonless tonight.
Nah, it don't work like that, OG.
Hey, I'm just saying, you know, I look up in the sky, I see the sun and the moon at the same time, and it's noon. I'm like, what the fuck is the moon doing over here?
Yeah, I don't know the reason. I ain't gonna lie to you, but I done seen that a bunch of times myself.
And it never came into your mind to say, if the moon way over here, what they got for nighttime right now, wherever it's nighttime at? I'm tripping. Let me not get on that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
I
go
ain't
down
about
the
to get up
hole
there
on that.
like Neil deGrasse Tyson in this motherfucker, nothing.
Yeah. He said The Last Dragon is the longest line I ever stood in for a movie. That's coming from Rod X. So you went to the movies to see The Last Dragon.
That nigga, they're old school, like your pops father. See that at the movie.
Hey, I saw that.
You saw it at the movie game?
Yeah, I was like, how old was I? Like three or four. I was,
Yeah.
3 or 4? How old is that movie?
this
Came
shit
out.
came out in the early 80s, brother.
Yeah.
God dang. I was a full-fledged big boy then. I saw The Last Dragon on VHS.
What's the name of that? The love interest in the movie? That woman.
Sheila
Vanity.
Easton? No, Vanity. From she used to mess with Prince. She used to work with Prince.
Pretty as a motherfucker.
Something.
She was gorgeous.
Yeah, Vanity. I remember listening to her music back in the day. That was one of the reasons a lot of us wanted to see the movie.
Yeah.
That was the main reason. Vanity in the movie. Oh, I gotta see that. My boy ended up with that VH. He popped it into the VCR. Bruce Lee, bro.
I remember that damn nasty girl video. They wasn't doing shit but standing there. She was so damn fine.
With the outfits, though. The outfits, like, for the
Yeah.
time. For the time. You know, I can think of them right now doing that same video, how the outfits would be very different.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Hey, we got some.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got some. Are you saying something?
Nah. I was just doing the sound check.
Okay.
Yeah, we got some smoke at 140. This week. I think y'all familiar with Ernesto Tito Mercado. He got a
Yeah.
fight this week. And I see some, talk going on between Adam Azim versus Harlem Eubank, and then Dalton Smith. He been trying to get that Adam Azim fight also.
Yeah. I know you said you feel like it's gonna be easy work for Adam Azim if he was to fight Harlem Eubank, but I'm still interested in the fight though.
Huh.
I think Eubank is a pretty decent fighter, man. Like I said, he won gold at the Harrington Cup. That's an international tournament. And Adam Azim, he was a 10-time national champion. So, you know how that go. But I think it'll be a interesting fight to watch, though.
Huh. I'm going through the chat. Oh, Rod X will be 51 in October.
Oh, yeah, I
Okay.
forgot he said, yeah, he up there like, yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay, I see how. Damn, Rod X. I didn't see it at the movies though. Damn, you want me on that one? Vanity, yeah.
It came out in 85, so I'd have been about 4 or 5.
Yeah.
85. Okay, the Chicago Bears had just was winning the Super Bowl that year. I was still in Indiana.
Did y'all see Dalton Smith against Jose Cepeda?
No, I didn't see it.
Party.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, he had a breakout party. I think he stopped him with a body shot. What was it, like the second round, I think?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I said came out this that Coldplay. You know what I'm saying? That's my boy Dalton Smith. He went out there and showed out.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Big Bro is he messed with Shakur like we do, and he says Shakur will step it up when it's time. In my opinion, the better the fighter, the harder he'll train. In my opinion, especially now that folks think he's suspect. He didn't respect old boy until he saw old boy was throwing haymakers in his last fight.
No, though, man, that's a respectable opponent, though. That's a 4 on the scale. That's somebody that had one of the best performances of the year coming off that Joseph Adorno win. He went out there and knocked out El Rayo. That's a good fighter, man. He had a controversial loss to William Foster III. That's a high level fighter, man. If you can't get motivated for Edwin De Los Santos, I can't trust you to get motivated for hardly nobody, man. Cause that motherfucking fighting is dangerous.
Hey, I respect you trying to, make an excuse for Shakur, but I just disagree with it because hey, I got him on record saying he was training harder than ever. He very focused, locked in. So yeah, he did have respect for his opponent. He just couldn't do nothing with him when he got in the ring because he was scared. Like it's fine just to admit the nigga was scared, bro.
After the fight, he called him a great fighter too. He said De Los Santos was a great fighter.
Yeah, he did do that. Big bro, I'm gonna ride with you though. I'm gonna give you that and say, I'm gonna wait till his next fight and see what he come out there and do. Now, consensus are let us remember. I got to put this out there. If he fights a orthodox fighter, we'll see a different Shakur than a lefty with power. Now, I don't know what we will see if we see an orthodox fighter with power, but if we see a decent fighter got some pop, I think we'll see a different Shakur.
I'm gonna tell y'all the difference between Shakur and a lot of these other fighters. Look up his fucking reach on BoxRec. The nigga got like a 68-inch reach. He like 5'8" with a 68-inch reach. That's not long arms for that height. If we think about Crawford got a fucking 74-inch reach. 74. You look at fighters like Mayweather, he had like a 72-inch reach at like 5'9". He got a 6 foot man's reach at 5'9". Shakur don't have them long ass arms. So if you see him off in there with an orthodox fighter, it's a chance that he gonna look a lot better. But if you see him with an orthodox fighter that got long arms and power, we might see some trepidation or some hesitation. And like you said, if we see him off in there with a southpaw with the lanes are wide open and they explosive with some power, I'll go out on a limb and say we definitely will see a cautious Shakur Stevenson at the very least. He got a lot of pride, man. Some people don't want to get knocked out in front of the world. You know what I'm saying? Listen to the way he talk. He obviously got a lot of pride in himself. You know what I'm saying? I think that can compromise his decision making sometime in the ring. But he definitely don't have the long arm. The great fighters normally have long arms. From Floyd Mayweather to Sam Langford. Sam Langford was 5'7" with a 74.5-inch reach.
Monkey arms.
Shakur don't have that.
No,
he got arms closer to Teofimo Lopez, Danny Garcia. All three of them got about a 68-inch reach. That's what Shakur got. And if you don't believe me, look on BoxRec and go look this shit up. And compare his reach to them other niggas like Crawford and tell me that's the same.
Nope. De La Santos.
Drop the mic.
Hey, Napoleon Armstrong. He said Shakur gets flack, but nobody put any of the blame on De La Santos that night. And I did complain about De La Santos saying that he was not being able to cut the ring off. I won't say that. I'll always bring it up the fact that, hey, you got to be able to cut the ring off. That is part of your job. But at the same point, how many times are you willing to see Shakur win like that?
De Los Santos gets flack for contributing to a boring fight, but he has no bearing on what Shakur does. He is not making Shakur jump to the other side of the ring and getting out of range to where he can't counter. That has nothing to do with De Los Santos. That's all on Shakur. But if we want to talk about why the fight was boring and it was a bad fight, De Los Santos contributed to that just like Shakur did. Is that good enough for you?
That sounds like both people get a little blame.
That will
quite
suffice.
fair. You say that'll suffice? Okay. I got to get back on Eric R. Because he say he got baby arms and no pop. Damn. He got people with cruise arms. No, I need to see what he said. Vanity was the baddest flat-chested woman to ever do it. That's just wrong.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. She was still pretty. Because, see, most people was looking at it back then as pretty was the thing. Fine was tight, but pretty was, pretty will put you in there.
Man, them thighs was on another level.
Yeah, they was.
Yeah.
especially when you had that bump in the back to match. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Let me not go back to the old ways. Let me get back to over Apollonia. Prince made the right move on that one. People had a nice little feel for Apollonia back in the day. I gotta hit it. He is defense first. That's all. Okay, look, how can I put it the best way? And who's matching their footwork? We are not saying that Shakur Stevenson is not a good fighter. We're not saying that. I'm saying he has a ceiling that he hasn't reached yet, that he can be great. What I'm looking for are the things that Crawford, Mayweather, Ward, Tony, uh, my boy from Florida, Roy Jones. I want to see him step into that realm. You can't just talk about being in that realm, which he's talking the good talk. But now in order to talk that, he has to move into it. He has to like Andre Ward said, he got to fight through the criticism. And the criticism that we giving him is not bad criticism. We just saying that, hey, in order to be with the greats, that jumping across the ring, you saying somebody should be able to cut the ring off. What I'm going to say is when Floyd Mayweather met somebody that tried to cut the ring off, he was able to make them pay and miss while standing in front of them. Andre Ward was able to make them miss and make them pay while standing in front of them. James Toney was able to make them miss and make them pay while standing in front of them on a more of a regular basis than not. That's what we're looking for from Shakur. If he's going to speak that game, he's got to live that game and show us that game in the ring. We're not taking nothing from him. We're just saying at this point in time from his last performance, because you're only as good as your last performance. His last performance put him within the B realm of being ranked at this moment.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. You broke that down about how I was thinking. You know what I'm saying? Make the man miss and make him pay. But I don't require him to stand directly in front of his opponents. He can go out there and fight the way a fighter's supposed to fight in a circle, use angles and all that. But I want to see you make him miss and make him pay. Like when I hear him say he's defense first, my mind translates that to safety first. And I'm not sure safety first fighter is going to be a great fighter because you got to be able to transition from defense to offense seamlessly. Make him miss, make him pay. Roll right hand, come back with right hand, like transition. So if we knowing him more for his defense and not his transition to the offense, I think that's a knock on him. You know what I'm saying? That make a good fighter, but not necessarily a great fighter. Like how many great fighters can we think of that was safety first? Or the way he put it, there's some good ones, but I can't think of too many great ones. Who you about to say, Kane?
Do we count Andre Ward as a great fighter?
I do.
I consider him a great fighter.
I do. I can understand why you might not think he is, but I consider him a great fighter.
Yeah, he was safety first, right?
I didn't see him as being safety first. I saw him setting up his own offense. And
go ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say I saw him setting up his own offense. I saw him going out there transitioning defense to offense. I saw him fight some dangerous guys. To where if he wanted to be like a straight safety first fighter, he had the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Like he fought some hard punches from Carl Frost to Saki Obika to Sergey Kovalev, the one that dropped him, Darnell Boone. Like he fought some punchers, but I don't put him in that category like safety first.
Yeah, because I always thought him. Go ahead.
I was thinking of his trainer, Virgil, who's like very safety first, but that might be the reason why he was great because he had a trainer who was safety first, but he was willing to bite down and fight. But
Yeah.
he more like Virgil Hunter, where he's safety first himself. He ain't the type that's dog it out.
Yeah, I understand. Like somebody like Virgil can reel him back in because I think Andre Ward is a straight up dog, K9 motherfucker. I saw some of the most dog shit that I ever seen in the boxing ring from him. Like I always mention how Saki Obika hit him with an elbow, And Andre Ward, instead of complaining to the referee, he came back with his own Muay Thai style elbow in a boxing match. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't complaining to the ref, nigga. I'm gonna get my own get back. But yeah, I agree. Like, you got a coach that can reel you back a little bit. But yeah, I think Andre Ward was a dog, man. Like, that right hand he put on Kovalev in the rematch, let him know this is what's taking place tonight. That shit that happened in the first fight, I wasn't right. I had to get my knee drained, but I'm good for this fight, and I'm about to set the tone early. You know what I'm saying? He like a tone setter.
Yeah, I was gonna say, every fight that I've seen him in, I actually saw him bite down on the bullet and be like, it is what it is. Virgil, like y'all say, Virgil was the one to pull him back. But as far as watching him fight, I can't say that. Yeah, he's a great fighter to me. Undefeated, retired, 32-0. Hadn't lost a fight since he was 11,
12,
somewhere like that. That's a lot of fights to not lose.
Yeah, I got him like in the top 100, top 90. If I want to be real ambitious, I'll probably maybe put him top 80.
Right.
But that's a great fighter though. If you make it the top 100, and there's been thousands of fighters.
Exactly. Now,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just going to.
Yeah, I just had to also bring up, because we all heard how Bernard Hopkins said it's not about just winning; it's about looking good when you win. And obviously, all these fighters understand that. So it's like, where does that come in when it comes to Shakur, who is also wanting to be the face of boxing and all this stuff? Like, that has to come into play when it comes to his fighting style. So he know damn well fighting like that's never going to transcend to him being the face of anything. I mean, nobody's going to want to see that type of fighting that he did. So he definitely understands that, and he did it more than once. So we're not going to say, oh, that was a one-time thing. No, he's done it more than once. Nobody want to see that, bro.
In my opinion, Shakur is in one of those situations where all his contemporaries have put themselves out there. They made some noise, and they made enough noise to, where it's ringing, where it's time for him to make some noise. Simple and plain. Now, I see Napoleon saying Tank, T.O., Devin, none of them are on par with the greats y'all comparing Shakur to. When it comes down to it, Devin fights. He will fight. Regardless if you like him or not, how much power you say he got, he will fight. I haven't seen him shine away from any fights.
He keep on bringing up other people that ain't got nothing to do with Shakur. Like, we never said that they was great fighters. When did we ever say that? Only thing I said was, before the last fight, I had Shakur head and shoulders over them. Now, since the last fight, I'm not sure anymore. I used to say that I got him over Tank, over Devin, over T.O. But now I'm not sure. So how is that comparing them to the greats? He's doing a bunch of deflecting. All over the place, trying to find an angle, trying to find an advantage that ain't there. And then on top of that, it's our opinion. So, like, is it really important to you for me to change my opinion and make me look at it the way you look at it? Because if that's the case, I'm my own man, brother. I think how I think, and I respect your opinion. You think how you think, but you're not about to change mine, brother.
Yeah, Shakur just gonna have to step his game up. His next fight, he just got to step his game up. Simple and plain, regardless of who it is. Hopefully, it's against somebody that people respect when he does step his game up. Other than that, is nothing we can add to it or take from it. His performance is what it was, regardless of how you want to look at it. Hell, if that's the case, we could have been still bent out of shape with the Errol Spence, Terence Crawford thing, and I could be like, oh, his performance, something's wrong with Errol. But I'm not doing that. I'm just saying, hey, Errol, as far as I'm concerned, his last performance, he looked bad. And the only way to fix that is to come into the ring against somebody that's good, which he's going to have to do, and make himself look good again. Simple and plain.
All he got to do is fight like he spar, and we'll be having a totally different conversation. And that's what makes it so bad, is because everything that I'm talking about, I know he got it. I know that he can make you miss by an inch and counter you. I done seen it in sparring. That's what's so frustrating. When I first saw that man spar, I was calling him Sugar Ray Robinson grandson. That's what I was calling him. Just playfully, but I was calling him Sugar Ray Robinson grandson. But when I saw him in his real fights, I was still impressed, but I wasn't quite as impressed as I was when I seen him spar. He is a much better sparring fighter than he is on fight night because he take more chances in sparring. You ain't got the world watching to where you scared to get knocked out. Like he just look more comfortable, and he ain't scared to take no shots. Like he right there to counter your ass. Pretty shots, make you miss, make you pay type shit. And then he get in front of the big stage, and it's not quite the same. Even when he look good, it don't look as good as when he's sparring.
You know,
That
we call that
motherfucker
in
is a A
basketball.
plus. He is a A plus level sparer all day long.
We call that in basketball a practice player.
So he fight with headgear on. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, he look comfortable with that headgear on, man. I done seen him off and there with some good ones in there sparring. And he looked like a fucking real world beater, man. I ain't bullshitting that, especially when he sparred against Devin Haney, part 3, that I was telling y'all about. Most people ain't seen it, but I did post evidence in Discord so y'all can know that it does exist. It's just that most people ain't seen it. But part 1, he kind of dissected Devin. Part 2, Devin, I give the edge to Devin because Floyd Mayweather was saying that he wanted to sign Shakur, and that made Devin jealous. So Devin started fighting hard. So I give him part 2. But part 3, when Shakur came back on a different day, I'm talking about 3-4 punch combinations all day. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. I'm talking about pretty shit. Man, I swear to God, I thought that he was the next great. This is like my opinion is like is going through like a process. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like I'm just saying this shit. My opinion started at one place and then it transitioned to where I am now. But it's taking years because I've been watching this man for a long time. I've been watching Shakur since he was like 15. Like 15, man. So yeah, man. My opinion is got a lot of data behind it.
Right.
Hey, let me get him because he said Trey comparing Shakur to retired greats. And so, he'll change not with your mind, not trying to change your mind and stuff. But here's the thing. Every time we used to see Shakur before his fights on ESPN, what was he always saying? Oh, I think the age I'm at right now, I think I'm better than the age Mayweather was when he was my age right now.
Exactly. You
Always
beat me
comparing
to
himself
it.
to Floyd. Yeah. He on here talking about, Tyson Fury, he'll beat Ali. That nigga compare himself to the greats and stuff. So why we can't do it?
Yeah, you beat me to it. Because that's the reason that I was thinking like that. He the one that puts himself in the category with the greats. He the one that say he gonna be remembered as one of the greatest of all time. That's what he says. So if he gonna make that comparison, what's wrong with us doing it? Like you just said. Man said that him and Mayweather at the same age, he better than Mayweather. How old is Shakur? About 26?
Yeah.
Somewhere
Yep.
around there. 25,
What damn
26.
fool gonna take a 26-year-old Shakur Stevenson over a 26-year-old Mayweather?
No.
That nigga just be talking, man. The shit ain't even making sense.
He young, man. We gotta remember he young. We're gonna attribute it to that.
Bruh. Hey, we can end all this. Just tell Shakur fight Williams and Payton. Let's see how that turned out for him.
I won't even be mad if he get him a tune-up first. I know Zapata is coming off the Maxie Hughes fight. I know Shakur ain't been in the ring since he fought De Los Santos, so it'd be fair for him to get a tune-up. But I do want to see him in them type of fights, though.
Instead of just talking about it.
Mira Tyler looked vulnerable in his last fight, so that'll be a good one for him too.
Hey,
Well,
Williams and Payton, perfect opponent. Hey, Williams and Payton, he gonna throw 100 punches around, unlike De Los Santos. So you can't say he didn't engage. He gonna come forward. You know what I'm saying? That's the perfect opponent. All he got to do is start running from Williams and Payton.
I'm not sure if he can beat Zapata, man, because that motherfucker Zapata is a foe. He fought at the AIBA World Championships, and plus it seemed like he got good size for the weight class. Southpaw too, so the lane's gonna be open. That shit gonna make him uncomfortable, man. I'm not sure. I think Zapata can outwork him.
Ooh.
But I'm willing to be proven wrong.
Okay, I got to come to Napoleon's Armstrong defense real quick because it seemed like this the first time. This the first time I've ever seen this. He said, I don't know where all that come from, but maybe you need to listen back. Then he comes and says, I'm saying, y'all act like I'm saying that, you know, I don't know, what's that? Stolen?
Listen back. All I said was that's my man's at 135.
And you know what? You're right. All you did say was that's your man at 35. And it kind of opened up the book. We read some pages of what's going on at 35. Not trying to make him not be your man at 35, because if you hear us and we do play it, you do listen back, you hear us say plenty of times, we like Shakur. In no way are we down in the man. We just saying we want better, we want more from him. In order for him,
I'm not hearing none of that shit. This is like Draymond Green complaining about getting ejected, nigga. Your reputation is with you. This nigga Napoleon love to argue. So excuse me for taking what you saying as you trying to buck, nigga, like you always do. So nigga, I'm gonna come back with something just like you gonna come back with something. Now he want to sit up here and be all innocent and shit. All I said was that's my fight at 135. Nigga, you like to argue, nigga. You know that. And the man don't like to lose no argument either. So he gonna keep going and keep going and keep going. That nigga know that. That nigga trying to turn the tables and shit, talking about he just tried to. All I said was, nigga, going on with that bullshit, nigga. This nigga Napoleon crazy. That's my nigga. Don't get me wrong. That's my man. I got much love for Napoleon, but that nigga that know he love to argue.
Hey, being connected to Terence Crawford team and stuff, that's not gonna save you, bro. That's not gonna make you a greater fighter, or you know, in our eyes, in our favor at least, and that's not gonna stop you from getting cooked. Your fighter's a duck, man. Shakur is a duck. That's all it is to it.
Let Shakur start being trained by Derrick James and look and watch how quick he dropped that nigga.
What? No, don't say it ain't so. If Shakur come over to Derrick James' house, you mean to tell me he'd kick him out the car?
Straight out the car.
Man, I don't believe that. I believe Napoleon still ride with him at 135. Hyphy, I know you the man in the news. You got all the scuttlebutt. You got all the news from the scuttlebutt. Has anybody found out for sure is Earl and Derrick split?
Man, you know, honestly, it's just rumors that circulating, and you know what I'm saying, that's all I can say. So I can say I ain't nothing confirmed. It's just, you know, constantly being talked about. So
right,
I'll leave that up to the people. Yeah, to, you know, determine if that's what y'all want to believe or not.
Okay, because I'm hearing about him being sued and he owed money, and I'm hearing all kind of stuff, but I haven't heard exactly words from Derrick. And I did go and listen to that interview that he had with the young man that was sitting on the side of the ring.
That Mill City, man. What y'all think about them interviews? Y'all like the Mill City interviews?
That's who the guy was I'm talking about?
Oh no, I'm tripping. That's the Cigar Talk or something like that.
Cigar Talk. That's it. It was Cigar Talk.
I like that guy. I think he do a pretty good job. He had a motherfucker talking.
Right. And I didn't hear Derrick James allude to anything of a breakup or money or anything like that. So I'm gonna have to just keep it as right now. I'm gonna keep it sitting in the rumor mill. Who is Broderick Hunter in the house? He laughing. Glad to see you stop through, big bro. I thought I saw big bro say something. Shakur not a duck at all.
He is a duck. Just stop lying.
Hey, big bro is a Shakur fan, and I like Shakur too. I won't say he a duck. I can't say that. Not yet, Hyphy. It's too early.
Yeah, see, I ain't been saying all that. I've just been talking about his decision making in the ring as far as getting completely out of range and not staying where you can counter. That's my only complaint.
Too far out of range to counter.
Yeah.
And in the De Los Santos fight, that's exactly what was happening. And De Los Santos, he wasn't really bringing it like he wanted to. You know, he was crying to the fact, in my opinion, that Shakur wouldn't stand there and engage. But at the same time, in order to be that guy that we be talking about, like we would talk about Crawford, like we used to talk about Spence, like we talked about Mosley, or any of the greats, Those dudes are stepping to people constantly. They dealing with the problems that come out. And if they had to get on their bicycle, it was only for a short period of time. And then they end up walking somebody into something. Shakur didn't take advantage of none of those options in that fight. He didn't walk Santos into anything.
Yeah, I mean Shakur, the way I like to look at fighting too, like the differential, like as far as what percentage of your punches do you land, as opposed to the percentage of the punches that your opponent lands. And Shakur is about a 35-15 guy, a 35-12, somewhere off in there. So he is definitely an outstanding fighter. You know what I'm saying? It's just what I would like to see to determine him to be an A+ level fighter, like he thinks he is.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Big bro say, I feel some of the facts about what he needs to do. But how you an undefeated duck?
Hey, see, that all sound good when you twist it. Y'all wasn't saying that about Anthony Joshua though, when y'all was hating on him.
Well, he wasn't around then, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big bro was just sitting in the background way back then.
You wasn't even around when everybody was getting on Joshua and Wilder. This shit was back in like 2018.
Yeah, I was messing with Marlo's corner then.
No, you wasn't, nigga. In 2018, absolutely, I'm sure. Shit. I remember all the people that was off in there. We didn't know none of y'all niggas in 2018. We had a whole different group of people that we was dealing with.
I was up in there.
Yeah, the Kane was in there. Lala D was in there. Rod X was in there. So yeah, it was some people that was that's around now that was around then. But for the most part, I would say 90% of the people that we friends with are newer friends. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that must have been when I was just getting started with Pecos.
Yeah, cause me and Marlo started doing live streams in May of 2018. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that's a little while ago now.
Yeah, come to think of, some years in past.
Last March made 6 years that I've been on YouTube, because I first started doing YouTube in March of 2018. I started with Ty Legacy, then I did some live streams with the light-skinned guy with the long hair. I can't think of his fucking name.
That's a hell of a way to describe him, though. The light-skinned guy with long hair.
He got some heart though. His name is Corey Levi. I ain't gonna talk down on. We had a little falling out, but he ain't make no diss video. I ain't make no diss video. We just called each other some bitch ass niggas behind the scenes and moved on with it. You know what I'm saying? That made me respect him though. Shit, we just kept it like that. And I know he ain't no punk either. I done seen him in some situations where he showed some pluck, some fight. You know what I'm saying? But he just made some bad moves. So that's how me and Marlo started doing live streams and shit. You know what I'm saying? But it's been a while now, man.
Right. 2018. Okay. We had 24. Napoleon Armstrong back.
And
Shakur apologized.
As a matter of fact, Napoleon was there when I first started calling fights the way I call them.
Okay.
It was a Michaela Mayer fight. And she fought this woman that had on all pink. And I can't remember her name, but she got the hell beat out of her. And that's when I started going fast and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah, Napoleon, not Napoleon, but the Kane, he definitely been there for a whole minute.
Came and riding around in the lack for a while. Napoleon says Shakur apologized for himself. I'm darn sure not. We ain't asking you to apologize. But it do feel good to have a check on the board when Napoleon gave up the argument.
Don't say that.
Y'all had just started when I came across the channel.
Yeah, you've been in there for a whole minute. I actually didn't know that shit until I went back and listened to the fight. I want to say that fight right there took place on the same card that James Tennyson fought against what's the southpaw with the crazy eye that wanted to fight Tank back in the day?
Abner Mares?
Abner Mares?
No, the southpaw brother from Philly.
Oh, Tevin
Farmer.
Yeah, when he fought James Tennyson, I want to say that's when we called that Michaela Mayer fight. We hadn't been calling fights for like a super long time, you know what I'm saying? But that's when I kind of started like coming into my own as far as how I want to call them, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Crazy Eye Farmer.
He had a comeback fight too. What was it, about a year ago? I think he fought. God damn, what's the name of that dude, man? Did he fight Rolly? I think it's this light skinned dude that come from Philadelphia. I want to say he fought Rolly on short notice.
Well, who he talking about? Who fought Rolly?
Tevin Farmer. In a
No, I
comeback
think
fight.
no. He was linked to fighting Mickey Bay.
He was, but he actually came back and had a fight though against that light skinned dude from Philly.
Oh, okay.
The dude is real tough. He always fighting in other people's backyards. He fight on short notice, and he always the underdog. But he's tough, and he actually can fight a little bit too.
Is it Avery Sparrow?
There we go, Avery Sparrow. Yeah.
That boy, the Kane system sound like an Anunnaki.
Hey, also, Nicholas Walters, he had a comeback fight, I think, over the weekend
against Joseph Adorno. Nigga, we all picked Adorno and got that shit wrong. You know me, I'm sitting up there, amateur background. You see two of them. Sometimes you see 178 and 22, multiple time national champion. Sometimes you see 156 and 22. You know what I'm saying? So, and he been active. This motherfucker, Nicholas Walter, just came back, fought 2 scrubs. So I'm like, man, this nigga, Adorno been fighting, more consistent, and he been fighting good people. You know, he lost to the De Los Santos. The motherfucker fought Jermaine Ortiz. That was a draw. My mind going blank right now, but I got respect for Adorno. I thought he was gonna go out there and show me something. The motherfucker went out there and lost to Nicholas Walters, man. I'm glad we ain't bet on that shit.
Me too. Napoleon Armstrong said, I ain't gave up. I said, let's bet when these marquee fights get made. Shakur gonna be victorious. I never give up.
Nigga never give up.
I love that. Eric also said he picked Walters.
That's a good pick, man. That's a good, outstanding pick.
He said, I remember y'all at Farmer at like 5 a.m.
Yep, that's when they were fighting in that factory or some shit that they was fighting in. I don't even remember, but yep. That's definitely an early fight called Tevin Farm at like 5 a.m.
Dang.
Yeah, I think they were fighting in Australia or something like that.
Okay, that'll put it in that time zone. I like that. I ain't gave up. I love that.
Hey, Trey and Social, I didn't get a chance to ask y'all how y'all feel about Lomachenko getting number 1 ranking on ESPN last Friday, of number 1 ranking of the lightweights.
But ESPN, they didn't show Lomachenko a lot of love over the years. I mean, they tried to make him undefeated one time. They tried to take the Salido loss off the record.
Twice.
I remember one time Teddy Atlas, he had Terence Crawford and he had Andre Ward standing side by side next to each other. They were doing the interview. And he told both of them that Lomachenko was the best fighter in the world. Right there to their face. They sitting up there looking crazy as a motherfucker. 2 undefeated bad motherfuckers got to sit up there and listen to Lomachenko being the best in the game. Like, they just been showing that motherfucker so much love and cutting them so much slack over the years. I'm not even surprised. And plus, he a top-ranked fighter. A lot of the other top guys at 135, they not under that umbrella. So I'm not surprised that they would make him number 1, even though I don't agree with it.
Scientist?
You got to call Ray.
Well, what's up?
All right, the question was, so on last Friday, ESPN put out the lightweight rankings, and they had Lomachenko as number 1. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
I think there's some BS. What? Really? Last Friday they did that?
Oh yeah, I took a screenshot of it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, Ray of Alabama.
Well, I mean, okay, so if Haney was there, he would have to be number 1, right? Because he was undisputed or whatever. So then, I guess their logic is Loma just had the close fight with him that should have been a rematch. So I don't know. Maybe that's where they were going with it.
A lot of people thought he won too, like you. It was a
Yeah.
lot of credible people that thought Lomachenko won that fight.
Yeah. Then Tio ain't there no more. So I mean, who would y'all put at number one at 135?
Let's ask Napoleon.
That nigga be coming with them jabs so goddamn quick.
Hey, Andy
my mic
Cruz.
ain't on. He
I
said,
don't know
let's
why
add.
I had Andy Cruz in my mind, even though I can't give him that shit. But for some reason, he came to my mind for some reason.
Huh.
Yeah, just I mean, based off the eye test, hell, I'd probably say Andy Cruz too.
At 135?
Yeah. Who gonna beat Andy Cruz at 135?
Shakur?
Hell nah. He'll get his ass beat.
You know, y'all gonna think I'm crazy, but I think Frank Martin might have a chance just off grit and dog, like he did with Harutunian. Like he might be at a skill disadvantage, but he able to bite down on his mouthpiece and just go take something from somebody. And he's such a hard worker in the gym. I know that he can win fights in the gym from his hard work. I think he would give him a tough fight just off sheer tenacity and aggression and being a dog and having talent to go with it.
Hold up. Is this man saying that somebody dodged the bet question like people scared to bet?
Well, he done already cut me some slack on the bet. I lost the bet to the motherfucker was doing bad. I sent him the money. That's my nigga. He gonna double it up and send it back to me and shit. That's the type of person he is. That's my nigga. I got love for him, you know what I'm saying? But he gonna bet.
When they come down to it, depending on who it is and when they fight, we can talk.
Hey, Eric R. He said Andy Cruz is Keyshawn daddy.
Well, is he not?
That's what Andy said himself.
But I'm a caution against this bet though, because I actually have a quote on my dry erase board. And it says, never bet against a grimy team. And that means like a hard-hitting Seattle Seahawks type team or a decorated amateur. Your ass will come up short. Even when they coming off layoffs, like I had took that ultimate Komatov, I took him over Raymond Ford, and we lost our money like a motherfucker. Betting against 5s and 3.5s and 4s, and that shit's not profitable. I remember when I took that motherfucker Joette Gonzalez over Isaac Dogbay, bet against a goddamn Olympian, and I'm sitting over here surprised that I lost. I took that motherfucker Nick Ball over Ray Vargas. I thought Vargas won the fight. I saw Hyphy say he felt like Ball should have won the fight because he got the knockdowns. But if I look at the totality of the fight, I thought Vargas won. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie. But Vargas is a 4. He fought at the AIBA World Championships. I'm betting against that shit. And then I'm surprised when I don't win. It's a lot. It's a draw. You know what I'm saying? It's not profitable to be betting against people like that.
I feel you. But like I said, I gotta wait to see what the board spread out and see who is it, who's the face, and I got a lot of data still collect because the fights ain't coming up yet. But when they do come up, the data will be in, and we'll know what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Oh, we were talking about 168 earlier. I forgot to bring this up, but David Morrell, he was at Andy Cruz last fight supporting him, and he got on camera and he said Edgar Berlanga is his son, so he won't smoke with Edgar Berlanga also. Well, what y'all think about that?
It was somebody else that said they wanted Belonga. It seemed like they were from the UK or something.
Not Christian and Bealey.
That's who it was, as a matter of fact. Yeah, Kristen and Billy. Yeah. I think he'll beat the brakes off that man.
Facts.
Oh, Belonga, man, I don't think Belonga got nothing. I ain't gonna lie though, he did kind of impress me in the last fight because it's not easy to go out there and stop the man he stopped. What's the name of that southpaw? Ryder, John Ryder.
John Ryder.
Yeah, he stopped him. You know what I'm saying? But John Ryder done been through wars. He done been around the block several times. He at the end of his career, I think he retired after the fight. So I guess I got to take a little bit of shine off of the victory, but I was still relatively impressed that he stopped him. But I don't think he got nothing for the top guys like in Billy and all them dudes. I think they'll beat the hell out of him. Matter of fact, I think old school Big E, Ernest Davis' nephew, Marquise Taylor whooped that nigga.
Damn.
Shit, that really ain't even no damn situation. That motherfucker fighting that dude. He been fighting like a motherfucker. I think he what weight class did he fight at? 160?
Nephew,
Yeah.
bro, answer that for me. He is one of the big boys. I don't think he at 168. I think he is at 160.
I still think he'll whoop alone. He ain't got a lot of power, but he got a spider web. And if you get your ass in that spider web, you ain't getting out of it either. He able to hit you and you can't hit him. You know what I'm saying? That motherfucker can fight. He just look like one of them dudes. He knew how to fight before he went to the gym. You know what I'm saying? Like he looked like one of them dudes that just been whooping everybody growing up, and then he went to the gym.
He just decided to turn it into a career.
Yeah, and they keep on robbing him and shit, but you know, thankfully, he got some just decisions go his way recently.
Man. Shit.
And the slept on fighter at 168, the IBO champion from Cuba, Slay Iglesias.
Yeah.
Hey, if you see him fight MZ, you like you gonna say like, damn, it's like him and Morrell, like they the top ones at 168.
Oh, he bringing fire like Morrell?
Yeah, he athletic like Morrell, you know, quick on his feet. He's Cuban also. It's just that he fought out of Germany. But he cold with the athletic. He actually got a win over David Morrell in the amateurs. So yeah, this nigga cold, bro.
Okay.
Big bro he losses too.
He fight at 160, bro. He fight at 160, Big bro just said.
Yeah, that motherfucker got a win over Morrell. Morrell only had 2 losses too.
Yeah, I think the other loss was to Jesus Luis what's his name again? The one who won heavy gold twice.
You won gold.
Jesus Cesar
La Cruz?
Yeah, La Cruz.
Julio Cesar La Cruz.
Yeah, he's a 2-time gold medalist.
Oh, he got a bunch of shit, nigga. You look up his shit, he got golds and silvers running up and down the goddamn page.
That's one of the best amateurs ever, bro. Oh my life.
Bad motherfucker. And Morrell wasn't no slouch. He was 130-2, won gold at the Youth AIBA World Championship. That's why I got him ranked as a 5. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Bro said his dad was a good fighting mofo too.
If he got them long ass arms like his son, nigga, I definitely can see it. I tell you, that nigga got a spider web, bro. That nigga hit you with some shit, and then you try to come back with something, he puts you in that web, nigga. You can't even move. But he can still hit you though. You know what I'm saying? That's what nigga, you can't move, but he hitting you. And I'm talking about good fighters like Paul Crow, the last one he beat. What's his name? Yoelvis Gomez or something like that. I think he was an Olympian. He done fought several of them, man. My mind went blank, but he got several good fighters on his resume. And he held his own and arguably won all of them. Without a deep amateur background. And not a lot of power either. He only got 1 knockout in all his fights. But he just a dude that can just fight.
Man.
Just out of curiosity, like what do y'all think Jamel does next?
Charlo?
All right, nigga, get out the way.
Yeah, Jamel Charlo.
He made a payday with Canelo. Then he had some kind of issue to happen. He been out the ring for a good time. Him coming back up, what is it, the champion in recess?
Actually, now he don't hold any belts.
Oh, okay. So when he come back, the whole terrain has changed. You know, he got to fight his way. He'll have to fight his way back into contentions and everything. So I don't really know what to think about him. You know, I heard retire. That might be a good idea because he's not a youngster either. He's not old, but he in his 30s already. You know, and I think he's getting close to the bad side of the 30s.
And then if it's at the same time, if you look at the landscape of 154 when he took over the division, It done got a lot better now. Like who was the guys that he was beating coming up? I know he beat Erickson Lubin and knocked him out.
Castanio,
Austin
that's
Trout,
the other brother.
Austin
That's the other brother.
Trout,
Tony Harrison.
Tony Harrison.
That's the big names right there.
Yeah, them at least some of the big names. So would y'all take that group of guys right there or 154 right now? Because it seemed like it done got a little bit more dense as far as the talent. You know what I'm saying? You got some good fighters in that division, man. So I think he'll have a tough time. And then at the same time, like goddamn, he been at 154 for years. How easy is it for him to make the weight? I think he's gonna have to at least go to 160. I think at this age, the activity, I think he probably go to 160. And 160 is kind of light right now, too, right?
Yeah. I want to add on. Also take in consideration, he hasn't had to make 154 since June of 2022, because I know he had a long layoff, and there's no telling when he'll fight again. So it's like it'll be over 2 years before he's had to make 154. Like, could he even make that weight again?
And how old is he? 33?
Yep.
I think so. Oh, Big Bro said he about to lay it down. Great show, fellas. Up at 6. Love you, boys. Shakur. Oh, my bad. I'm stealing.
Salute, OG. Get with you.
I'll holler at you tomorrow, bro.
Don't be no stranger in the Discord either. Nigga, come through and say what's up to us sometime. OG.
He said he be in there. He be reading sometimes.
That app bullshit y'all young people be on.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all be on y'all last in there. But okay, another one. Stephen Fulton. What y'all think? Like, what does he do next?
You got to get back in there, man. You got to get back in there and start fighting.
His last fight was his loss?
Yeah. Fought since then.
Dang, that's pretty. What is that, over a year?
He's going to go up in weight, though, more than likely. He's going to probably go to 126. I wish I would have got a chance to see him fight against Miradron Akhmadali. I want to see him fight against Inouye. But I guess I can deal with Neary versus Inouye. You know, Neary a fighting motherfucker, but I think Cool Boy gonna go to 126.
That'd probably be the best move for him. Because he's been out for so long, and if you ain't, unless he just in the gym staying at that weight, I'm pretty sure slacking up a little bit because we don't know what he's doing. I'm pretty sure I could agree that he probably move up in weight. That would probably be the best thing for him.
He was big for the weight class, and you know he ain't getting no younger either, so he's gonna have to go up at some point. Oh, did he already go up? Was he at 118, or is Rais the Beast the Lean? Do he fight at 122?
He fights at 118 also. Hey, that's another good name. You know, Rais, he haven't fought since his loss, and you know, he was on King's promotion, so he don't got no real promotion backing him. So I'm just wondering, like, what happens with Rais, because Rais is like 33 now. He's a high risk, low reward type fighter.
That's something that I don't like. Like Arlene, he did lose to Sam Goodman, but that was a good ass fight. You know what I'm saying? It was a split decision, if I ain't mistaken.
Yep.
So like, why should he get put on the shelf for that? Like, it was a good fight, a competitive fight. It didn't go his way. He actually was coming off a layoff in that fight, and he fought a fucking 4. Sam Goodman got over 100 amateur fights and fought in international tournaments, and he lose a close fight to this guy, so we got to put him on the shelf.
I think it's one of them ones where it's like I said, just such high risk, low reward that it is. And then on top of that, he don't have the proper team behind him, like, to get him back in the rankings quick and all that. So it's just the politics.
I did want to see Aleem versus Cool Boy, though. That's a fight that I hate that I won't get a chance to see more than likely. I think I'm probably about to go ahead and jump off myself, man. It's already past midnight where I'm at.
Yeah, good timing, good timing. Well, shit, yeah, we let you go ahead and give us that nice farewell.
Yeah, man, I'm about to go ahead and jump out, man. Salute to y'all and shit. Give me some rest. I'm up in this gym and shit doing my thing. I'm not in Planet Fitness no more. I went to Crunch Fitness. Crunch Fitness is a lot better. It's more geared towards the men. They got a lot of free weights and shit off in there instead of goddamn elliptical on every fucking aisle. You know what I'm saying? So I'm having a lot of fun. They got punching bags and shit off in there too. I done already knocked skin and shit all off my fucking knuckles over there punching on the bags without no gloves on. Then I decided to bring some gloves today and can barely even punch on the motherfucker like I want to because I done fucked my hands up already. You know what I'm saying? But I'm having fun off in there and shit though, man. But I ain't gonna talk y'all to death, man. Salute to y'all, boy. First week of the champ raw back in session. Salute to the champ, my boy Yasa. And salute to everybody. If I can get out this motherfucker, I'm gonna need to push the close and shit out.
Yeah, hey, nigga, we Lakers fans over here, so we rep that purple and that yellow gym. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm gonna hit this done. I'm gone.
Yeah.
Okay. Boy, Trey gone. What's up, man?
That the captain Kane was trying to say something. I think so.
Nah, I just said peace, Dre.
Yeah. Well, shit, yeah. I mean, I was just like wondering, some of these fighters that we may not have seen them for a while, and it's like we still ain't hearing anything about them. I mean, hell, Caleb Plant, he's kind of like one. He ain't fought in over a year, and we don't know what's happening with him next. Danny Garcia, he's still out there, but ain't had a fight in like 2 years. It's just all these fighters out there, and I don't know like what's happening with them.
I saw an interview with him the other day with Danny Garcia. I saw him. He was talking to somebody the other day. He looked decent. Actually, he was at the fights, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's where you seen him at.
Yeah, he was at the fights. Didn't mention anything about having one. But right now I guess we, the shift that been made with PBC to this other to Prime might be a reason that we weren't hearing anything from them. But I'm pretty sure they'll probably start mixing it up with these boys again real soon.
Yeah, man, your boy Prick Glacier said PBC.
Hey, Bob, the only news source where I believe everything the nigga say, even when he lying.
Wow.
Hey, I feel sorry for my nigga Stanley Jonas though. Like he got to get something.
Now there's a story that you could be like, one fighter that just got bad breaks all the way around, waited, tried to do it right, and just over and over just keep getting screwed, and not at his own, and it's not at his doing. Stan Jonas, we might missed out on a great episode of him.
I guess the good thing about him, I think he's like 28 or so, so he still got definitely like well in his prime, probably haven't peaked, but it's just that's a lot. Like, man, that just definitely takes away from your peak earning potential and how great you could have reached as a fighter, going all that time without fighting.
Exactly, because the guys that he was slated against, all of them have still been fighting and did a lot and moving on. The weight classes are changing all the way around the board. It seems like I think Boots is finally prepped and primed, seeing that the landscape has changed at 147 to maybe start taking over and being the name that he wants to be at 147, possibly. We still got to wait to see what Crawford's going to do between 147 and 154. The Canelo fight that he's been waiting for, I think that's out of reach. I don't think Canelo is if you have to think about it, I don't think Canelo is going to opt himself into a situation with a small chance Crawford, because that's how he's looking at it, where he could possibly lose. I don't think I don't think Canelo was willing to let that be something that's added to his legacy. I could be wrong. He might surprise the world and say, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna fight Crawford. But I don't see anything like that happening no time soon. That's just my opinion.
My only counter to that would be Canelo. He and at least in the past, he ain't been opposed to fighting smaller men. We've seen him fight Amir Khan. We've seen him fight. What's his name? What was the dude from Riverside? Jose Cito. Yeah, he fought Jose Cito. So that's my only thing. We've seen him fight guys who jumped up 2 weight classes at least 2 times.
Yeah, but
that was in the past.
That was the past, and I think Canelo is smart enough to know that Crawford ain't Amir Khan. He ain't none of those smaller names that you named. And I think, in him speaking it, he was like, if I beat him, he's a smaller guy. What I get from it? But oh boy, if he beats me, I think the old boy, he beats me. I don't think Canelo is trying to entertain that fact. No way, shape, form, or fashion.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask Decane, who you would pick right now? Madrimov and Virgil Ortiz right now at 54. All right, he may have stepped away for a moment. But I don't know as far as the whole Canelo sweepstakes and all that.
I think that the clock is starting to run out on the Canelo sweepstakes. I think even though he's still fairly young as regular age, but as boxing years, Canelo got some mileage under his belt. And where is he at right now? 168?
Correct.
I don't know how much ducking and dodging he can do. I don't know if it's a safe move to try to go up any higher to get away from the smoke that's where he is. But if Canelo stands to true Canelo form, he gonna fight who he want to fight as long as the promotional companies let him get away with it.
Yeah, he could also just keep bouncing back and forth, playing as a free agent, just going wherever it's I guess the most money is basically. If that's how you want to play it.
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say bouncing back and forth to as long as the promotional companies let him get away with it, because somebody got to be willing to pay that high price tag to see him fight. Consequently, nobody.
Yeah,
because the people want to see him fight in a fight with Benavidez. You to beat Caleb Plant, commendable. That was more Caleb Plant taking the fight than anything. Who else he beat? He beats Little Charlo, which nobody was clamoring for that fight. Not at that moment when it happened. When the big brother was around and they were all at 154, he wasn't even entertaining the fight. So now he's in a situation. He's at a good weight class where you got some good fighters in that weight class, and he opted to fight. What's his name?
Munguia.
You picked Jaime Munguia over what you face over Benavidez. But Jaime Munguia is a Mexican, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So I guess he's going against his words of not wanting to fight a countryman anymore. So I don't know how that's going to work out.
Yeah, Decane, you here now?
Yeah, you said Ortiz and Madrimov
right now at 54. Right now,
man, I ain't picking nobody over Madrimov, man. It's my guy.
Yeah,
but that'll be a good fight though.
I got that nigga smashing Ortiz, bro.
Yeah, Ortiz.
That nigga punching through shit.
He had a little get back fight here recently, I thought, didn't he?
Yeah, it was only like one round though. He didn't shake the rust off.
Yeah.
Am I tripping? I could be wrong, but I could have sworn that I heard an issue from Blair the Flair Cobb saying that he and Adrian Broner supposed to be fighting.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Under Don King's banner.
Yeah, that's the Don King mega fight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Adrian Broner is with Don King.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he been with him for a minute. Like his last fight was with Don King. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Only in America.
Only in America. Dang, you went from the banner of the Mayweathers to the banner of Don King. Oh, let's not forget Black
Yeah, he waved that BLK
BLK
flag
Prime.
too.
Damn.
He got
Terence Crawford,
exiled.
a free agent.
I think that's kind of. I think him being a free agent. Uh, I think it's going to hinder him more than it's going to help him. I know a lot of people cheered for him to break away from Top Rank. Um, then moving to BLK Prime, that kind of put a sour taste in everybody's mouth. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's really going to help him being a free agent for the simple reason the promotional companies they hold something that they hold everything. They hold everything
Well,
that he
didn't you
wants to
see
do.
the clip I posted?
Which one?
The one of Leonard Ellerby saying that uh, Errol Spence will get the fight between the Fundora and Zoo winner because Errol Spence's family and Terence Crawford let it be known that he's a free agent.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I did see that here
Yeah.
with him talking about early.
PBC gang gang.
Not
It's a
that.
cult. Hey, it's a cult, bro.
He
Stay out of
said
it.
he said Al's got Errol on speed dial. He's got him on speed dial. I said, God damn, well then he ain't ashamed at all to say he just excluding everybody who ain't gang gang.
Well, shit. I guess they gonna make the call when they have to. Bob Arum don't have a problem with letting it be known who run with him and who he got. Promotional companies, shit. I guess they changing with the times. But with that being said, it's gonna have you hungry for Crawford to be able to get fights that he probably won't be able to get. And who's to say he might get blessed and be able to get the fights? I don't know, but right now it just seems hard for me to be able to figure out how he's going to be able to move and get the things. As you see, right out the gate, instantly, he made it be known that he wanted to take the fight, the winner of Zoo and Fedora, and look how quick Errol Spence was able to swoop in and throw his name in the hat and have not only PBC Leonard Ellerby talking about he'll get the fight first, but the young man's promoter was sitting there talking about how Earl could end up getting the fight first, literally saying Crawford would have to wait.
Yeah, but this
Right,
is
and
where the
he
table
petitioned the
shifted.
WB.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, yeah, that's where the table shifted because the WBO they told Fundora, you negotiating with the wrong person. You negotiate with Terrence, not no damn Earl.
What were you gonna say, Kane?
I was saying that Terence Crawford activated his WBO mandatory to face the winner of that fight. So if the winner think they not gonna fight Bud next, they're gonna have to drop the WBO.
And I was going to get to that because that might be what happened. And I'm going to have to ask this question just to ask. How does the WBO mandate a fight with a fighter is Terence Crawford 154 fighter or 147-pound fighter?
Well, they have a
Nah,
rule in the WBO. The if you're a champion in one weight class, you can automatically become mandatory in another weight class. This is how Amanda Serrano became a 7 division champion because she just went
Oh,
went through the ranks activating WBO mandatory.
okay. I see. Okay. That puts a little
Yeah.
clarity to it.
hey, and to add on, this is the same way that Terrence moved up and fought Jeff Horn, and nobody cried about that. So I don't want to hear nobody crying now.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say anything about crime. The thing they would have said, that the argument was then when he moved up is why did he go to Jeff Horn and not go toward the other champions?
Because Earl is on record saying, "Oh, when he get a belt first, tell him to get a belt first." I got that on record.
Okay. Now, with that being said, whose power is going to be the strongest? Because it's gonna boil down to Fedora saying, y'all forcing me to do something right now, which his promoters already telling you pretty much they're not gonna do it. So you can't really force him to mandate. You can't force the mandation of this fight, and threatening to take a belt that he got to pay taxes on really is not scary. I'm just saying. You know, you can threaten me to take my belt away, which means I don't have to pay sanctioning fees on that belt. Go ahead. I'll still end up probably fighting. If I can beat Errol Spence, it's almost guaranteed that I'll shoot myself in for a fight if I want to with Terence Crawford. That's almost, to me, that's almost a no brainer. If he can be, if he can set it where he end up fighting Errol Spence and beating Errol Spence, he's a shoe in to fight Crawford.
Maybe, but see, Crawford will end up fighting somebody else for the vacant WBO and become a champion at 154 regardless.
Right. So that's why I say, you know, for Fundora, it's a plus on one side and it's not on the other because they feel like he could make a lot of more money fighting Earl and then turn around and fight Crawford. Either way,
Or
go ahead.
I was gonna say, or Crawford could end up winning that vacant WBO, and then Canelo decide to fight him after that, and he won't get the fight, Bud.
Well, nobody will complain about that because they'll be more happy to see Bud fight Canelo anyway. That would be a great cash out fight. Bud could make his money because I heard Bernie the Boxer talking about, oh, we only got a couple more to worry about. We out of here. I can't sound like him, but
He say what now?
Bernie the Boxer was talking about how they only had to worry about doing a couple of more things, and they out of there.
Oh, okay.
Like Bud get a couple of more fights in or some good fights, and he done because he did everything. It ain't nothing else to do.
Hey, after that fight at the press conference, Fundora, he was asked right in front of his promoter too. He was asked like about who he would want to fight, and he said, "Look, fighting Errol Spence. Of course, he would like to take that fight, and he respect Earl and all that. But he said Terence is the best fighter in the world. So if he had his choice, he would fight Terence. So he picked Terence over Earl.
Right. I heard that. But at the same time, he also said that he puts that in the hands of his promoter, and he also said he would like to fight both of them. I think he gave the correct political answer standing in front of all the cameras. I can't say listening to the young man talk. I was like, he stands in front of the cameras and he answers questions and he thinks about what he's going to say quite well.
He got media training. I'm going to step away for a second.
Yeah, plus that's because, he not a yes man. He ain't, like I said earlier, he not just going to hide, be like that Javante Davis dude, brother Abdul, how he just hide behind a promoter. And Anthony Joshua, nah, he ain't like them. He gonna stand up for what he believe in. Y'all ain't gonna turn him into no duck. He'll beef with his promoter before people view him as a duck.
I don't think he going nowhere from his promoter. And I think once they sit down and the family had that conversation with him, and they explain the money part of it over everything else, the decision to be made. The only way we're going to know is we got to give it at least this 6 months. Waiting period. See if Tim Zoo is gonna be the first thing because if Tim Zoo has a rematch clause, we have to wade through that water and see how that goes, and then we'll be able to talk about Spence and Crawford. But we have to see what's gonna happen with Zoo.
Well, shit, I just think you wrong on that. He gonna take Samson ass to the back and tell him, "Hey, listen here, you little old wrinkled up nigga. You work for me. I'm your boss. You do what I say." Yeah, like I said, he got heart. He gonna stand up to his ass, tell him the truth.
Well, I hope you're right.
Yeah.
But for right now, I'm gonna have to go with the type of thinking that I'm on, and that is, like his promoter said, I am trying to maximize the revenue for my fighter. And if you have to paraphrase, he pretty much saying we are not jumping in the water with the piranha known as Terence Crawford, when we could jump in the water with a wounded shark known as a wounded fish known as Errol Spence.
But why would they do that when Terence Crawford, he got knocked down by Mean Machine. Hey,
Because
he struggled with peg leg. Jose Benavidez.
that has nothing to do with the fact that the man is still undefeated. He is still considered as the best fighter in the world. Fedora came back off of a knockout, ended up beating a bloody Tim Tszyu, which more than one person has attested to saying seeing the way he fights now is different from the way he used to fight after the knockout. So it's a lot of variables, I say, that I think that goes into it, which makes me say that 9 times out of 10, if it's not Tim Tszyu first, the two next big names is Crawford and Spence. With the WBO stepping in to force the issue for it to be Crawford, we'll just have to see how it goes, because what's ringing in my ears the most from his promoter is Terence Crawford can't put 90,000 butts in seats in Dallas. I don't think that kind of turnout would take place in Nebraska. I don't know where that kind of turnout would take place. I haven't even really given a thought of how big of a fight it would be for Crawford versus Fundora right now. But hey, we see what kind of magic that these guys can do. Let them earn their money and promote it how they promote it, and we'll see what pops out.
and now, who dumb enough to believe Earl and Fundora going to sell out 90,000 asses at that Cowboy Stadium?
Well, apparently, his promoter feels that way, because I don't know where he pulled that number from, and we don't know if there's been some backseat conversations going on already. Because usually when the fighter shows up and jumps in the ring, from what I understand is a lot of times there's been some backdooring going on where they know that that's what's going to happen.
Now, that's very true.
So, this story that Earl stole to fight from Crawford and all that, it makes sense. And the whispers was that Earl was going to be there right out the get-go because he tweeted about it or what have you. And then he jumped in the ring. And, it was a reason. There was a reason that it came out of his mouth that I'm glad he won. I don't know if people caught that. And I'm not getting on Earl, but I'm just speaking on what I heard. When they asked him about that fight, he was like, I'm glad he won. And why would you be glad he won? Because that's a fight that you pretty much can feel like is in the bag, because they lean to work with PBC on that. So I'm thinking that there's been some back alley dealing going on that other people don't know about, that could lead this fight into Earl's favor. That's one of the advantages that these other fighters that are with the promotional companies have, that Crawford doesn't. He doesn't have anybody to go and do the backroom deals. At least I think anybody strong enough to go in there and wield any great power to help lean things his way.
Hey, and I just want to clarify, everybody out there listening, what MZ just said about, basically stuff being done in the back. It's like when y'all see a fighter hop into the ring, it's a reason why not just any fighter can hop into the ring. It do be stuff that be going on in the back that's pretty much set up to build and promote fights, and that happened with every promoter, not just PBC. So yeah, I just want to definitely give some clarification on that. You definitely right, MZ.
I appreciate it. Even a broke clock is right twice a day.
But yeah, I could definitely see why they would want to go about it, obviously, in-house and all that stuff. Yeah, I understand all of that. It's just when it comes to them sanctioning bodies, in this case the WBO, they definitely happy with Terrence. So he gets certain favoritisms also. Certain fighters will get favoritisms. Terrence right now, he in a position where he will get certain privileges and shit, and that's what the WBO stepped up and now they basically overriding what the PBC want to do. Now that don't mean that it's gonna stop their plans, because that fight might go on. Fundora, hey, he might just drop that belt. You know what I'm saying? It'd be unfortunate if that's how we got to go, but he might just drop that belt. And hell, now you got Terence versus Erickson Lubin, or somebody.
Right. Lala Dita fell into the house. She said, MZ, what it do? Salute to everyone. What's up, sis? Glad you came in. You a couple hours late, but we've been going on for a minute.
Why go on me down?
With that though, Hyphy, one, I'm glad that the WBO is behind Crawford. He deserves it. Great fighter. He deserves it. But two, like you said, it's not going to derail the plans of PBC if everybody is on board. If Fundora and his people are on board, then the WBO might as well just go ahead and say, we finna set the fight up for Terence Crawford and whoever else for this vacant belt. Because, like I said, one, to hold the belt, you got to spend money. And right now, just being a man, you feel what I'm saying. Here's somebody telling you, we're going to take that belt from you, that you got to pay your sanctioning fees if you don't fight this guy right now. That's not scary at all. It's not like I got to fight Terence Crawford to win the WBO belt. I did that already. And I just beat Zoo for the belt that he had, which he gave that belt. One of those belts he left Zoo with. Which was it? Which belts did Zoo have? The IBF and the WBO? Oh, and was fighting for the WBO?
The WBO. So he was fighting for the vacant WBC as well.
Okay, so he held on to the WBC and gave Tim Zoo back the WBO. Did you see that?
Yeah. How the WBC was also on the line. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about when he gave the belt back to Tim Zoo.
Oh no, you know what that is? That's just like fighters being good at sports.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I know if I'm a fighter, I'm taking both of those motherfuckers with me.
Hey, if I'm a fighter, I don't want to hold the belts if I know they're not really mine.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know. We're gonna have to wait for that. She said I was watching a hood movie called Memphis.
Look, now they just make it up. They just running out of names. Memphis, Afghanistan. They can't think
what
of
is
a
that?
name.
They out there shooting a lot?
Yeah, I guess that's just Memphis, Afghanistan.
Like
Come on,
Chirac?
man. Yeah.
I mean, like
Y'all
Chirac.
niggas can't even come up with no names no more.
I wouldn't want to be anything like Afghanistan.
Yeah.
It's dangerous over there. Lala Dina came in and threw a movie on us, a hood movie of all that. Who in it? What lookalike stars in it? Because it's always a lookalike.
Hey, Lala, I was exposing your man's, Richardson Hitchens. He fight this weekend in the IBF Eliminator. If he win that fight, he gonna be the mandatory for Subriel Matias. And this nigga Richardson Hitchens, he talks so much shit. So let's see if he fights Subriel, or is he gonna run also?
He said.
Yeah, if y'all think Shakur and Devin Haney be on Twitter talks, this nigga, after anybody at 140 fight, that nigga hop on Twitter. I know I could beat so-and-so. I know I could beat this person. That nigga talk too much, bro.
Yeah, well, somebody gonna have to get in there and shut him down.
Yeah, the nigga who ain't fought nobody, but he could beat everybody.
That's how Ryan talk, ain't it?
Yeah, they ain't even won a belt yet.
When are they fights supposed to take place? If you watch hood movies, it's all the hood movies. Good actors. They don't have names. So, I haven't watched a hood movie in a long time, but I plan on. I'm finna go look up. When we get off, I'm gonna look up The Last Dragon so I can download it. I'm telling you, so I can watch that. I'm gonna watch that on the flight.
Yeah. Hey, do that. Like, make sure you download. I must say at least like 2-3 movies, and like some music and shit. Just in case no reception and all that.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that because I don't really like watching the movies that they have on the plane because you got to switch over your internet and do all this kind of crazy stuff. But they be having some good movies on there. I gotta make sure I have my headphones, everything. I make sure everything's ready.
Hey, I'm just throwing it out there. Like if you needed to, step away to take a break or anything, I'm here. I got you just in case.
Oh yeah,
I got you.
If I want to smoke a blunt, I'm gonna smoke it. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. I ain't finna duck it.
Pour up another thing of that. What you like in Hennessy, huh?
Yeah, I've been sipping on Hennessy lately. I'm getting ready to denounce everything. When I come back, I'm gonna be a changed man.
Hell no.
What? You don't believe it?
Nigga ready to go cold turkey shit. Nigga, you earned that right to, sit up in your man cave and do your thing.
That's what my wife tells me all the time. Well, let me not say that too loud. Trey X be talking about how I'm on punishment or some kind of damn curfew. He was wearing my ass out that day.
Man, hey, you've been checking out this college women's college basketball.
I know that Angel recently lost the other night to that girl Katie.
Yeah, boy.
I heard that my brother was telling me about it. I haven't paid attention to any basketball or football still. Even my big brother's like, I can't believe you're not watching other sports. But he was telling I heard the reports and they were like, old girl was pretty much just hard to stop. She just wasn't trying to lose. Then I heard that Angel Reese hurt her ankle. And that kind of just went on and tilted the tide all the way over.
Man, I'm gonna just tell you, truth be told, even if that girl didn't hurt her ankle, look, because that injury came in like late anyways, but that was just one of them nights where you got a player that was just not gonna be denied.
Okay.
That was that.
Okay. When you have one of those nights,
they calling her the greatest women's college basketball player ever.
Really, even over Cheryl Miller,
bro. After that game, like her doing that, against like who they did, and just the way she took over that game.
Wow, that's hard to believe. She better than Cheryl Miller.
No, I'm just saying, like, what they also factoring into it also is just like the amount of like attention, she's brought to it also. So that's like the main factor.
Okay.
But look, she went for she had like 40. Okay, look, this her stat. She had 41 points, 12 assists, and 7 rebounds against like a good ass team, bro.
I heard that they ran them really. They really ran them. Wouldn't let Angel Reese and them set up defense. They kept the ball moving fast through the whole game.
Well, shit, that's just part of strategy, and you know what I'm saying, fair game. But nigga, she went off. It's like, bro, 12 assists and 41 points.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn good. Unbiased Brim in the house. Hello.
Oh yeah, I'll be seeing him around. I think I'll be seeing him in like blood boxing chat and shit. What's up with it? Hey, I do what I do know. Yeah, that nigga he fuck with Terrence also. So yeah, that nigga loving this shit.
Who that?
This unbiased Brim.
Okay, King Will. StreamYard link.
Now that name I don't know. I don't recall seeing no King Will around here.
He say, "This is Unbiased Brim with your daily service announcement. Errol Spence is a fraud." What did he fraud on? Oh shit!
Shit, hey, yeah. Look at that ticker at the bottom of the screen, my nigga. I'm on his ass already.
He said Earl got whooped by a blown up 140-pounder that got dropped by Mean Machine, and now he's scared to rematch. What? Oh, y'all wasn't playing this. Got me in, hit me with something I didn't see coming.
Hey, that shit about Derrick James. This what I heard though. I heard that. Okay, you didn't heard about how these PBC fighters they do this back end money and shit.
Right.
How they basically report like the smallest amount to the sanctioning bodies.
Okay.
So what I heard what Earl did was, okay, you report like the small amount to the sanctioning bodies. So let's just say like 3 million. And so he gave Derrick James the percentage of that money when, let's just say he really walked away with, let's just say like 15 million or something. You know what I'm saying? So you know, of course, Derek James is like, nigga, we work on this percentage, you know, 10%, whatever. So hell yeah, I'm old whoopty whoopty whoop. Now Earl is like, nigga, that was a bullshit game you gave me. So nah, I ain't fucking with, you know, paying you whoopty whoop. I heard that's what it's up to.
So you hearing that's what the situation is.
Yeah.
I've heard people allude to that as well. Um uh who was it? The boxing voice was speaking on it. And one guy was like, well, you know, if he make this much and then he get the back end, then he paid Derek off of the front end money. And now Derek wants some of the back end money and Earl ain't feeling it. That's the way I heard them trying to break it down. But like I said, I'm gonna give it a chance. I'm gonna try to wait it out and see what really breaks down from it. And see if we can't get a true understanding out of it. I would hate for it to be that type of situation because, you know, I don't think we would know Earl. Would Earl be Earl without Derek? You know what I'm saying? They've been together since the beginning of the pros.
Probably be better without that nigga.
Damn, the
Yeah.
came out of nowhere. Just you think? You just joking me now. But do you think that could be the case?
Shit, well, I don't know how he feel, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think for sure he could be better without Derek James. Cause hell, we don't watch Errol Spence just be the bigger man in a lot of his fights. Like I always point to the Lamont Peterson fight. He just basically overpowered that dude. He was never really using those skills or like learning how to box or doing nothing but just every time you know he run into adversity, he just started fighting you harder. So I mean, if somebody was developing him, like Terence Crawford was being developed, then I mean, shit, you would probably see a better fighter today. Derrick James, I feel like Derrick James wasn't really teaching the man much of nothing.
Wow.
I'll say this. I don't know if like how many people could have made him better, but I will say I feel somebody like Robert Garcia, for example, he could have got at least just as much out of Earl. That's how I feel. But I want to bring back something else. So look, we didn't seen this nigga possibly have issues with Derek James. We know he didn't stop working with Blu-ray in the past, who definitely contributed to a lot of success of his. So now, if that's two people, niggas definitely gonna start pointing that finger at this nigga. So I mean, hey, now I gotta ask myself with Blu-ray, it was either one of two things: either he didn't want to work as hard as he used to, or they had a disagreement about money and they couldn't continue working together. Shit, what y'all think happened with the Blu-ray split?
I can look at that two ways because Blu-ray was not hesitant or shy about making it known that, you know, Earl was as good as he was because of Blu-ray. Not to say that, you know, what Blu-ray did for Earl didn't help, but it's kind of a hard pill to swallow for a guy to be standing out there that's not taking the punches or getting in the ring claiming that you're good because of him. You know, we don't hear trainers and strength coaches and stuff like that telling you that this fighter is great because of what I did. So, you know, that right there is enough I can see to cause a division within their relationship, because you name one athlete that's willing to be standing there while the guy who's, you know, yeah, you helping me work out, but how dare you stand there and say that the reason I'm winning is because of you?
But I mean, look, don't that feed into what I was saying about him being the bigger, stronger guy? Motherfucker think because Errol Spence strong, I'm making him strong, so that's why he the best. Like, it ain't got nothing to do with his skills. And even when you heard his fans talking about why he was gonna beat Bud, he just too big. He gonna run over him like a truck running into your favorite dog. It was always about him being big.
Damn, the truck hitting the favorite dog. I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, that was your boy Black Fight Fan TV. He used to always say that shit.
Yeah, he used to always say that bullshit. That nigga, I think it's true too that him and what's his name, Bomac, they used to like communicate. He said he went down there before and linked up with him and all that shit, but they said it was a bet. I don't know if that bet got paid out or not on that fight, but I mean, shit, all we know is whoop-de-whoop, he closed down his damn YouTube channel after that. So yeah, that's that. But yeah, for Earl, you know, that definitely make me wonder, like, shit, what happened with the Blu-ray situation, my nigga? Fuck yourself over.
Yeah, I guess when you start seeing the same kind of situations pop up, you have to look at the common denominator of the situation. Now, remember at one point, people were saying that it was Derrick James that didn't want Blu-ray at the gym because of his workouts was hurting Earl and not helping him. I remember hearing that too.
He confirmed that was true too, that basically, you know, Derrick wasn't a favor and in favor of him. So basically, you know, he was basically nowhere around Derrick James. And that's already, you know, I mean, look, you look at Terrence Camp, they in there, you know, having fun at the same time.
They're unified.
Yeah, exactly. That's already weakening your team.
Yeah, you can't have splits like that. Lala D got a question for you, Hyphy. She said there's a guy in the boxing community who thinks Pitbull Cruz beats everyone at 140 except Haney, and he usually knows his boxing. He's not sold on Cromel motion. What are your thoughts?
Well, the first part, you know, Pitbull, he beat everybody at 140 except Haney. That's automatically a lie because my fighter is Subriel Matias, and he got no problem sending Isaac Cruz to the hospital, just like he told Regis he'd send him to the hospital. That's why Regis ducked. The part about Carmel, I mean, so far he do look like, you know, he'd be good, and of course we know he just fighting in certain competition, but it do look like he will grow into being a really good fighter. My only thing is, like, what other fighter you know that, you know, they first fight and second fight, third fight, they getting this much hype around them. So it's setting up for him to be overhyped compared to some of his other peers because there's so much hype on him at this level. Shit, my fighter, you know, beat Carmel ass, you know, Zach playing Moses. He locked that nigga out the amateurs, out the trials. But you know, that's another good fighter too. But I'm not gonna hate on Carmel. But I'm just, yeah, that first part about Pig Bull, that's saying that he could beat Subriel. Then that's a lie. That's on my mama. He can't beat Subriel.
Well, not on your mama.
Yeah, hey, he told Regis he'll send that nigga to the hospital.
Am I hearing some kids in the background? I could have swore I just heard a kid. I don't know. Pitbull is good, but beating everybody at 140? And what she said, he said except Devin Haney?
Yeah.
Huh. I don't know, because you, like you said, you got Subriel out there.
He not gonna beat Hitchinson Richards.
Yeah,
he not
fuck that nigga, man.
He gonna outbox the fuck out. Remember he fought that one dude, made him look crazy, and then he not gonna beat the Russell boy, Gary Antoine. Yeah,
let's not forget he's sitting at 140. And yeah, I don't think he'll beat Gary Antoine either.
Duck.
Who ducking?
Gary Antoine is another duck.
Who he ducking?
Subriel.
What? Come on, man. Not Gary.
Come on, man. Y'all know I'm not lying.
Not the dude with the name from the city that I come from.
That nigga's a duck, bro.
Well, stop it.
Hey, look, I'm gonna just give y'all the quick rundown. This nigga, he waited until Subriel signed with another promoter who fought on another network to now start calling him out.
Cross network promotion is where the money at. No, I just can't. I won't believe that. Not Gary Antoine. Not Gary.
Hey, he said he will fight Matias after Matias signed with Matchroom. He could have said he wanted to fight Matias when they was both with PBC, but he just didn't want that fight.
Well, you know, Matchroom could pull it off. They probably can get some. They probably can get some fights with PBC. Now that things have changed up a little bit.
That's the beautiful thing. I'm always a proponent of saying it don't matter if you sign with a rival promoter or not. But I'm just saying that fight was easier to make when they was both with PBC, and that nigga said everything except Subrio, let's fight.
Did Subrio say Antoine, let's fight?
Hell yeah, he said he'll fight anybody at 140, bro.
Yeah, you know how they be saying if you're gonna say somebody, you gotta say their name. Saying you'll fight anybody, you know, that's a broad stroke of the pen.
Yeah. Anybody, you might not fight anybody.
Hey, look, most niggas say, oh, you know, I'm gonna hurt him or I'm gonna knock him out. Nigga, my fighter Subrio, hey, he told Regis, I got no problem sending you to the hospital. Bro, you know this a different type of nigga.
Yeah, he Cuban, right?
Yeah, he like Wilder.
He EPR.
What?
Puerto
Like
Rican.
Wilder.
Puerto Rican.
No, I was like, he like Wilder. What you mean he like Wilder?
Well, you know how Wilder said he gonna kill niggas and shit. You know, that's just talk.
Yeah, that's just a conversation of, you know, like, I'm gonna eat your children.
Hey, this nigga Matias, he start punching on your elbows and arms, and he'll just make you quit the fight. He made Ergashev quit, bro.
I like Matias Subrio, but him against Regis, he gonna give Regis some work. I believe he'll give Regis some work. Regis against Pitbull. Because Regis likes to one thing I hear Regis say a lot, he rely on his power. I'm strong, but his defense not that great. And I don't know if he'll stand up to a lot of those overhands and hooks that little Pitbull will be throwing on a regular basis. Regis is not the boxer's boxer. He's just a puncher, if that makes sense. So that'd be another win that I think that Pitbull could pull off at 140. But as you start going up, I think it'll start getting harder for him. I don't know. I don't see Pitbull beating everybody at 140. Let's just remember now he just left 135 and he beat Rolly. Was it a lot of people thinking that he wasn't gonna beat Rolly?
Oh hell, Rolly also just left 135, right?
Right.
Okay.
Hey, but nah, hey, you got to give him credit because you know Rolly, he was saying he gonna go up to 154 and beat Spence.
Rolly just be talking that shit.
Nah, that nigga's a beast, bro. That nigga on Terence. I mean, he on Earl ass. Or that's who Earl needs to be fighting.
Rolly?
Yeah, Rolly on his ass, bro.
But you know you cutting up right now, right?
He said he coming to Dallas to fight him.
He also, yeah, whatever. He said he'd beat Crawford too because Crawford was ugly. He on Crawford's ass, man.
Yeah, she probably is.
He on Crawford's ass. Y'all better quit playing with Rolly. But on a serious note, Lala D said Regis is a shell of himself now. Is Regis a shell of himself? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this. He's become champion twice, and I believe unless the boxing gods shuffle the deck for him, I think that's as good as it's gonna get for him. I really do. I think 2-time champion is enough for him to put into his portfolio and fold it up. I don't see him causing too much problems on too many more fighters out there. They all know that he's slow of foot. If you turn him and move him, you pretty much can beat him as long as you could, stay away from him getting the bang on you. That's my opinion.
You got someone, Decane? He be stepping away sometimes.
Got something for,
okay, there we go.
What?
Do you think Regis is a shell of himself now?
Nah, hell, he just lost to Devin Haney. I mean, Devin Haney is a really good fighter. I mean, like Like when he got in there, who was it? That one guy he stopped recently? Was it Zapata?
Jose Zapata, Tyrone McKenna before that.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I think it's some more. Like if he get in there with Pitbull, I'm not convinced Pitbull to beat Regis. Because I mean, Pitbull gonna be in front of you, and you got to take some punches. You're gonna be in front of somebody like that. So
Like
I
they
don't know.
both gonna be in front of each other. That's the thing.
Yeah,
And they
yeah,
both,
yeah.
Pitbull swinging for the fences with the overhands, and I would say that Pitbull's defense is a little better than Regis's,
It
even though
might
he's
be.
with the where he comes with the high guard, like you said, he keeps his chin tucked, and he pretty much keeps himself muffed in. And you don't really see taking a lot of punches cleanly. Even when he fought Tank, I saw him block a lot of Tank's uppercuts while throwing punches.
Well,
So,
I mean, Regis is also he a good body puncher and all that too. He ain't got to just hit you in the face. So.
right. I get that. I'm just saying with all that goes on with what we see, Regis is a little more laxed on defense than a Pitbull. And I think that would make the difference.
Well, I think another difference is what you call it? Regis is a natural 140 pounder. Like he like one of them tweeners where he too big, almost a little too big for 140, not big enough for 147.
Kind of like Tank.
So
Kind of
what
like
you mean,
Tank
like
with the kind of like Tank with one
135 and
with
140?
one, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
If he start trying to get any higher than that, he's screwed.
yeah, something like that.
His
So he
dimensions
might he
are
might be hitting a little harder at 140 than Pitbull. You know what I'm saying?
he might.
My thing with Regis is okay, his last win, Zarilla, I can understand that was just a difficult style matchup. You wasn't prepared for how Zarilla was gonna fight, probably didn't have much footage on him, but none of that's no excuse for not being able to cut off the ring. So that was one thing. Devin Haney, that he actually just had all the right tools to take advantage of Regis's flaws, which all of us been seeing. So they like just call him completely washed up in a shell of himself. I'm not definitely ready to do that, but hey, it could be. I mean, look, that nigga, he was talking about Devin Haney, he ain't as tough as him and he don't know how to punch. Devin Haney whipping his ass like that could have break that nigga's spirit. He could be depressed by now. And then he got whipped badly too. He didn't win around. So yeah, it could mentally that mentally could have ruined them. How they say some fighters ain't the same after they get knocked out. So I don't know. I just I would just have to see.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't think he got that kind of mentality. I think he'll bounce right back. I just think it's a certain type of style that's a big problem for him, and that's the movers.
Yeah, falling in after you punch and shit. Yeah, Devin Haney was gonna tear your ass up. King, what he's saying?
Don't forget the Bob Arum. He said Bob Arum says Crawford would have beat Floyd if they both met in their prime. So I don't blame Earl for ducking the rematch. One, I wouldn't say that because Bob Arum said that Lomachenko was better than Ali at one point. So Bob Arum just be saying some shit. Now, the part where he's saying a Fundora manager is lying, there won't be a Tim Zoo rematch. We did speak on that. And like I said, the man has already spoke out loud right there post fight and let us know his plans for his fight is to maximize the dollar amount. And in their eyes, the dollar amount lies with Errol Spence and PBC. Simple and plain. No matter what fight Crawford gets with anybody, he's going to have to one fight on the network of their choosing and everything else. Period. So I wouldn't say he was lying because they got to sit out for a little while. If there is a contract that states that they have to fight, that they have a rematch, if Tim Zoo decides to push that, then we may be seeing them. We may see them end up fighting. But for the most part, I think Fundora and team will go the PBC route because they feel like that's where they can get the money in. Fighting Crawford because he's a free agent, that free agent part right there is going to kind of hinder him because whoever he fights, he's going to have to fight what their people say. or he'll negotiate himself out of a fight.
Yeah, I would say look, that nigga didn't say like 3 different things after winning that fight. So for him, it's just whatever make the most sense. And then if they go back to a Tim Tszyu fight, shit, if that's gonna be the excuse to not fight Terence, or whatever. I mean, they'll say that just to make it seem like, oh, we stand up niggas, we gonna stick to our verbal agreement, we loyal, whatever. I really don't know. I just know that nigga, he talking about Samson Lucas, he didn't made it clear, them niggas, they definitely don't prefer to fight Terence, but it's like they'll fight him if they forced to.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Like I was saying, how do you really force them to fight him? There's no really there is no way to force them to fight Terence Crawford.
Well, as far as Crawford having to fight in other people's promotional companies and shit, he don't care because he gonna stop your bitch ass anyway. You know how Crawford do.
Yeah, no, I wasn't saying that he cared. I wasn't saying that he cared about it. I was just saying that's one of the obstacles that's going to always be lying in front of him when it comes to fighting. He's going to have to it's going to be some concessions made in order for him to get the fights that he wants. Kind of like what Devin had to do in order to get all the belts at 135. No matter how great you are, there's some things that coming clear to me that's set up in boxing that are just there. This is what you're going to have to do. Since you decide to run on your own, if you get fights with the names that are with promotional companies, then 9 times out of 10, you're going to have to end up coming off of something and giving up something for these promotional companies. Simple and plain.
Yeah.
No matter how great of a fighter you are.
Yeah, that I definitely agree with, because nobody wants you just running through their roster without having some type of agreement that nigga, we gonna let these be able to profit off of you for a while. You hear me?
Exactly.
Taking all the belts off of them.
Think about shit. Business wise, look, shit, you ain't finna come in here and just run through the chicken house free and then think you're gonna just walk away and leave me with nothing. No, ain't nobody willing to do that. You got a businessman like that, then you got a fool.
Yeah, that's not.
Well, I don't know what just happened with you then.
I'm sorry, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, that's why, like in so many times when we don't really hear about it, but you got a lot of these fights where it'd be like options on a fighter. So let's just say like, okay, they used to do this Top Rank. They used to do this with Juan Manuel Marquez, even though he wasn't with Top Rank. They'd just like let him fight Tim Bradley, Manny Pacquiao, them type of niggas, and they'd just give options. Okay, if you win, well, nigga, we got you for 2 more fights and shit. That's how they would lock him up. So yeah, that should happen all the time too. Options, putting options on fighters.
Smart thing to do.
Yeah, and the only way you could avoid that shit is if I'm like the only person in boxing that could probably avoid that shit right now would be a household name like a Canelo or a Anthony Joshua. You got to be a big dog coming in that shit.
That you said it just right. You got to be one of the big dogs with the name that carries the credence. Canelo can get away with crap like that. He's been getting away with it for years. Anthony Joshua at one point could get away with it. I don't know if he could still get away with it as much. But as far as will and power to be able to do it the way you want to do it, Canelo is sitting at the top of the pile like that. King Will last statement is Fedor will fight Spence and the winner will stay in-house and eventually fight Canelo. PBC hates Crawford. Hate is a strong word.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, but I wouldn't say that you're wrong. They ain't big fans of him. I know that. They're not big fans of him because he causing them problems. Whooping on people that he shouldn't be whooping.
I was gonna say, even let's just say if Earl and Sebastian was the fight, just imagine if Earl won. Trying to sell Earl versus Canelo, that's a hard ass sell. When people still remember you didn't got your ass whipped, that's a hard ass sell, and you still be having to move up 2 more weight classes from 54. That's a hard ass sell.
I don't know what their plans are. because we know for a fact at one point they had plans for Earl to face Canelo because they tried to speak it out, speak it into existence. I think when they spoke on it, they were just testing the waters to see how people would react. But Canelo also let it be known that if it came down to it, he would be game.
Man, I remember back in like 2019, 2018 when Earl, he used to be he went to a Canelo fight before, and he was like, oh yeah, I know I'll move up to 160 and I'll stop Canelo. Like that nigga used to be just so confident. Like, boy, look how shit then turned out now.
But we don't know if he's not still confident. We just
think it was delusional.
Yeah, I would say you're delusional. We don't know what his confidence looked like because we ain't seen him come back from this from losing yet. The jury is still out on what kind of Errol Spence we expected to get back.
So I mean, shit, like just trying to put together the best Errol Spence. I mean, y'all think he should make that phone call, try to holler at Blu-ray?
Look, when it comes down
Blu-ray
to
the problem.
What's the problem? Tell me what's the problem? You finna say
The problem is his damn skills and game plan. I mean, all that strength and conditioning ain't gonna save you. You ain't got no ring IQ.
It just makes you be able to stand up in the ring and take a longer
and endure more pain.
Right.
And look, I can't talk down on Earl like that. I could say what he lost, he got his ass whooped. He not living the life of a boxer like we would say Crawford stays in the gym or Floyd, people like that. We know he liked to party and do things like that. And I have no delusion in my mind that if when it come down to it, at some point Earl gonna lose, take losses, and start losing regularly because he's not doing all the things that a fully dedicated fighter does. As much as I like cheering for him, the facts and the writing is on the wall. The man is a drinker or was a drinker. I don't know if he stopped, but we know he lived a lifestyle outside of boxing that is not conducive with him staying a champion for a long reign. I don't even know if to be honest with you, at this level right now, I don't even know if it's possible that he will be a champion again, unless the boxing gods shine down and look on him and he comes over. I've just got to remember he's coming back off of a layoff after a loss. The fight that was supposed to take place, which was the rematch, didn't take place because of a surgery. And now the guy that he wants to fight, which is the winner of those fights, we're not looking to see them at least for about 6 months. And even if they do come back within 6 months, there's an argument for Tim Tszyu, the man who lost, to get first dibs at it. So Errol Spence coming back, fighting anybody at the top level, it's going to be a challenge for him. You know what I'm saying? All the way around the board. And I'm pretty sure, I'm willing to bet that, I'm willing to say I don't know if the man has really stopped drinking and doing all the other stuff. I'm still a fan of him, still wish the best for him, but I can't be no fool and say he gonna go through 154 and just be a hellraiser and blaze in the trail, because I just don't see that. And I'm an Errol Spence fan.
Yeah, I just people who thinking that he just gonna be so strong at 154. I think those people, they failing to realize that Earl, you seen at 147, who was just so much stronger than people. That Earl is gone, and we don't know if we can ever get that Earl back. Like I said, that's when he was strength and conditioning with Blu-ray, way more focused. Probably other factors wasn't taking place in his life. So you can't just say, oh, we're gonna get that type of Earl back. That nigga ain't like Earl. He's on record saying that after the Lamont Peterson win, that's when he started taking it, you know, going in cruise control and shit. That's been what, since like January 20.
That's been a good
Like,
while.
yeah, that's been a while, since like 2018 or something, or 2019, since that fight. That's a whole, like, just years that he just been in cruise control. Ain't no guarantee that he could get back to that level.
Man, let me speak to that. When people talking about him being so strong at 147, if he move to 154, them guys gonna be as big or bigger than him. He ain't just gonna be. Even if he is strong at 154, them other guys are gonna be just as strong. He
Right.
gonna have to. He gonna have to have IQ. You ain't just gonna go up there and start bullying motherfuckers like you bullied Lamont Peterson. So
Because
I mean, I
one,
just think everything I've seen from Errol Spence that made him win a lot of these fights is just not gonna work at 154.
seeing if those guys are guys that are bringing, like I said earlier, those guys at 154, how many of them are fighting at their regular weight class?
Right. And like Trey Egg said, like he mentioned Charles Conwell. He was like he said, I don't even think he'll beat Charles Conwell. But see, Charles Conwell, he one of them guys who like to be in front of you and just bang with you. And like I don't think Errol Spence is gonna be able to outmuscle that dude.
Yeah.
I mean, who is he gonna be able to outmuscle at 154 besides like Danny Garcia or somebody?
And we don't know if he really going to outmuscle Danny Garcia because he didn't outmuscle him in the first when they fought at 147.
I mean, he kind of had him, in retreat mode.
He gave up a little ground.
Yeah, Danny wasn't just standing in front of him.
But I
Man,
get what you're saying. And those guys at 154, like you said, they not no weak guys. They've been banging with guys with heavy hands a lot longer than Earl has been at the weight class.
Yeah.
But this is one of those times that we're gonna get to say, okay, we saw a good fight, a decent fighter, a good fighter at 147. We saw the accidents, we saw the loss, and now we just in limbo of what can be. And right now the consensus is that Earl Chan, his road is gonna be hard. He got a long, hard road ahead of him. This is what he got 3 babies now. Um, uh, his whole life has changed. His whole dynamics has changed. He's not as hungry as he used to be. I don't care if he said he is. He got a new family. He got a son, 2 daughters. He's rich. At some point, you about to move up. I don't know if Al Heyman is telling you now that it's time for you to start looking at the money that you put up and you might start chilling because it's a long road ahead of you at this 154. And then, people trying to say, well, I want to see him at 160 like Floyd did. Well, who the fuck? Well, 160 is a little open. But shoot, if you ain't going to, let's just get through the first test of 154 and see what happens there. Before, I'm going to just leave it at that. I'm going to say, if he fight Fundora and get a win, good for him. If he fight Fundora and get beat up, good for him. Either way, it's good for boxing. We just want to see it.
bruh, I'm saying, like for example, like if he was to go up there and fight Majimov, like MZ, you probably ain't seen Majimov, bruh. This nigga he punching like Triple G. He ain't nowhere near as polished as Triple G, but that nigga fight like a young Triple G, bruh. That nigga trying to punch through shit. That nigga's a beast.
I'm sitting here looking at this thing. Did you type something up under my name?
Yeah, when I type, I forgot. When I'm in the back, it pop up as your name.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
yeah, I forgot.
I'm like, I ain't hit a button in a minute. I know I didn't type that.
Yeah, but hey, this nigga Majimov, bro, that nigga's vicious.
He what weight class he had again?
154, and I think he out of Uzbekistan, right?
One of those
Is it Uzbekistan?
Kazakhstan or Oh yeah. He from Uzbekistan. I looked it up. Yeah, he
That
got the
motherfucker got that crazy footwork.
yeah. Hey, he got the WBA MZ. This nigga. Like I said, you just watch him. He look like a young Triple G. The way he just trying to punch through shit.
Huh. Well, with
He
that,
gonna find a way to beat you, like that's what I like about it.
oh, he's tenacious at bringing the pain.
And he just gonna find a way. Like when I saw him knock out Eric Walker, man, I was like, man, this dude the truth.
Dang, not the truth.
Yeah, see, it's like I mean, don't get us wrong. We like the skills, people like Shakur bring, but sometimes it is good to see it like a nigga who really, punching shit or who gonna let his hands go. And that's why I think for like the urban crowd, if you was trying to get somebody to watch boxing, I think the one fighter that you would grab would be most likely like a Jerron Ennis, because he's very like eye friendly to somebody who really don't know what they're looking at.
Right.
He punched and he athletic, but he letting his hands go and shit.
Yeah. Right now, I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen with Ryan and Devin. I don't think Ryan is as crazy as he trying to make people believe. I think he trying to throw the hangies off.
That nigga just not ready, man. I can't take him serious.
I'm looking at that, but I'm like, he fought Devin plenty of times. I don't think he's scared of Devin at all.
Hey, but even if he was trying to throw Devin off, they doing the right thing. They just kind of ignoring them and just staying focused to what they can control and making sure that they prepared for the best Ryan they could get. So it's like, even if they was trying to throw him off, it's not working.
Well, I hope he, as much time as he's spending on trying to throw him off, I hope he training is just as hard.
That's the question that a lot of us want to know. Tell you the truth, I'm looking forward to. Obviously, I'm looking forward to Derrick James getting fired by Ryan after he lost. But I'm looking forward to hearing Derrick James have to defend himself and explain it. This nigga was, he was coming to the gym and he really wanted to shoot videos. He was bringing, 2 cameramen and shit. He gonna throw his ass under the bus.
Let Derrick James tell me people not allowed to be in the gym. His own brothers don't come to the gym.
Yeah.
He want people to be uncomfortable and working at the gym, not comfortable and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, man. I'm just waiting to see what happens. See if Devin gonna be able to knock Ryan out, or if Ryan gonna surprise him with the right. Won't it be funny if I knock you out with a right? Because everybody talking about his left, and I even heard somebody say Ryan's right is underdeveloped.
Man, that nigga got a lot of undeveloped shit in his game, that right included. But I think back to when he fought Javante. Like, me watching that fight, Ryan didn't seem like he had no amazing hand speed in that fight.
Tank said he was slow.
Yeah.
While they were fighting, he was like, he's slow.
Yeah, brother Abdul said he was slow. And we talking about Devin, he got like, his reflexes is unmatched. Like, nobody got better reflexes than him in boxing. So you like somebody who really gonna be able to see your shit, definitely been locked in, preparing for you. Like, I don't think his hand speed gonna be a problem. Not saying he can't land something still, but I just don't see that.
Devin can't go out there and be as the old folks in country folks would say, bull corning. He can't be out there doing that. You're gonna have to be out there on point 100%. Because if we do know that Devin can be rocked, we do know that. We know he can be dazed because we saw it happen before. The possibility of Ryan doing it, that's possible too. But if the opportunity arises, will Ryan take the chance and take it? is it possible that he could clip Devin and get Devin dazed? We don't know how will Ryan attack him if he can do that. You know what I'm saying? I heard them arguing about when they fought in the 3-3, and Devin was claiming that he gave Ryan an 8 count. To listen to them argue and fight is just so off-putting because it's like you can't really gauge nothing from what they're talking about because both, I guess it's the youngster in them. I don't know, man. But listening to them talk, 1 minute they talking noise like they hard against each other, then the next minute they agreeing with each other. I'm like, who the fuck does that?
Yeah. And that's why I say, do you remember they had that little face off and
the one that when they met and they was like they was gonna fight.
Yeah, they pushed that nigga.
Yeah, the man, what was it on the face off when he was asking him about that? The interviewer said he said that choreographed meetup, and they both heard him say, "Oh, that wasn't choreographed."
Yeah, that shit look hella choreographed, bro. Cause like what nigga saying, I told you gonna feel some fear. I said, what nigga talk like that when he in a heated situation?
That's Ryan. That's classic Ryan right there. You gonna feel some fear.
And what nigga? Yeah, I don't know. No nigga that's gonna say some weird shit like that, bro.
Man, Ryan be saying some. He be saying the truth. Y'all be messing with Ryan. Ryan is the truth.
And then you got fucking Devin, nigga. You just got pushed 58 feet across the room, and you the one posting this shit up. Come on, man.
Cause I guess he was saying, watch Ryan run. Watch him run. Watch him turn his back with that crazy ass shoulder roll.
Yeah, I mean, but I ain't mad. I don't know. I guess I understand these niggas really trying to push the fight. Yeah, so plus that's the type of shit you would expect from these types of niggas. These are social media kings and shit.
Yeah, it's the era of that.
Yeah, so it's like, what would you expect out of them? Of course, they're gonna try to do it big. But I don't know. For some reason, I'm just not like that's not no fight on the schedule that just like jump out. Yeah, like we, you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's a fight that at one point everybody wanted to see it. It's about to happen. It's one of those fights that, hey, we're about to let's get it out the way. Move on to the next other group of those boys those men that's supposed to be fighting. We just seen T.O. fight against who was T.O. fought out of the
he got beat by Jermaine Ortiz.
No, I was trying to see who he fought out.
Oh, he didn't fight Lomachenko.
But Lomachenko wasn't considered as one of the 4 top names out of the youngsters.
The 4 kings.
Yeah, out of the 4 kings, the only ones that's actually followed up. The only one that's actually could say that he's fought the most of them would be Ryan. He fought Tank, and now he's getting ready to fight Devin.
Yeah. But see, I think I could say that. But then I look at Devin and I give him credit because I definitely feel like he got the Lomachenko fight, which was a good test for him. So I credit him with that also. Shakur, who wasn't in that mix of the 4 kings, but he didn't definitely found himself in the mix now.
Yeah, his name was always floated around for it.
Yeah.
King Wells said, I think Ryan just needs to jab, just like Devin, and extend the fight to a decision. I'm gonna be honest. If Ryan can be on defense and stay 100% focused, it should be a great fight. I can't really lean one way or the other and say who's going to do what, but we've seen a bigger sample size of Devin as far as being in there with somebody that stunned him, got him up. He was able to finish out the fight, even though he held to keep himself together. People complained about that, but we've also saw Ryan get knocked on his butt and get up and continue to fight. He went on and faced the adversity and did what he needed to do and got a win with a body shot at that. I'm talking about Luke Campbell.
Yeah.
So they both, in my opinion, have been in some fights where you could say they faced adversity, and they both came out on the other side better for it. Ryan antics aren't what people want to see or deal with. But at the most part, I think it'll be all right. It should be a good fight. I can't say who actually I think will win. I'm leaning more toward Devin, like I said, because I've gotten a bigger sample size from him. I think.
Hey, I see. I just realized we ain't been on here for a while. I never asked you what you think about when that damn sparring tape came out. A brother Abdul and Devin.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you everything that I got out of that. What I got was for some of what Adrian Broner had said, he was telling the truth because he did jump in the ring and he did break him up. On the side of Bill Haney, I could understand what he's saying that he and Devin walked away with the money, which means they won the bet from it. We didn't get to see where Devin started looking good in training, because I'm listening to people who claim that they're around it in videos in their interviews talk about Devin started working Tank and it turned into good work, but it wasn't no ass whooping. I also got to throw in the factor that they said Tank had just got into town straight off the plane and straight into sparring with Devin. I also heard that Devin had sparred with somebody tough earlier that day. It's a lot of things that was said that been put out, but when you see the tape and you see Adrian Broner get in the ring, you know he wasn't lying. So apparently Devin did take a good punch. But on the same note, Bill Haney comes out and say, how's Adrian Broner going to get out there and save Devin when he bet against it? You know, how you going to get out there and stop you're going to get out there and stop it when you got money on it. So I found it slightly entertaining, but I don't think we really got the full story from it because it was. I think it was edited.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It was edited, so it just leave a lot more to be understood. Because from my understanding, well, Bill and them, they said they flew out to DC before and they sparred Javante over there. So like he making it seem like nigga they didn't spar more than once. I keep hearing about one time when they sparred and I guess Javante he got tired, so they say they made him quit. I don't know if that's the same session what we seen on tape. I don't know what.
But yeah, I thought that was that. I thought that was that session.
Oh,
that's how they walked away with the money, because they said Tank wasn't in shape, and toward the end of the sparring, Tank just was tired, and that's how they get Tank retired because he was tired, and that's how they got paid. That's the way the story come. That's the way I end up gaining information from the story and putting it together.
Yeah, we don't understand the bets because it could be like side bets and all type of shit happening. So like the bets we not understanding, it's all type of shit, but it's just I guess like when you partake in this shit, uploading sparring and going around, claiming that you the sparring king, which all these little niggas do now. It's like you leave yourself open for the criticism if even the clip come out making you look bad.
Exactly. Yeah. Because as you see, the rules not the same no more, because now they putting the footage out, the sparring footage out.
Man, I remember like 2019, Javante and Rolly, they used to be going back and forth on social media, like uploading clips on each other and shit.
Just crazy.
Like, yeah, like, bro, it's like you never know who, but when you uploading a clip, that shit could look like anything.
Like when Conor McGregor was whooping the hell out of Paulie. Yeah. Paulie swore up and down that that's not how it happened. Y'all need to show the rest of the tape. But what the world saw was Paulie getting his ass knocked down. It was ugly, but he still was getting dropped. And the next thing you know, the narrative was put behind it. That he was talking noise. He came. I put hands on him and dropped him and stopped him. That's what Conor McGregor was putting.
Yeah, that nigga was hot when that happened, bro.
He was hotter than fish
That
grease.
nigga was hot.
He was so hot, he went into bare knuckle fighting and broke his hand and got his ass whooped there.
Yeah, he lost. Yeah. And that's I seen that bullshit.
I was like, damn, Paulie taking L's everywhere.
Hey, speaking of this fight, I heard that the Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, I heard it's gonna be 8 rounds, and I guess if nobody win by knockout, then it'll be ruled a no contest.
Somebody asked me what I thought about that, and I'm gonna be honest. I actually said that I think that they went into negotiation with Mike Tyson and they got some things understood from Mike, because I really don't see, even though Mike Tyson is a 50-plus-year-old man, his skills and his win seems to me to be enough that if he wanted to, he can go out there and destroy Jake Paul.
So you saying it might be some terms in that contract to balance
kind
out
of
this
like with
fight.
him and Roy Jones. You know what I'm saying? You be honest. You ain't finna get out there and be like, we gonna turn this monster on and let him loose on you. I think Jake Paul and him a little smarter than that. I would hope to think they are, seeing how he's parlayed being a YouTuber into being a promoter and one of the better promoters in boxing.
Yeah, see, once again, because it's this fake shit and these is YouTubers, hell, these niggas understand how to play shit, so it'll never I'll never put that past them. Plus, like they say, it's just a money grab, so these niggas probably going to, let's just go out there, make it look competitive, without trying to really, really hurt each other too bad. And, bam, there we go. These niggas, they like to set up rematches and all types of shit. They always think about the next move. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
He better be thinking about not making a mistake and hitting Mike too hard and fuck around and make Mike have a flashback.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You fuck around, punch Mike too hard, and Mike mess around and lose it. And before you know it, he hit you with a three punch combination. You know how he go to the body and go to the head. And we'll be talking this time next year, wondering if Jake Paul woke up yet.
Hell yeah. Hey, you didn't heard these rumors about Deontay Wilder and Zhang Zhilei. They, supposed to be mixing
Big
it up
Zhang?
sometime in June. Yeah.
I heard he's supposed to be fighting Big Zhang, but man, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I think I heard H Money them talking about it.
Yeah.
And I think what I put in they chat was, Wilder got to let his hands go. And seeing that we know he's not that type of fighter to let his hands go, yeah, he'll be fighting Big Bang Zhang, who keeps his head on the line. But Big Bang Zhang does something that Wilder doesn't do, and that's jab. He does use a jab. And that's going to cause problems for Wilder if Wilder is not returning the jab or moving. We might end up seeing him with a lackluster performance like we saw against Joseph Parker. And I don't want to see the dude who was at one point the knockout king start turning into a beat 'em up person. You know what I mean? You got a decent ass record. If you ain't got the hunger or the fire no more, let it go and leave with a good ass record. Okay, you lost 3 times to the so-called best heavyweight in this era. Ain't no shame in it.
Yeah, and then the other guy, Joseph Parker, I mean, that nigga was a champion before.
Right. It's not, it's not like you took a loss from. He hasn't lost to anybody that you could say, oh, you lost to a bum. He hasn't done that.
Hey, I gotta read this. I just gotta read this quote. So this is a tweet from today or yesterday at least, from Michael Benson. That's that boxing writer who reported news. So Now he said, the tweet said this: Deontay Wilder's trainer Malik Scott, speaking on the Joseph Parker defeat. He says, I think Deontay has a killer instinct that you can't suppress, but I think he enjoyed that ayahuasca. You remember that, right? The ayahuasca trip.
When he went and did the psychedelic thing and did the journey.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. He continuing. He said it made him a bit content and understand the smaller and softer things in life. Violence wasn't a top priority that night, and I think that's why we came up short. Deontay is a killer. He's violent. That Deontay didn't show up that night, but that's not the fighter you're going to see in his next fight. End quote.
Okay, and with you saying that, I'll go right down where it says Moody Trayweather says Wilder's becoming going to become a gatekeeper. Possibility. You know what? That's a good notion. And listen to what you're saying, him talking about he's noticing the softer things in life. What fighter, what warrior do you need to be recognizing the soft things in life at the time of battle? That is not what we need you. Why would you even let him do that? If that's the case, you wouldn't be enjoying it that night. You can enjoy it after the fight. Let it be the victory, ayahuasca or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I'm kind of agreeing with Moody Trayweather. I say take the good record, take the money, take your faculties, and step. If you're not going to let your hands go and start fighting. And because we know you in love with your power, and you came back, and that was the thing you was talking about, your power again with Joseph Parker, which we didn't get a chance to see because you didn't squeeze the trigger for whatever reason. And when fighters stop squeezing the trigger, they usually just start getting beat up. So if you're not going to squeeze the trigger, go sit down. Don't be a gatekeeper. I don't think that suits you. But you know, who am I? I'm just a boxing fan.
The gatekeeper question. Honestly, I think Deontay got quite a few fights as a gatekeeper because one, he's been so accomplished that a lot of these guys, these promoters, they would like to have Deontay as a win on their guys' record. Two, I look at Deontay as he's probably like equal amount of risk and reward, if not lower risk, high reward, because like I said, his name and accomplishments. And even though he got that right hand that, you know, could definitely level you, if you don't have that killer instinct, people could be looking at this guy as like he's damaged goods mentally, especially if he fight the way he fought against Joseph Parker. So actually, it's going to be a lot of guys lining up to fight Deontay. A lot of promoters wanted to get Deontay in the ring with him. So if they could come up with the right amount of money to appease Deontay, then shit, he do got a good career as a gatekeeper in the sport for a while. That's if he wanted to choose to be that. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, we know he a prideful dude. How do you make being a gatekeeper appealing to a person?
Oh, the money
like that. Yeah, with money. With money. But you know, he's already, well, I don't know, you know, money can make you change your mind. But as far as I'm concerned, in the way he spoke, you know, he's good on that. You know, he got money. He's set. So why take to me, being a gatekeeper is a humiliating type thing. Now, some people might say, oh, you be having some good fights and great fights. But if I'm just gatekeeping, and most of the time when you're a gatekeeper, you losing. You might upset the apple cart every once in a while, but most of the time you get your ass whooped. You ain't going up to levels to become a champion or nothing like that. People see you in a good fight, and then you've forgotten about for a while. To the next person who's trying to make their name rumble, call you up.
Right, nigga. We don't want Michael Jordan that played for the Wizards. You know, Vince Carter that played for the Grizzlies.
Right.
Like, come on, my nigga.
If I'm gonna watch the bronze bomber, I want to watch the one that dropped the bombs. And as of late, he's not doing that. He's more of an aircraft carrier.
Facts. Now, if in Deontay's mind, if he really could look back at that fight and say, okay, damn, you know, I wasn't me because, you know, the ayahuasca, whatever, and now he could snap out of it, Yeah, we definitely want to see you come back, and that's a good ass fight to be in against Zhang Zhele. But yeah, I mean, even me, I don't want to see him just be a gatekeeper to the Jalalas and Jared Andersons and all them type of guys. Because nah, I'd rather just see him get up out of there.
Right. He done gave us. He done, I can honestly say he has been entertaining. It's not too many fights that you could say he was in that you didn't get entertained because he knocked somebody lights out.
Yeah, like bro, I don't want to see Deontay moving around like as much moving as he did against Joseph. That was like
Yeah, but he
hella
wasn't throwing
disappointing.
nothing. That's what made it. To me, it was just the opposite of the Bronze Bomber. It was a guy out there moving around, looking to throw a punch, but for whatever reason, he wouldn't. I'll wash or whatever. I don't know. Whatever it was, I call it handcuffs because his hand he wasn't letting him go. And it was a few opportunities. Well, on TV, it looked like he could have clocked Joseph, but he didn't let his hands go. And once Joseph, to me, realized that he wasn't in too much danger of nothing being returned to him, he started taking more chances. Next thing you know, he done clocked Wilder with a good one and rallied him up against the ropes at the end of the rounds, which played good for him.
Yeah, like even though he didn't like it was some rounds in there where it's because Deontay didn't throw shit. Like I was like, bro, this could be a 10-8 round. Like a few of them rounds, I was looking at it like that.
Right. I agree with Moody Trayweather. I would like to see the best Wilder. And the best Wilder is, I think the best Wilders that we see, I think those days are gone. I think he burned up a lot of his career trying to get the mega fight with Anthony Joshua. I think Eddie Hearn and the rest of them, I think they all dropped the ball on that fight, which would have been, to me, that would have been one of those ones that made a lot of money where people would have probably been able to talk about years after. And they screwed that up. I don't care. Some people will say Wilder messed it up. I say the Eddie Hearn hand and the way he was guiding Joshua. I think that's what messed it up.
Hell yeah, that was definitely a part of it. Them niggas was ducking, bro. Joshua and Hearn and them niggas was ducking.
I would have to say, honestly, I think it was Hearn ducking more so said than Joshua. I think Joshua might have had in his mind that he could have beat him. And if Hearns had to set it up, I think Joshua would have happily stepped into the ring.
Hey, because look, I could pull this up right now too, but I remember this article from 2018 where Barry Hearn, he said, in an ideal situation, Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua, 2021. Now, mind you, this is from 2018. So I said, oh, yeah, that already let me know what time it was. Them niggas was going to stall that shit out for a long time, bro. That's exactly what they did.
They accomplished what they, and then not only did they accomplish what they needed, but an unseen hero came in and saved the day for them. Tyson Fury saved Anthony Joshua and Eddie Hearn from having to deal with Deontay Wilder.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Wilder calling Fury out and for making Fury believe that he can come do something, moves you make can screw you up. And I feel like you brought their protector to the fight, and he beat you.
Yeah, and being honest, it did get exciting when Tyson came back into the mix. So, the only thing I can say I just wish was different. I wish it wasn't all that time that went, it happened like in between them fights. Like that's when Deontay became real, just inactive, chasing that third fight with Fury and shit. Like a whole bunch of time went by.
Yep, and that they played into Eddie Hearn and them hands perfectly. Moody Trayweather said, yeah, they was ducking hella bad. Well, they it was funny. They ducked themselves right out of one knockout and ducked themselves into another with Andy Ruiz.
Yeah.
Andy who blew a massive chance. He just straight blew it because this was the first Mexican heavyweight unified title holder in history. And he blew the opportunity to hold that belt longer than one fight because he decided to party instead of taking it serious. You did it for your culture and everything. You did it for your people, and then what you do? You treated it like it wasn't worth nothing. The few big dollars that you made, yeah, you brought you a crib, which is commendable. Buy you a house, someplace to live, pay it off, and this and that. But the job wasn't done. You go back in the ring, blowed up like a little bowling ball, instead of being like, I did this the first time. People are doubting me. They said it was a fluke. Let me go out here and make it happen again. Only thing he got out of that was being the first Mexican heavyweight unified. He didn't cement it, in my opinion. He didn't make people say, not only did he win it, but he defended it. He didn't do that. Missed opportunity.
And I'm gonna tell you, MZ, even to this day, I've never watched that full fight because I already knew, like, just looking at his body, like how the shape he was, I knew that's what was gonna happen. He was gonna come in there and bullshit. Just through that fight, just showed up for the payday, and that was it.
Terrible.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. But yeah, I wish like, bro, I could like start just finding these articles one day where, yeah, this nigga Barry Hearn said, yeah, oh yeah, in 2021, that'd be ideal when that fight can happen. So I'm like, damn, y'all gonna duck this nigga for like another 3 years. Then you got Joshua on record when he said something like, I'll be more mentally ready. Like I'll fight Wilder when I'm like most ready, like mentally ready and shit. I said, oh yeah, this nigga that nigga letting it be known they ducking.
Yeah, they let it be known that they weren't trying to get into the ring with him right away. And I'm trying to remember because Wilder made some statement where he'll fight. The statement was that he'll fight Wilder when the odds was more in his favor.
Yeah.
That's kind of the statement he made. He was pretty much saying, I'm going to wait till I know I can beat him. That's pretty much what it registered in my mind when he made that old crazy ass statement.
Yeah. He started, because that same one he was saying like, I'll be more like mentally ready as well. And then that's all. It was like other shit that happened too. I mean, the time when it was like the 50 million that they offered him, this nigga, he started talking about like, people don't understand, I have to pay like for lighting and like stage fee and shit.
Nigga, you said 50 million. They popped up with the 50 million and they said we need proof of funds.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? So y'all saying that Al Heyman and them couldn't come up with the money. But we heard Mayweather, what was it, Leonard Ellerby? Wasn't he the one that said that the money was there?
Well, it was Frank Warren of Queensbury. He said that the money was there.
Somebody said the money was there, but it was, for whatever reason, it made Joshua say, you know what? I'm not selling my soul. That's what he said.
Yeah. He said, that too. I'm not selling my soul. And then he starts saying like, people don't understand, I have to pay for like lighting, like the lighting fees and stuff, like to set up the stage and all that. He was saying like all this money gets taken out of my check. Like, so he was like a 50 million. Like, I'm not gonna see 50 million. I'm like, come on, my nigga.
Moody Trayweather, you right. It is crazy that Joshua was doing all the ducking because he did have 3 of the belts. I think that he gained the last belt from what's the left hand guy name that went out there and just laid it down like he just sold the belt.
Oh, you're talking about the first belt from Charles Martin?
Charles Martin, he got that belt, and then he got a belt from the dude that beat Andy.
Yeah, he fought Klitschko.
Was it a belt involved with Klitschko?
Yeah, it was a vacant belt on the line.
Yeah, that's where he got that. He got that belt. If I'm saying it in chronological order, I don't think I am. I think I'm messing it up. But I know he had. I think he was in charge of 3 belts because Wilder's whole thing was if he could get a hold of Anthony Joshua, one of them was going to be undisputed. They were the only 2 belt holders. They were the
Yeah,
only 2 belt holders, and they couldn't get it together.
yeah, that's
Anthony
exactly how
Joshua
it
would
went.
always pop up and say, "Oh, we could fight." They go into negotiation to fight Wilder. The next thing you know, they talking about they got to fight a mandatory. They would
Yeah,
drag it out with Wilder for a while, and at the 11th hour, they pop up and say, "Oh, they're gonna fight the mandatory because they had to." But nobody was arguing about the fact that uh, uh, undisputed should override mandatory. They didn't start doing that until later.
yeah, that was the first time we started even talking about like do undisputed override, that and all that type of shit.
Yep.
But see, that's how they also fuck up and confuse shit because they had made like Alexander Pavek and the WBA like regular or some shit. But I'm like, bro, like it ain't no, you know what I'm saying? Like he ain't supposed to be no champion. Period. It's supposed to just be Josh of the WBA, and that's it. But then the thing with Wilder fans was saying like the WBA super, you're not supposed to have no mandatories.
How you gonna be a champ and not have a mandatory? That just don't make sense.
Well, I guess like when they split the belts, if you like the super champion, not supposed to have no mandatories. It's supposed to be the regular WBA champion. That's supposed to be the one that got mandatories.
But that just sounds like a way to protect the super champ.
Yeah, like Canelo and Morrell at 168. Like David Morrell, he got mandatories. Canelo ain't been having no mandatories.
That shit that crazy.
Yeah, it's all confusing, but that shit came into play when it was time to just talk about Wilder fighting Joshua because that's it. The conversation started as soon as Joshua beat Klitschko. That's when those discussions all started.
Yep.
And that was in like 2017, like summer 2017.
But well, shit, we talking about something that happened 7 years ago.
Yeah, hey, it's just kind of interesting. I know like everybody out there in the chat, like niggas are just reminisce like what was happening in
Reminiscing.
2017, 2018. Yeah,
And look where we at right now.
Wilder versus Joshua, that shit was heated like a motherfucker too, bro.
Now, I'm going to say something before I have to get off.
Yeah,
and this is going to be a real good one. Now, Errol Spence took a loss, and everybody riding his ass, right? They get on it. They done called him a duck. They done called him all kind of things. But my thing is this: how do you duck a person that you've already fought? Now, I know people gonna have they words and everything, but when it comes down to it, as much as you like Terence Crawford, you have to give Errol Spence this. The man kept his word while he was in 147. People tried to say he ducked, he tried to do this, he tried to do that. But in the end, did we not, or did we get the fight of him and Terence Crawford? And you can't blame it and say that Terence Crawford pushed to make the fight. Nobody pushed to make that fight, but Errol Spence standing on his square by saying that this is the guy that I want to fight before I leave 147. And with that being said, I can't call the dude a duck. You could call him all kind of things. You can say that, but to say he ducking a dude that he already fought, people gonna say, oh, he's scared to fight him again. Whatever the fact, they've had to fight. They gave us the first fight. The first fight, that's the fight that we all wanted. And if I'm remembering correctly, the second fight, everybody decided to say they didn't even want to be bothered with that fight because he lost so bad. So now that the situation is up now, and it seems like that he might have stole a fight from Terence Crawford, now all of a sudden he's a duck. Make sense.
So for me, it's just the outlook of Earl. We always hear the truth, man down, and him. It's always man. It don't matter who I fight. It's man down, and
I understand his persona took a hit, but
yeah,
as far as his words and what his actions in the ring, he kept his word. He gave us the fight that everybody said that he would not give us, and that was the Terence Crawford fight. Even after Crawford even after he had to wait for the BLK Prime fight to take place, the bad negotiations to take place. From what I'm understanding, he gave Crawford the farm to make a fight with a
yeah.
guy
So
with a guy that's a free agent that didn't have a home. Now, as bad as we want to talk about PBC, people give PBC the blues, Al Heyman, Errol Spence, and everything like that. What they cannot deny is undisputable is that Errol Spence gave us that fight, regardless of what went on after car accidents and everything.
all right, so I'm gonna just try to answer. Why does it? Okay, why people feel like he ducking the rematch? Now, to me, it definitely looked like he don't want the rematch, and the reason why is so. Of course, we know the post-fight interview in the ring and when they went behind the scenes. Of course, Earl, the warrior, the competitor in him said, like, of course, I think I wanted to redeem myself, especially going out like that, like he did. And I feel like that's just the dog in him. I feel like that how he felt at that point, somewhere between then and now, that died. Like, I don't know if it's like, okay, he just accepting like I can't beat this dude. Does he fear that he'll get embarrassed like he did in the first fight? It could be either one, but one way or another, like, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, he don't want to fight the nigga again, bro.
I won't say it's obvious because he did add, he's like you said, he did say he wanted to rematch. But he also, let's not forget that what was the first thing Crawford told us? Yeah, he can get the rematch. And then he popped up and said, it's got to happen at 147. Now, apparently, in Earl's mind, I guess, verbally or whatever, apparently 154 was something that was talked about because when he said we could do I would like to do the rematch, and hopefully we could do it at 154 because y'all know I can't make 147 again. Crawford instantly said, yeah, we could do it again. And then he came out and said it has to be at 147. And a lot of people said because Crawford had won, that's where it should take place. Now Crawford is making moves at 154, which is where Earl said he wanted to be anyway. If they really wanted to have the fight, because the ball really would be in Crawford's hands because Crawford won. The negotiation, the operation made the date be gone. So instead of Crawford and Earl talking about, hey, you got to stand in line in order to fight this dude, hey, we at 154, let's go and get it on again. This simple as plain as that. That's how I look at it. So I won't blame Earl for anything except being foolish and staying at 147 maybe too long, for being too standing on the square saying, I'm just going to fight this guy and nobody else at 147. Because we know that he just refused to fight Keith. And the wait, how long was the wait before he was able to really fight Crawford? Between BLK Prime's negotiation until they actually got in the ring. That was a good while to wait for that man. So I'm not going to dog Earl as much as a lot of people want to. I'm going to give him his props and say the man been stand up all the way up until now.
Well, let me I'm gonna give you my take on one thing because we're talking about the weight. So I'm taking it as you throwing out the weight, which is saying Earl got a problem fighting him at a weight that he's not comfortable at. So if you look at the post-fight presser after they fought, Terence, he's asked about the weight, and he said
it's kind of hard for me to make the weight too.
Yeah, so he said I'm not he said the rematch doesn't have to be at 147. Like, I'm not opposed to going up in weight. Now, so that's not saying they got to be at 147, but
but he came out later and then said, it's going to take place at 147.
He said the contract he signed, like when he kept being asked, like, hey, like, what's up with that rematch? and he's like, look, the contract I signed said 147. So to me, like that's one thing. Okay, like the contract I signed said this, but am I opposed to fighting here or here? Whoop de whoop de whoop. That's two different things he said. So as far as like what I don't even know if they even like negotiated like a wait for a rematch or anything, like just between them after the fight. Like who knows?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I only brought that up because I'm like, that 154 weight came in so fast in the conversation when they asked about the rematch. Because most of the time when you hear about a rematch, you don't hear about the weight. You just hear we going right back into the rematch. But this was one of those few times that you actually heard the champion that lost say, yeah, I would love to have a rematch, but we need, at 154.
Now my question is this, because I mean now we only going off Terence words. Terence said the contract he signed says at 147. So I'm assuming Earl signed the same thing. So if Earl knew that, it's like, why would Earl sign the contract with the rematch having to be at 147? That don't make that don't make sense.
Probably was going to be the only way we would have got the fight.
I could understand that, or like he could be Earl could have thought, hey, I'm gonna beat this nigga so bad he ain't gonna want a rematch.
He could have thought that too. But for the most part of it, I would have to go with the first part and say it was for us to get the fight, because we do know from what we understand from all around both sides of the story, negotiations were not easy. There was a lot of things that had to be given up, a whole bunch of stuff. We heard the rumor about Crawford want to okay certain things they were spending money on. We heard all kind of stuff going on. We had the fans split on everything. What I will say is that the negotiations was hard. We wanted to fight, and whatever had to take place took place in order for us to get it. And Moody Trade, that whether you're right, Earl was gonna move up either way, because he said that was his last fight at 147. He said Crawford would be his last fight at 147. He had made that statement on more than one occasion. But with that hyphy, I got to get out of here because I got to be at work in 12 hours.
Okay, yeah, do your thing.
It's gonna take me at least 2 to go to sleep.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna close it out for us and everything.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say good night to everybody, and I appreciate you all riding with us as long as you did. And I hope you guys enjoyed the show as much as I did being here. With that, I'm out.
All right behind you. My response to MZ would have been at least the whole weight thing. So if y'all remember after the Avanesian, well, when Terence fought Avanesian, that came out that he was fighting Avanesian. Earl and Terence, they both had some back and forths on Twitter about why negotiations fell through and all that. So my thing is, if that was the case, why not, just how you made that public on Twitter, why not, clear your name and say, okay, look, this nigga, he want to fight at 147 again, and I can't make 47. Let the people know what it is. This nigga, he trying to, what is Terrence doing? That's holding up the rematch. Let us know. You let us know what stopped the first fight from happening in November of 22. So that's one question I would have, and why we never got nothing from Earl on that. That's a question I would have. Hold on. All right.
Oh,
yeah.
I just came back to answer that.
Okay.
He did tell us prior. Remember, he put out a tweet where he said, "Oh shit, I'm fucking up." He put out a tweet where he said, "This nigga tripping" or something like that. He said about Crawford. He said, "It ain't fun making 147. I could have had a fight and been done with this." But that's just the answer. He did make statement about him having problem making 147 and not fighting at 147 no more. Okay, but I'm out for real now this time, y'all. I'm gone.
Yeah, okay. I think like what MZ was answering, he was discussing about when the Avanesian fight was announced. What I was referring to was after the first fight in between the supposed rematch that was supposed to happen. Like if it was like something about the weight, I'm asking like why didn't Earl make that public? Just like he exposed, not exposed, but he just gave some insight on why negotiations failed when it was supposed to fight November of 22. That's what I'm asking. So I really don't understand that, but so some people, like you got some people that say, oh, Terence, he wanted to fight at 147. I don't got no facts of that. Nigga, that's rumors and hearsay and shit. Cause the nigga, all he said was the contract he signed said whoopty whoopty whoop. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know that. Shit, Earl. Okay, if Earl wants to fight, if he went out 147, I don't know if Earl was saying, "Hey, nigga, we gotta fight at 54." Earl might have been willing to fight at like 150 or something. Like who knows? So I could look at it from both sides and say I don't know what they want to fight at, or if they came to any agreement, or if they even possibly negotiated a weight or whatever. I don't know none of that shit. That's all I'm saying on that part. But yeah, shit, we don't know. As far as I know, it's more factors with that whole rematch. Anyways, the shit, it looked like it fell apart because, shit, PBC, they lost Showtime in the process. Showtime, it seemed like they didn't even want to put the money up for the rematch. Another network probably wasn't willing to put the money up for a rematch. That's why Amazon ain't hopped up on that shit. Probably looking at it like it's just not enough. It is no money. Like you're gonna take a loss in it based on what both of these men would be wanting to guarantee. You feel me? So that's probably a whole little situation right there. But yeah, the reason that the nigga looked like, at least in some of our eyes, a nigga looked like a duck because, like I said, we just don't see that desire to go in and get your revenge. And this supposed to be Errol Spence, the dog, the savage, the beast. Texas born, Texas bred. You know what I'm saying? Like we just don't see that in this nigga no more. So that's why, niggas like me and some other niggas probably looking at it like, bruh, it just, it's like he don't want that rematch. And I don't know. Like a nigga whip your ass like that and you don't want to get no get back. That's crazy. When I was cooking Joshua when it was between the second. It was between the first and second Usyk fight when that nigga was entertaining step aside money to fight. What's the name? He was entertaining paying. He was entertaining accepting step aside money to allow Usyk and Fury to fight. I was like, bro, if Anthony Joshua do that, that nigga's a bitch because he'd rather take some step aside money instead of going to go get his get back. I thought that was some weak ass shit. Now that ended up not happening, but just the thought of it, I thought that was some weak ass shit. And that still make me look at AJ crazy because the fact it was true that he was even considering it. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, it should be no amount of money in the world that'll, you know what I'm saying? You'd rather go take some money than get your get back, my nigga. This nigga just styled on your ass. Go get your get back. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it on that, and I apply that same logic to this situation. Yeah, bro, yeah, it's all types of shit. I could just like recall if I just sat here and thought about the shit. That nigga Joshua was ducking like a motherfucker, bro. They whole team like was set up. They was like I said, that shit that Barry Hearn said. That's when I was like, I just couldn't fuck with the nigga no more. And he was going along with the shit. It was like 2018, and the nigga said, in the ideal world, Joshua versus Wilder, 2021, Wembley Stadium. I said, bro, that's like 3 years from now. So that already let me know these niggas was pulling this. They just gonna put this like ducking game where they just stringing shit along, and in between fights, they just gonna make it seem like it's Deontay team that fucking everything up. And it's fucking up the fight and being hard to negotiate with. But it's just if they take down one roadblock, they just gonna put up another one. Like them niggas just don't want to fight right now, bro. Say don't see it as a dud. Just for the fact Spence said Crawford was gonna be his last at 140. So that's what I'm saying. Okay, if that's gonna be his last at 47, but I mean shit, all I hear is Terence saying, we got him on record saying, look, he open to fighting at a higher weight. So it's all right, like what happened? Like, that's what I'm asking. Like, what the hell happened? Like to a rematch at a higher weight. Like, that's what I'm asking. But like I said, I don't know if these niggas even negotiated or not. Like, I mean, shit, if they never had no type of negotiations, it's possible they never had no type of negotiations because Showtime didn't want to put the money up. So it's like they probably never even got to talking about the weight. But I'm just saying, like, bruh, even like past all that shit, like nigga, Showtime out the business, Amazon here, one way or another. It's like damn, what you just gonna make it seem like Terence don't exist, and that night, July 29th, it's like that night don't exist either. That's all I'm saying. Like nigga, like a lot of us we'd probably ease up off this nigga if we seen that this nigga was trying to get some get back. Yeah, stuck at Crawford getting Canelo. Yeah, see, and what happened, in which we was afraid of. It was just so much time went by in between that first one, and I mean, it's still not no rematch, but so much time went by, so it's all right. Well, shit, Terrence, you was on the winning side, so it's all right. What happens next? One, we just hear like there's no negotiations going on, and Earl, he had his surgery and shit. So obviously, I don't expect no niggas just keep their career on hold forever. You Terrence, you trying to capitalize on your brand. You at the peak of your career as far as potential earnings and shit. Yeah, of course you want to capitalize on. I can understand that. So yeah, he definitely started expressing interest in the Canelo fight. Like I said, Earl was hurt, so I just don't know. Like, nigga, now it seemed like Earl is it seemed like he didn't recover, enough from that eye injury to be ready to, to fight again. So that's what I'm saying. Like, where's that desire just to rematch that nigga, bro? So last time I checked, a fight with Terence is a bigger fight than fighting Sebastian Fundora or Tim Tszyu. Yeah, he is real quiet until the past week. I mean, I'm gonna say the only thing I probably didn't like that I didn't got from him after that fight, first immediately after fight, it was no excuses. He was the better man. But then some months later, that's when he came out with the tweets like, like his eye was fucked up, and he started just putting out some tweets, basically some excuses. To me they sound like reasons. I mean, you could say reasons, I could say excuses, whatever, but explaining shit that was hindering him that allowed him to lose the fight. Obviously we only hear excuses after somebody lose the fight, never before the fight, never after they win. So yeah, that was that's probably been like the only thing I'm probably like he said that I don't like. As far as like any other thing else, I just say like you didn't see pictures of him being on vacation and shit. That nigga, once again out there drinking. It's like, nigga, you supposed to be going into a rematch, and nigga, all we see is you out here drinking and shit. Sometimes when you're on vacation, compared to like you locking in against a nigga that's back in the gym already, bro. Like no, that's it's like you already down on points. You know what I'm saying? So I mean that's a questionable bad look, if you ask me. What else? But yeah, bro, as far as like what happened with, just the rematch and shit, like these negotiations and all that, we really don't know. All we know is Showtime went out of business. It's possible that when Showtime went out of business, that meant they was no longer on the hook to, to basically, host that rematch or, provide funds for that rematch. And now it's to a point where shit, truth be told, based on the money that they have to pay out to both these fighters, it ain't gonna be no network, a promoter that's gonna willing to accept that. You heard me? So, nigga, to me, that's why the rematch is gone. It don't make no financial. It don't make feasible. It's not feasible. But shit, even with that, it's like I'm looking at it from Earl. So, all right. Like, nigga, it's like you ain't showing no desire to get your get back. That's why people are saying that nigga's a duck, bro. The nigga ain't showing no desire to get his get back. You heard me? Yeah. See, because how PBC was working, towards the end of their relationship with Showtime, it was Showtime that was putting up the guarantees and stuff for the fights. That's why you kept hearing about Stephen Espinoza. He would be speaking on, how the fight was coming along, because Showtime was, also negotiating with both of these dudes, trying to make the fight happen. These niggas, Showtime, they was putting up the guaranteed money and all that. So now if you eliminate Showtime out the picture, let's just say if they had a contract, well, like I said, Showtime go out of business, so now they don't gotta be obliged to the contract. They go out of business. The fighters, they still want to fight, but now they don't got no network. Like I said, PBC, bam, out of money. They don't got no network that want to pick up this fight. And even if Amazon wanted to pick up this fight, they like if Amazon wanted to pick up the fight, they don't want to pick it up at the amounts that these brothers agreed upon when it came to that rematch. So what I'm saying, that's a whole nother issue. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a huge issue. It's like I'm saying, the guarantees. I mean, we don't even know like what it would come down to as far as financials. Like, what either would be one, A side, B side. Like, niggas don't even know that shit. It just, I mean, shit. Earl, he could be one to accept 10%. For all we fucking know. But if they can't come up with the amount of money that both of these men together would be wanting as far as their minimums, you still not gonna have no fight. That's a huge issue. So to me, that's where the rematch really, really fell apart. Now, like I keep saying, even with the rematch falling apart from as far as like no network wanting to pick it up, because to me, if you ask me, I think Showtime glad that I think Showtime, they wanted Earl to not activate that rematch clause, because they knew that if he did, then they would be on the hook, and they knew that it would be a loss for them, because they're not confident people gonna want to pay for a rematch for that. So that's how I truly feel. But yeah, Showtime out on the hook. You don't got no other network that's willing to take on such a huge financial risk. To me, that's what happened to the rematch. But like I said, now moving on from that. So it's like, well, if you're Earl, it's like, damn, you know what I'm saying, you're not trying to find no other ways to go about that shit. You're not letting it be known that, well, I still want to fight the nigga. What I'm saying, if the network is the reason why I can't be no rematch, like, damn, you're not gonna say that shit, bro. Like, what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. It just looked like you don't want that rematch. Oh, we didn't, what I'm saying? Bro, it just looked like you don't want to fight. I understand, like you said, the nigga got, blew the fuck out the water and all that shit. But like I said, like that's not the, we know, the man down. I remember the Earl who was sitting at the podium with Floyd wearing the glasses when Keith Thurman was trying to fight Floyd, And Flo was like, oh, I think Keith Thurman, he should fight Errol Spence. And that nigga said, it really don't matter who I fight because it's all going to be the same result. It's always going to be a man down. Like, nigga, that fighter, I feel like the amount of just tenacity that fighter had and determination, I feel like he, you know what I'm saying? That shit didn't been lost, bro. See, I see that, and he got beat so bad. He was negotiating so poorly. But see that's the thing. Now, if like I said, he think PBC told Earl to hold back. You talking about when it comes to the rematch? But shit, from what I hear, he went against PBC the first time by accepting the fight the first time. So shit is like, nigga, I already went against these niggas the first time, accepted the fight, to get your get back. And these niggas telling you no, don't get no get back. Yeah, you gonna go against them again, bro. Plus, like, I mean, okay, if you don't fight Terence, like, where else can you go to get a bigger fight financially, anyways? Of course, you gonna say, yeah, like, I'm gonna go against the Grand again. Fuck it. But like I said, yeah, it says, yeah, I could believe that because Showtime could have been telling PBC like, bro, yo, we do not want that rematch. So hell yeah, they could have been telling like, hey, tell Earl to get in line. But just like, what did Earl say during that press conference? I'm hard headed or something. Yeah, that nigga could have been hard headed again and got that rematch. But yeah, like I said, I think. Showtime, they didn't want him to exercise that rematch clause. So they wouldn't have to be on the hook for that shit. But they end up going out of business. Just like that nigga Rick Lacer predicted like over a year before them niggas went out of business. And then nigga, that rematch went bye-bye down the drain, bro. And right now, where it's at, I would say, I mean, I don't know if Earl could do anything to, maybe, gain more stock and rebuild interest in that rematch. I don't know. I just know right now where the interest at. It ain't where, where them niggas gonna get paid what they want to. But shit, that's, what I'm saying? That's pretty much all I got on that shit, bro. I'm just saying, like, if niggas wonder why people look at him like a duck, that's the reason why, bro. Like, this nigga just don't, express no desire to, I'm saying, to get that fight. That's what we saying. So yeah, of course that nigga gonna look like a duck, and like I said, it's like you just acting like Terence Crawford don't even exist. Like that ass whipping didn't even happen. All right, well shit, I'm gonna get up off this bitch, bro.